Alors, on va commencer. Bienvenue donc à la deuxième journée du colloque L'Aisthesis et le commun. Et je vais laisser la parole bientôt à Amanda et à nos deux conférenciers. Je voulais juste prendre quelques minutes pour vous lire en fait un texte que Jean-Luc Nancy nous a envoyé suite à sa présentation hier. Il trouvait en fait qu'il était allé trop vite sur la question du politique et la question de la mémoire. Alors donc, je vais vous lire en fait ce qu'il nous a écrit et en fait, il voulait bien là, qu'on puisse le partager avec vous. Alors voici. Je pense que je vais pouvoir lire, oui. Alors, je pense que je vais mettre mes lunettes, excusez. OK. Alors, je suis très frappée du fait que lorsqu'on essaie de parler d'art, on rencontre aujourd'hui presque toujours des questions sur la politique et parfois aussi sur la mémoire, qui est en l'occurrence une dépendance de la politique. Or, j'essayais justement de montrer que l'art est par lui-même et d'emblée commun, si c'est le sens qu'on donne à politique. À ce compte, introduire la ou le politique comme une autre dimension est d'emblée hors du propos. Il ne faut pas se demander comment introduire l'art dans la politique ou comment lui donner une portée politique. Il faut bien considérer en quoi l'art est de naissance et d'essence un des aspects majeurs du commun ou de l'être en commun. Ces derniers eux-mêmes débordent la politique. Il est, à mon sens, extrêmement important de réfléchir sans concession à ce que je dis là de manière sommaire. L'art est strictement indissociable de l'être en commun. Cette certitude, il est vrai, se heurte à beaucoup d'habitudes de pensée. C'est pourtant, sans aucun doute, là qu'il faut partir. L'art est beaucoup plus important et puissant aujourd'hui que la politique. Mais pas l'art qui se croit obligé d'avoir une portée ou une signification politique. Alors voilà, food for thought. Alors donc, Amanda, you can start.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amanda Boetzkes, and so our first panel today is called Sharing Space. So I'll introduce first Nermin Saybaşılı. She is associate professor in the Department of Art History at Mimar, Sinan Fine Arts University in Turkey. Right now, she's a visiting scholar in the School of Arts at Columbia University with a Fulbright Fellowship, and she is there until fall 2016. She has many published essays in book collections, catalogs, journals, and magazines, and among those publications, she's written for Globalization and Contemporary Art, Mobility and Fantasy in Visual Culture, and Uncommon Grounds, New Media, and Critical Practices in North Africa and the Middle East. And her paper today is Magnetic Istanbul.
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much. But before I think, yes, I can. I'm sorry, but I am really sick. So after the paper, after I give my paper, I have to leave. But sure. And now you can see my email address. If you have any questions, comments, please just email me. And I'm really sorry about the situation. Yes, I can start now. In this presentation, I will propose the notion of the magnetic. Through this notion, I will suggest that artworks can attract alternative forms of flows through mobility and social connectedness. Magnetic remanences, that is, magnetism remaining after the magnetizing field has been removed, can be one of the most appropriate ways of which one can investigate the certain materiality or certain performativity of an artwork beyond its material presences and its actual signification. Throughout the discussion of my paper, this certain materiality is generated by mobile elements, such as objects, bodies, buildings, sound, voices, that operate like magnets so as to produce a plural form. In the same framework, I will propose the magnetic city, which corresponds to certain relationality between places and people, between artists, artworks, and audiences. Along the way, I will try to engage with the magnetic push and pull of the two specific artworks. One is Apricot City A4, a public art project by Dilek Winchester, and the other is The Sound of Resistance, a sound piece by Erdem Helvacıoğlu. My attempt is to try to investigate these artworks as magnetic objects, as accessive objects, if you like, whose electrified effects are firmly dependent on the production of public community and its activities. As being the most accomplished centralization of urban politics, capital and resources for social production, consumption and administration, the advanced capitalist city is a gigantic magnet. With a number of stable and isolatable architectural structures, it's an organizing force for generating regulatory activities and ruling out their functions across its magnetic field that either pulls the things and the people towards each other or pushes them apart. However, the city cannot simply be an active force in itself. It can and must also be electrified by other forces outside its boundaries and enclosures. I wonder whether some forces can generate alternative electric currents and thus attract alternative forms of flows by passing through thresholds and leftover spaces in the city. The forces I am after can be strong or weak, stubborn or puny. In either way, they inscribe themselves in the urban geography of the city, licitly or illicitly, loudly or quietly, violently or softly. Certainly, I am more interested in magnetic forces of the weak than of the strong, forces of the other than the whole, that disturb the planned program of a specific site. In order to elaborate on what I've just said, I want to show you some slides from the work by Dilek Winchester entitled Apricot City A4. Apricot City A4 is a collaborative artwork in the form of a fanzine. The first issue of the fanzine was made by the artist Dilek Winchester, the founder. The fanzine was published between March 2010 and December 2011, and each issue was made by a different artist, art collective, or a researcher. Apricot City A4 inspired directly by mobile photocopiers, a certain type of, as you see, a certain type of street vending vehicle, which is unique to the landscape of Istanbul. Comprising of a second-hand photocopy machine, an laminating machine, these seemingly illogical, peculiar vehicles surprisingly do very logical and casual work. Spotted around the city, mobile photocopiers offer cheap photocopying services. As being the backbone of the bureaucratic cycle of endless copying and filling, the most common stops in which to find these odd urban vehicles include public squares around the courthouses and government buildings where people need urgent documents copied urgently. Their activities are illegal, but often tolerated by the officials. Certainly, there is always a risk that the vendor will be given a fine and his vehicle confiscated by the municipal police. The title of the projects come from Malatya, a city in the eastern part of Turkey, which is identified with apricot growing nationwide, and from where most of the vendors have migrated. Many vendors name their vehicles such as Apricot City 1, Apricot City 2, and so on, and this naming signals to us these young men's social dislocation within the city culture. Most of the vendors live in bachelor rooms, bekar odaları in Turkish, located in the poorest areas of the old city. Bachelor rooms have a long history dated back to the periods of Byzantium and Ottoman empires. All the men, no matter if they were single or married, old or young, if they had to arrive in the city, in order to become tradesmen or to work as laborers, had to stay in these rooms, which are located in inns, hans, and paid the rent annually or monthly. Rustic and very poorly decorated, the bachelor rooms were shelters for staying at night, sleeping on thin mattresses. The kitchen and bathroom were outside the rooms and shared by all the residents of the inn. After the municipality was established in 1845, the bachelor rooms were officially terminated. However, they have survived and unofficially remain within Istanbul. In our times, poor migrant men who come from rural areas to find jobs as paper collectors, waiters, dishwashers, street sellers, and so on in Istanbul live in bachelor rooms in the old city center, especially in the ruined and abandoned houses and the relatively new apartments whose flats have been converted to bachelor rooms. Today, the size of a bachelor room is about 20 meters squared, and it is shared by a minimum of 6 or 7 people and a maximum of 10 or 15 people. Starting in the early morning and traveling through the city centers during the day to provide the photocopying services, and finally returning to their bachelor rooms in the evenings, the vendors' activities and movements do not take root in the urban space. Temporality is permanent. Their presence and mobility is dependent on the weather, the day of the week, and most of the time of the day. Through walking the street, sellers specialize in such a way that they make and remake the urban geography by making new places accessible for work and more effective for escaping easily in the event of any encounter with the municipal police. As a social art form, Apricot City A4 can only be read through copying it in one of the vending vehicles, but if one manages to spot one of them. No prescribed location could be given, as Winchester has noted. There is no address, but only possibilities. Thus, potentialities were on the table, yet failure was also part of this social event. Fanzine belongs to subcultures. Historically speaking, the public has been conceived as a body of rational individuals, responsible citizens who are able to form their opinion and express it through officially recognized democratic channels. By contrast, subcultures generate public culture, which is differentiated, disaffected, and unofficial, involving a small-scale association of people united by a common interest. In Apricot City A4, therefore, a symbolic value is attached to the functional object, signaling the fact that our presence in public space has potential for linking to a wider, more complex spatial network. Mapping out the bureaucratic infrastructure of the officials' life of the city, photocopiers enhanced with mobility and public activities act like magnets and enhance the possibilities for public encounters and experience totally different trajectories and effects from the organizing logic of so-called public business, public relations, and public communication. In Apricot City A4, the producer of each fanzine has been used different strategies of visual and textual storytelling and modes of addressing the everyday lives, the historical facts, the social situations, and the political realities in Turkey and elsewhere. For instance, the artist Evrim Kavcar unfolds a loose story through her drawings of the movements of a particular street dog she observes in Istanbul. As being one of the many street dogs in the city, the dog does not like taxis and barks at them, while he seems perfectly fine with all the other vehicles around him. In the 6th issue of the fanzine, Delphine Rigaud juxtaposes the stories of flying and fleeing by bringing together a visual vocabulary down from 2 epochs, the movements of mobile photocopiers in the present on the one hand, and the story of Hazarfen and Ahmet Çelebi on the other. In the 17th century Ottoman Empire, Hazarfen and Ahmet Çelebi managed, after the exercises, to flee from the very top of Galata Tower, located in the European side of Istanbul, with eagle wings, and landed in Doğancılar Square in Üsküdar, located in the Asian side of the city. Even though Sultan Murad granted him a sack of golden coins, he thought that he is a scary man and thus is capable of doing anything he wishes. He sent him to Algeria on exile, and Hazarfen Ahmet Çelebi died there. The 7th issue, by Yasemin Özcan, deals with public space as castration in reference to the Atatürk and Yahut monument in Malatya. Built by the sculptors Nejat Sirel and Hakkı Atamoğlu in 1947, the nude figure in the monument triggered a public reaction and ended up cutting the statue's organ and covering the missing organ with a piece iron shaped like a grape leaf. You are now seeing the statue. Thinking the fact that fanzine as a product of subculture always operates from a position of cultural marginality and social weakness, I want to read Apricot City A4 as a weak sign. The weak sign is conceptualized by Agamben, and Boris Groys employs this concept in the artistic practices. By discussing the avant-garde transcendental abstraction of Malevich and the ready-made gesture of Duchamp, Groys argues that these artworks manifest itself through images with weak visibility, images that are necessarily structurally overlooked when they function as components of strong images with a high level of visibility, such as images of classical art or mass culture. What Apricot City A4 signals nothing less than the fact that urban organization is a conflicted and uneven process, a political strategy. Apricot City A4 pulls the existing city into the macrocities of photocopiers, transforming the individual to a temporal community. Stressing the public's heterogeneity and its dynamics, the collaborative public art project stretches the urban space of productive and reproductive activity, fractures previous boundaries of daily intercourse, and establishes new spaces of interaction with its new participants, figured as public figures, that is, public clients. In this respect, Apricot City A4 behaves like a magnet and therefore introduces an increasing geographical dispersion to the city of Istanbul. The fanzine is a magnetic object, that is, an excessive object, which cannot be absorbed neither by the state, nor the art institutions, nor the spectatorship. Apricot City A4 generates a magnetic city. The magnetic city I am speaking of is not a space for governmental architecture, but a place for people. As an intensive topography, the magnetic city facilitates an alternative network of activities without composition of structural elements that are fixed and predestined for a specific use or a scheduled act. This fact has also been tested during Occupy Gezi, in which the complex dynamics between people and places has turned the city into an excessive space through the magnetic push and pull. Interestingly enough, during the resistance, flexible economy of the street sellers had found its niche in the camp space. Street sellers, including model photocopiers, some of whom were participated in Winchester's fanzine project, sold objects ranging from mask of the film V for Vendetta to spray gas mask for protecting from pepper gas, from graffiti sprays to water and food. On March the 31st in 2013, a peaceful sit-in to save Taksim Gezi Park, one of the last remaining public parks in Istanbul, were terrorized by the police. Since the morning of the 20th of May 2013, there had been numerous and diverse groups present in Gezi Park to fend off the bulldozers working on the construction for the Taksim pedestrianization project, a heavy-handed redevelopment plan that includes a plan to build a replica of the 19th century Ottoman military barracks that once stood there. The replica is planned to be a shopping mall, high-end residences, or a hotel. During the resistance, Taksim Gezi Park turned into Occupy Gezi, a camp space co-inhabited by numerous people of different persuasions. The Kemalists, the Muslims, the nationalists, the Turks, the Kurds, the women, the gays, the lesbians, as one of the main slogans of the protest, seem both to underpin and encourage. Everywhere is Taksim, everywhere is resistance. Occupy Gezi extended into something beyond Istanbul and bigger than the public park. For about 2 weeks, Occupy Gezi served as a hybrid public space of resistance, operating both online and offline, in which certain subversions, alternative movements, and struggles were made possible. Magnetic reminiscences gave rise to the emergence of events, the distribution of notable points, to put it in Foucault's words, where there is no center, but always decenterings. Series that register the halting passage from presence to absence, from excess to deficiency. An engaged critical public mobilized in over 60 cities, including the capital, Ankara, as well as the cities in Europe and USA. People came out on the streets voluntarily and spontaneously and cooperated, coexisted, and resisted. In the park, a collective urban life was built. The resistance therefore generated a magnetic city that stretched open its energy and creativity through a network of places and people, turning the whole city into a camp space temporarily for the act of resistance and the desire of rebellion. This is the library in Gezi Park, in Occupy Gezi. Resistance marks a paradigm shift. The city becomes a center of emerging questions of identity, residency, safety, freedom, public space, and mobility. The magnetic city I am speaking of, therefore, corresponds to an expression of an excess that cannot be reabsorbed into the mechanism of power, language, and meaning. And this is what is investigated in the second artwork I want to discuss in the presentation. This is a sound piece entitled The Sound of Resistance by Erdem Helvacıoğlu. The Sound of Resistance consists of audio recordings the artist made in the first fortnight of the Gezi resistance and exhibited in pitch darkness in the gallery space. The Sound of Resistance starts with an announcement made through a megaphone saying that welcome to our Gezi Park, and ends with the live performance of the pianist David Martello in the Taksim Square during Occupy Gezi, following a minute of silence edited by Helvacıoğlu as a dedication to the people who died or were injured during the resistance. Between these two separate points in time, toward the approximately 60 minutes of the sound artwork, the listener is drifted from one place to another, one event to another, through the magnetized voices and sounds. The oral components consist of words such as speeches, collective chants, and slogans, sounds of calls, screams, shouts, cries, sounds of bodily movements, as well as music and noises of the protesters, against the sound of the governing power, depicted mostly through the shootings by the police. These different elements, shifting between sound and noise, enter into rivalry, fighting, supplementing, overlapping, and transforming each other. Yes, I want now to play you the excerpt from this Sound of Resistance. People shout slogans, government resign. Don't panic, they say. The audible works differently from the visible. Sound is magnetic in itself because of the logic of the resonance it firmly depends on. Sound vibrates from the come and go between the source and ear. By its nature, voice knows neither interior nor exterior. It's difficult to keep the voice at a distance. One is constantly exposed to oral precisely because no distance can be maintained from it. The sonic reforms or deforms objects, traverses spaces, activates bodies, generates senses and emotions, produces events and situations, as articulated by Jean-Luc Nancy. The sonorous outweighs form. It does not dissolve it, but rather enlarges it. It gives it an amplitude, a density, and a vibration, or an undulation, whose outline never does anything but approach. The visual persists until its disappearance. The sonorous appears and fades away into its permanence. The voice and sound, therefore, is magnetic, which is on the side of event, not of fixity of things or the visibility of beings. In the field of resistance, our appearance has to be registered by the senses, not only that of our own, but also others. And as Deleuze writes, I quote, "Sensation is not qualitative and qualified, but has only an intensive reality, which no longer determines with its representative elements, but allotropic variations. Sensation is vibration," end quote. As investigated by Erdem Helvacıoğlu, sound itself can become the vector of bodily sensation. It is what makes the bodily sensation pass from one level to another. During the events on the ground, sound, voices, and bodies were animated through other bodies, other sounds, and other voices, echoing each other and moving constantly across spaces. In the gallery context, the strata of the sonic has a tectonic power that surrounds and envelopes us, involving the mapping of the invisible, the temporal, the detachable, the connectable, the reversible, and the modifiable. The sonic assemblage provides a multidimensional and multitemporal experience like filmic time and space. Recalling the obtuse and acute angles of the cinematic camera, all of a sudden, the listener, for instance, first finds himself or herself close to the percussion bomb and then goes to the hospital scene where a young woman cries in pain. The sound assemblage, therefore, fills in the visual not seen with specific presences and perceptions. In this way, we, the listeners, reach to the new readability and visibility of things that had happened on the ground. In Sound of Resistance, the sonic makes things visible by imposing an irreversible orientation to the ear as well as to the body of the audience. It triggers other sensations that are visual and tactile as well as of smell and taste. We, the audiences, plunge into the situations occurred during the Gezi protests, the situation of which bodies had vibrated and voices and sounds has resonated. The visual modality mostly excludes others, but the sonic includes them. Listening has to do with participation, sharing, and contagion. Focusing on the act of listening, Nancy proposes a new formulation of a resonant subject. He writes, I quote, I propose to paraphrase by saying that it's a question of going back to or opening oneself up to the resonance of being, or to being as resonance. While the subject of the target is always already given, posing itself to its point of view, the subject of listening is always still yet to come, spaced, traversed, and called by itself, sounded by itself. Helvacıoğlu is after the subjectivities produced in resonances. The aural in the sound of resistance activate a state of being with in the gallery space as a public space, as opposed to the generic, abstract, and empty spaces of power. Here we should note that after the Gezi Park camp was cleared by riot police, protesters began to meet in other parks all around Turkey and organized public forums to discuss way forward for the protests. In this extended and replicable audible dimension, the play of the recording in the gallery context extends the scenes of resistance audibly and participates in the transposability of the public scene, revealing the fact that either there is no such thing as public art, or all art is public art, whether it is displayed in gallery space or exhibited in public space. To conclude, the magnetic exists as an exception to bodies and languages. It is an addition to what is viable and what is sensible as a space. I speak of the magnetic city as I believe that there is no ultimate city, but only a potential topography, which is open and in flux, consisting of a multiplicity of publics co-inhabited by plural subjects. Concerned with public space, the artworks I touch upon in this paper interrogate what Ricco has written when he attempts to give the true description of public art. I quote, "The end is public, but the means might be individual persons. The end is space, but the means might be fragments and bits." Thank you very much. And I am really sorry for leaving you.
I'll let you know about the questions and what follows, okay? Yeah.
For later.
Now, your presentation is on that computer? Yeah. So I'll introduce John-Paul Ricco, whose work is at the intersection of art history, continental philosophy, and especially the work of Jean-Luc Nancy, queer theory, and architecture. He is Associate Professor of Contemporary Art, Media, and Theory, Media Theory and Culture in the Department of Visual Studies, and he's Graduate Professor in the Center for Comparative Literature at the University of Toronto. He's the author of The Logic of the Lure from 2003, The Decision Between Us, Art and Ethics in the Time of Scenes, which came out in 2014, and he's currently completing a third book in this trilogy on the intimacy of the outside, and that book is called The Outside Not Beyond, Pornographic Faith and the Economy of the Eve. And he is also right now a faculty research fellow at the Jackman Humanities Institute at U of T. And so his presentation today is called Drawing the Edge of the Common, a new title. Yeah.
Thank you, Amanda, and I want to thank all the organizers and those of you here this morning. Okay. By way of introduction, in my work over the past 25 years, I've theorized aesthetic and erotic logics of attraction, decision, departure, and abandonment. I've examined images, objects, and scenes in which the courted risks and unpredictable pleasures of the social take place. This work has been committed to drawing out the political and ethical prospects and implications of non-normative, queer, and even more clandestine forms of sociality and sexuality. Specifically, bodies and spaces, acts and gestures that are prior to, or that exist in the wake of, the plotting of a social identity along the spectrum from individual subjectivity to collectivized community. It is in this way that I've come to conceive of the essential anonymity, imperceptibility, and itinerancy of being with as the aesthesis or sense of the common. In terms of the topic of our conference, I know of no better philosophical articulation than William Haver's remarkable essay from 2012 entitled A Sense of the Common. Along with Haver, I want to affirm the following 5 points. 1, that the common is always the sense of the common, and the common is always the sensuousness of the common. 2, that the sense of the common is itself sensuous. 3, that the common is a transcendental object in the Kantian sense of an a priori intuition that is the condition of possibility of all rational knowledge. And yet, number 4, this aesthetic sense of the common is an impossible transcendental object, precisely because the intuition of the common is not the sheer receptivity of an essentially passive subject. It is an active intuition of the common, one that happens through a mutual appropriation or co-appropriation. And finally, 5th point, this mutual appropriation as the active intuition of the common is passionate or erotic and aesthetic, as well as wholly opportunistic. Opportunistic in the sense of being without any general plan or model, without any logical or moral principle of action. That an aesthesis of the common is inextricable from an erotics of the common is what I theorized in my first book as The Logic of the Lure, and more recently, as you'll see this morning, as The Art of the Consummate Cruise. An aesthesis of the common is a sensuous communicability that is never universal and for everyone. And an erotics of the common is a communicable or contagious sensuality or form of pleasure that exceeds any sexual coupling. Which is to say that sex, especially anonymous, public sex, along with cruising, the sociability of the bathhouse, the minor congregations of the back room, alleyway, and public restroom, and any other instances of the so-called pornographic life, is always an erotic aesthesis or sense of the common as the very impossibility of a sense of the common. This is the conclusion that Haver arrives at when he writes, "There could be no question of the common apart from the aesthetic determinations of partisans in their trajectories toward the singularity of their disappearance." And that formulation, that phrase is going to be important to my talk, the trajectories toward the singularity of their disappearance, which is to say, in the impossibility of a sense of the common. Accordingly, we might add, if there were no question of the common, including the impossibility of a sense of the common, there would be no question, meaning no possibility, of multiplicity, ambiguity, singularity, the indeterminate, the empirical, the ethical, the pornographic, or intimacy. This is because in our coexistence as singularities, what we share in common is finitude, that accursed share or part that opens up a life to its birth and its death, but also to the impossibility, to the impossible to fully inscribe path or trajectory of our disappearance. It is in this way that I want to argue that the consummation of the common remains in its unaccomplishment, and that this infinishing, as task and as decision, is a matter of an aesthetic and erotic praxis of the edge and not the end. The question then is how to trace this ellipse of the common as space of the common. The phrase ellipse of the common is derived from Jean-Luc Nancy and his discussion of the relation between two forms of pleasure, erotic and aesthetic in his catalog essay for the exhibition that he curated on the pleasure of drawing in 2009. While it might lead us to conjure an oval-shaped geometric figure, for Nancy and for us in our reading of him, I think that an equal, if not greater, emphasis needs to be made to the omission or leaving out that an ellipsis traces in its extended periodicity. That is, in order to better grasp the relation not only between erotic and aesthetic pleasure, but between these two forms of pleasure and the common. Indeed, in the final section of his seminal essay, La Comparution, the Comparence, from the existence of communism to the community of existence, Nancy states, quote, the crucial double question of the in common would thus be how to exclude without fixing, figure, and how to fix without excluding. Given Nancy's status as the preeminent philosopher of existential communism, in which existence is always being with and being with the outside, we might wonder why Nancy retains the terms exclude and fix, which would seem to be antithetical to such a philosophy. The reason, of course, is that, as Nancy argues, community, in its organic or mystical conception, that is, essentially in its known philosophical and political forms, always excludes, and on principle. Such exclusion can be named distinction, exile, banishment, sacrifice, disdain, marginality, selection, election, roots, and so on. End of quote. In excluding, community also names, identifies, and designates. The latter term is to be understood in a literal sense as that which draws, designs, fixes the lines by which identity is fixated upon and at times stigmatized. We typically call that which is excluded and fixed the other. And with it, we arrive at a deeper and more important reason why, according to Nancy, we cannot think community apart from exclusion and fixation. That is because, as he goes on to state, this other is nothing other than the in, if the in of the in-between forms the intimate doubleness or sharing of the association-dissociation, where association, that is, being with, is formed. With the verb to fix, to figure, Nancy calls our attention to the ways in which fixing without excluding and excluding without fixing, as the double question and double task of the in common, is always a matter of how to draw the contours of being with in such ways that the with remains open to the outside that is the spacing of the in that is between us. In other words, it's a question of how the praxis of being in common is always the drawing of the outline, not as a definitive limit or end, but as the elliptical and non-figurable contour of the outermost edge of the outside's innermost side. This is the outline's own intimate doubleness. The outline, in other words, upholds the lines, supports, sustains the lines of exteriority, and thus fixes without excluding, while at the same time, as the trace of the outside's innermost edge, the outline designates the absence of grounding or presupposition for any sense of the common. In his book, The Sense of the World, Nancy describes such a praxis as that which would, quote, trace the form of being toward or in being together without identifying the traits of the toward what or toward whom, without identifying or verifying the to what end of the sense of being in common. Of being in common, it would operate a transitivity, not a substantiality. But still, there would remain something of the figure, something of the outline. To exclude without fixing and to fix without excluding is not to turn the spacing of relationality into an end, but to affirm that the spacing of our finitude in common is an edge. In tracing the contour as non-grounding condition for any opening, the outline draws what might be described as figures of the outside. These figures are not so much figures of the edge, as though in an economy of representation, but figures on the edge of figuration, edge figures, if you will, such that when the political is no longer a question of ends, but of unmanageable edges, then it is through various forms of edge praxis that we stand the chance of reconfiguring the common, by tracing the innumerable, anonymous, and at times nearly imperceptible edges that we share in common. The sense or aesthesis and experience of the common lies in the pleasures and risks of our shared affinities to these contiguous and contagious edges that infinitely open up between us, along the edges of our bodies and with other bodies and with places and things. These frayed edged affinities trace the ellipse of the common along the trajectories of our singular disappearances. In my talk this morning, I'll briefly discuss works by 3 contemporary artists, all of whom are engaged in the praxis of drawing as edging, and, of course, edging as drawing, which means being open to finitude in common. While I would argue that erotic, aesthetic, and existential edges are never entirely separate from each other, one of these 3 registers will be the principal focus of my discussion of each of these works. So moving across different valences and expanses of the edges of bodies, architectures, and publics, I will first turn to the masturbatory practice of edging and the various iterations of Francisco Fernando Granados's spatial profiling, a public drawing performance executed on the walls of an art gallery. Then to Sarah Cabot's drawing installation, Half by Half, in which she retraces every line in a pair of men's and women's bathrooms. And finally, to Sean Said's The Andrew Project, in which copies of a portrait drawing of his recently deceased lover were wheat pasted and posted on the streets of Berlin, Toronto, and London. Moving from the erotic to the aesthetic to the existential, my discussion thus will begin with the sexual practice of edging, move to the practice of drawing, and then to being toward death. In doing so, it will also move from the spacing of the body to the architectural and then to the city and its streets. In following this sequence, it will also move from the inscriptive enunciation of my body toward a non-phenomenological erotics of any body that in turn opens up onto scenes of minor architecture and a transiting between the ambiguities of anybody and nobody. Yet, as we'll see, through the signing of the other's name, even nobody can leave traces and become a figure for what I will call the commerce of anonymity. Anybody, somebody, and at times nobody are the figures of being in common, to the precise extent that being in common is never figured as everybody. Being in common is this transversal movement along the edges of anybody, somebody, and nobody. 3 anonymous names for the singular plural. Within the catalog of sex, edging, also known as peaking or surfing, is the practice, often but not exclusively masturbatory, of repeatedly bringing the sexually aroused body right up to the edge of orgasm without actually reaching and achieving orgasm. Edging is a perverse sustaining of a desire's rapport with, on, and I would argue over, the very verge of sexual satisfaction, fulfillment, or consummation. By turning our attention to edging within my larger discussion of the common, I want to suggest that in the pleasure that is derived from the passionate abandonment of orgasmic climax, edging offers us a lesson, one that extends beyond the realms of sex and sexual desire, about the value of a sustained refusal of ends, as well as about the pleasure that can be derived in discovering that what one thought was an end or the end is actually an edge. While in his 3 essays on sexuality, Freud did acknowledge there to be a certain sensuality in forepleasure, Vorlust. He never relented from insisting that orgasmic end pleasure, Endlust, was the point and therefore the reason for sexual pleasure. In its refusal of end pleasure, through the rhythmic approaching and retreating from sexual climax, edging moves out from under the normative telos of sex and sexual pleasure. Edge pleasure is what might be described as a counterfeit pleasure, one that gains part of its political currency by being liberated from the instrumental, productive, and reproductive uses of pleasure that coalesce as hegemonic forms of sex and sexuality. Neither anti-orgasm, nor the negation of orgasm, nor its wholesale replacement, including in the form of the fake orgasm, edging is the exploration, alone or with others, of the intense extension and reiteration of bodily pleasure, divested of the teleological desire for climax, completion, and satiation. Which is also to say that edging offers us the possibility of conceiving of desire as something other than a desire for teleology. Edging retreats from and exceeds the phenomenological limits of orgasmology, and thereby undoes at least two mytho-economies of orgasmic finitude, the mini-death and the happy ending. And while the possibility of the unexpected orgasm or the especially copious ejaculation thanks to the buildup of reserves, both must be acknowledged in any discussion of the economy of edging and edge pleasure, the surprise of the first and the exorbitancy of the second simply affirm the extent to which edging is a form of erotic aisthesis through excess and an erotic excess via aisthesis. The pleasure of edging is derived from not turning finitude, sexual, corporeal, and so on, into an end, but of pleasurably playing with the outside that is opened up by finitude around, amongst, and just between us. In its rhythmic repetition, edging is not simply the extending of pleasure in time, it derives its pleasure from an extension of time that is the timing of time itself, which is in turn to say that in its rhythmic interruption and abandonment of ends, edging pleasurably, although perhaps impossibly, pursues the abandonment that defines the ontology of time. As a rhythmic rapport with time, edging is that gestural pleasure that gestures toward the infinite extension and syncopation of time's finitude, its abandonment. For as Nancy has defined it, quote, the time of abandonment is the time, the wavering, we might say the edging, of the instantly abandoned instant. Time abandons itself, and that is its definition. And in time, we are abandoned to time, just as time abandons us. When edging or being edged, one is not only edged in time, but with time, as though time were being used as a sex toy. Chronopornographic rather than chronopathologic, the latter being Franco Bifo Berardi's diagnosis in his book, And Phenomenology of the End, of those atelic forms of pleasure that are not, in his words, quote, the abstraction of time from sensuousness, but I would argue are the sensuous extension, syncopation, and abandonment of time. In his work titled Spatial Profiling, Francisco Fernando Granados performs for us the scene of drawing as the scene of edging. In his description of the work, Granados writes, spatial profiling, the title includes the ellipsis, spatial profiling is a durational performance and site-specific drawing project. The action consists of a continuous tracing of the outline of my profile as I move along the contours of a given space. Drawn directly on the wall, the trace of the action forms a pattern that indicates the passing of the outermost edges of the body through a process that pushes past the boundaries of the identifiable. So, you know, as Jean-Luc said yesterday, we're still in the cave at Chavot. We're still writing on the walls. That's why Chavot remains contemporary for us. That is the space of art and of the common. Through the durational and rhythmically repetitive tracing of the outline of his face, his profile, Granados succeeds again and again the innermost edges of the outside by passing again and again over the outermost edges of his body. Through the gesture of drawing, of edging, their intimate doubleness, Granados traces the contour of a figure exposed to the excesses of time that is not so much a figure of the self, but the self as edge or outline. In doing so, the corporeal reality of a body is realized in and as an exorbitant corporeal extremity. Granados' drawing is thus not only a defiling of the wall, but also in a certain sense of the self, as the outline of the profile traces the movement from the phenomenological enunciation of my body to an abstract patterning of any body. A body, meaning a figure always on the edge of the self, that in its continual exceeding of self is always a non-negative emptying out of the self, outside of self. Edging draws the self out of self, and what is left is not so much even a body, but its contour. Not so much the figure of the self, but its own disfiguration. Yet this is really nothing other than the work, poiesis, and praxis of the self, per se. The self is that which outlines itself, becoming itself by tracing the exteriority from out of which its contour can be outlined, drawn, profiled, or portrayed. Like a snail or caterpillar inching its way across the surface of the wall, the artist's body has been dissociated from itself, leaving only a trace of itself at each point or edge in the space traversed. Fixing a profile without excluding the outside that opens up right on its edge, and in its singularity excluding any number of others while remaining in touch with the white wall, the room, the space behind and ahead of, above and below. It is through this technique, praxis, and art that we come to define drawing and edging and their relation to finitude as openings onto the common. If we take Granados' performative drawing to be outlining a specific masturbatory rhythmic edging of the self and its exposure to the outside, then we might begin to reconceive masturbation itself as something other than a retreating of the self into the self. And again, as Jean-Luc said yesterday in his comments on the automimetic, auto-affective singular subject or self as a relation to the outside, that's also an autoerotic relationship, right? That's the point. By insistently retreating from orgasm, edging sustains the edge that is in or at the heart of masturbation, and thus can be said to open masturbation and the masturbating self to its outside. It is in this way that I want to suggest that masturbation is not an inward, self-directed movement of self into self, but an extension and exposure of the self towards the outside, which is to say towards other bodies, places, and things in the world. A phrase like masturbatory relationality is thus not an oxymoron, and so we might say that the masturbatory self is an extended thing, res extensa, as much as it is a thinking thing, res cogitans. With Sarah Cabot's drawing installation, this edging of self, edging of space is extended across all the surfaces in a men's and women's public bathroom through that retracing of the lines that delineate its fixtures and tiles, appliances, and architectural features. She did this by affixing narrow strips of adhesive vinyl to the surfaces, 1/2 inch from the edges of each given line in the space. She describes this as drawing of the space on the space, and then goes on to say it's a way of, quote, using a banal object's own ubiquity against itself, undermining its function and aesthetics. Such a tactic situates her work within a genealogy of modern art, inaugurated by Marcel Duchamp's invention of the ready-made. This is all the more germane here, given that Duchamp's most famous ready-made is the men's urinal that he turned on its side and signed Armat and renamed Fountain. And so again, where Jean-Luc wanted to skip over the urinal, he said, and talk about the bicycle wheel, as a meeting point, as a rendezvous, I want to talk about the urinal fountain as a meeting point, as a place of rendezvous. because it's exactly this kind of perverse and obscene rendering inoperative of banal objects or everyday spaces, function, and aesthetics that is the erotic praxis of intimate sex publics and of the cruising and anonymous sex that takes place in such places as public bathrooms. Okay, since I'm running out of time, I'll show you a few more images, and then at least, let's see, move to Saeed's project briefly, quickly. So you see it's this drawn portrait of a young man, and then below it we see the name written there, signed Andrew. The name Andrew, written below the portrait and appearing to be perhaps a signatory trace, seems at the same time to maintain this man's anonymity, in the sense that the written name Andrew contains drawing within it, specifically in the past tense. In facing this poster, we can say with a fair degree of certainty that someone wrote Andrew, which is also to say at the very same time that someone wrote Andrew, and in that writing and drawing inscribed the anonymity of any name as the name's edge and outside. Andrew is the drawn figure and name of that singularity that is the anonymous stranger in the city, not every man, but someone, and in the innumerable promiscuous itinerancy of anonymous singularity, potentially anyone. In the commerce of anonymity that each of us partakes in as the finite singularities that we are, always in relation with other finite singularities, the decision between us is to sustain a rapport that is legitimate to the extent that it operates without the safety and security by the legitimating authority and ends of the name. Being in common as this commerce of encounters with strangers, passerbys, and other anonymous others is thus defined as that which finds its legitimacy in the delegitimizing pleasures of that unnamed passion that is the eros and aesthesis of the common. The common, as the spacing of singularities in their shared separation and exposure to the outside, is the edge along which all singularities remain exposed to this side, the side outlined as the contour of our shared finitude. Final paragraph. To reconfigure the public sphere is to imagine the space of the common not as public in opposition to private, nor as a sphere, but as an infinitely exposed and extended edge without end. In alliance with Stefano Hardy and Fred Moten, I argue that this is no longer even a question of a politics of the common, since such a politics can only be a politics of the end, remaining, in their words, quote, a rectitude aimed at the regulatory end of the common. Instead, we need to think toward an aesthesis or sense of the common that, in its passionate abandonment of ends, retreats into the world, to quote Adrian Piper, through an erotically shared intimacy with the outside. Edging and drawing are two words for this praxis of infinishing our finitude in common, and through them we discovered the sense of the common to be an erotic aesthesis. Thank you.
So I think we have Anastasia to ask the first question.
Yeah, first, thank you so much for a really rich and wonderful presentation. I'm sorry Nermin can't be here, so perhaps I'll address my question to John, and if you think you can speak to some of our ideas, perhaps go ahead. So I think sort of for all of your kind of very sort of rich and I will say complex discussion of sort of the magnetic, the excessive, the imperceptible, and sort of the erotics and sensuousness of relation, what I sort of want to return to here is the sort of question of your object of study, I guess the actual material trace. And I think to sort of risk sounding like I'm overemphasizing the value or sort of function of the index, and to use sort of a borrowed term, I guess what I want to refer to and ask about here is what we might refer to sort of as the archival impulse at play in the works that were represented in both of these talks. I guess looking at the sort of the tracing of the bodies at play here, what actually cannot be articulated in the visual or sonic object of spatial and temporal relation. Or I guess maybe better put, what do we actively not want to represent here? what is sort of the common and its aesthetic and sort of sensuous excesses might actually not work in representation or sort of might undermine itself in representation. I guess sort of sum this up, maybe this is a bit of a rambling question, but how do these sort of methods and impulses strategically fail in their ability to document or represent our public finitudes?
So let me see if I understand the question. How do, for instance, the three bodies of work that I discussed not do what I say they're doing? Is that what you're asking?
No, or perhaps why do they, in doing what they do, what do they not want to do? Or what do they not want to represent and in not represent? Like how would sort of their proposals about representation, what are they not trying to do? Or what would fail if they did those things?
Or maybe what are they extruding themselves from?
Perhaps, yeah, better put than yeah.
Yeah, it's hard for me to talk about this work and all that it, I think, bears upon in those terms, because those are terms of negation and refutation and a kind of purging and excluding and such, which I don't think is the either the motivation or the intention or the affect or the drive or the force that's working in them. They're not about I mean they're just not about a kind of abnegation or a kind of expurgation or a kind of willful oppositional negation or separate, in that sense, which is how I would then think about them as not only the way I would think about them as specifically queer, and thereby as opening up a way of thinking the political differently, so that it's not, the political no longer necessarily always has to be about this kind of, I'm doing what I'm doing based upon what I don't want to do and what I don't want to represent and what I don't, it's a different, it just doesn't seem to be like this kind of practice and this kind of tracing that's left from it, operating within that kind of, within that kind of economy, I guess I would call it. But another way of perhaps addressing the question would be in terms of both what of the visible, let's call it, that remains invisible, in the visible, is this work attesting to, right? That would be a way that I would be more comfortable sort of thinking about. It's a Foucauldian kind of notion of the relationship between the visible and the invisible. So it doesn't render visible something that would otherwise be invisible, again, falling into a logic and an economy of representation, but it's underlining the degree to which within the visible there remain things invisible, and so it does that through what in my first book I called the disappeared aesthetics. It's an aesthetic praxis and form of presentation that in operating with the logic and aesthetic of the trace indicates as much disappearance and departure and absence as it does presence. And so there's an ethics even in terms of, I think about this in terms of, I've always thought about this as an issue in terms of the ethics of scholarship and criticism and theorizing in my work, on this kind of work, which is to what extent do I, kind of, to what extent do I reveal or not certain details, specifics, information, about the conditions and context, because these are practices and spaces and people and bodies that want to remain clandestine and invisible. And, so it's always that question of the politics and ethics of speaking about that which operates kind of underground, as an undercommons in Moten's terms, and how, to what extent you want to bring that above ground. And of course, you're doing that. You're doing that by turning it into discourse and presenting at a conference and publishing it. But there's still a way in which I hope in my writing and my excursus and my exposition, I'm retaining, what I call the betrayal of the work, not to betray that betrayal, but to remain faithful to that betrayal. That is the betrayal of the work. It betrays so many things. So that's maybe another way of asking your question. It's like, what is it betraying and what does it not want to kind of reveal? Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Any other questions, please come up to the mic. Yeah.
So my question is an attempt, I guess, to work between both papers, because both speakers were quoting Jean-Luc Nancy quite a bit. And there's a sort of interesting, duality, I guess. Duality is perhaps the wrong word, between Nancy's notion of resonance and, Paul, you're speaking about edge, even as a metaphor, just to think about the edge as a metaphor, as opposed to resonance, which was very much featured in the first paper. And for Nancy, my understanding of Nancy is that resonance is a kind of infinite movement of sound, and he uses the oral metaphor quite specifically, that has no end, in a sense, that could have no edge. But you seem to be using, Paul, you seem to be using edge in a way that is kind of similar. So I'm wondering how those two metaphors, and they are metaphors, can be reconciled, or if you can reconcile those two metaphors of edge and resonance, given that resonance has no edge, and can only have an edge within a certain architecture, and that architecture could be seen as normative. So the other point, I guess, would be that edge could also be seen as a normative, as a metaphor of normativity, in the sense that edge has, to what extent does edge not have an edge? How soluble is an edge? Can an edge ever be, can it ever dissolve into itself? Do you understand what I'm saying? How porous is an edge? And so really I'm talking about the use of metaphors here and what they represent. And if you can cross between the two notions, edge, resonance, that were spoken about in both papers. Yeah?
Yeah, I think the way to do that is to return to the language of finitude, the concept of finitude, and its deconstruction by any number of philosophers, including Derrida and Nancy, so that we understand it as opening and as the means by which we have a sense of the infinite, as you're suggesting, and that indeed, given the ontological condition or fact of everything that exists being finite, in that regard, it's because of that opening of the limit, and the way that opening happens by, as he said yesterday, there always being more than one singularity. There's never just one single thing. that's where the resonance happens. It happens when, we might say, two singularities come into contact. You know, they come into contact, of course, not coming out of some individuated presence that then they can kind of, you know, overcome and kind of come in contact with. They come into contact from out of that exteriority that is the condition of their existence as singularities. But in doing so, in this sort of exposure and extending, they bump into other, you know, and are in touch with other, and that causes a resonance. That causes, you know, something to, through that contact. And I think you're right. I think that there's, that's the way I was trying to think of the edge in distinction from the end, meaning that there is no actual edge. There's just a certain line, outline, contour, resonant, magnetic, as we heard this morning, kind of space. And I think the magnetism really helps because it gets us to think about how there can be attraction and connection, but it's not a permanent bond. There's still separation. There's still a kind of movement there. So that's how I'm then, that space, that magnetic space, the space of magnetism, is the space that I'm also thinking of through the figure of the edge. And that's because, as I say, Nancy has always, in thinking, you know, referring back to the first part of my paper, how to think being with, he's so often resorted to the, if we want to call it a metaphor, of the contour, the figure, the outline. And in my mind, that's such an aesthetic proposition about the political and the ethical, how to draw that line. I mean, I take seriously his language because he's very deliberate about his language, as any good philosopher is. And so it's not surprising that then, you know, 7 years ago, he would find himself curating a huge exhibition on drawing, and particularly the pleasure in drawing, so that it really becomes so pronounced at that point. It's so clear within his thinking and in his work that he's thinking the end, the limit, the boundary, in a way that is entirely aesthetic. And so, you know, picking up on where Heidegger left off with thinking the border and the boundary and the limit, Nancy is further deconstructing that and seeing it as an opening to the outside. He talks about, yes, there's the open, but the open is not just a kind of abstract, vague kind of, you know, open onto, but it really, there is still the trace, there is still the contour, that is, in fact, he says the condition, right? The contour is the condition for the open, not the other way around. So that's how we know it's that finite, that we have a sense of the outside. Because we're finite, singular bodies, we have a sense of the outside, because that is the condition through which we, you know, sort of sense. So, does that?
Just a comment. I mean, his, in the sense of the world, his discussion of the voice sort of breaks that down quite a bit because, in a sense, there is no externality because the voice is something that comes from the inside, moves outside, reverberates back onto the inside, forms a subject as the subject is speaking. So the voice, and this is where I think sound is a bit different in his reading in terms of, you know, what you were saying about the contour. There is no sort of externality with the sound of the voice. It's internal, external, reverberating, infinitely playing, as he says, infinitely playing with itself within the body and within the outside. So so the notion of externality with resonance in the voice and the formation of subjectivity is, I think, a little different from certainly my reading of it, and in terms of a use of figuratively or metaphorically, is, I think, a little different
No, it's because his notion of the outside is different from the outside that you're working with. It's a non-dialectical outside. It's not the outside of opposite and interiority. It's not the interior-exterior duality.
Oh no, I'm referring to space.
Sorry?
Actually, I'm referring to space.
Yeah,
But
or
I
whatever,
won't.
yeah.
Yeah, perhaps it's a different inflection that.
But it's what we're talking about is a kind of radical outside. We're talking about something that isn't determined in relationship to its opposition to an interiority, to an inside. Again, it's like the next step after Heidegger's Open. We get Blanchot and Foucault on the outside, which is where Nancy picks up on this notion of that which is an exposure. The outside is an exposure onto what? Onto nothing, onto that thing that is irreducible to any one thing, and that's why there are so many things in relationship to each other. The outside is the condition for all existence in its finitude, and it can be divided into an interiority and an exteriority, but it, in a certain sense, kind of transcends that. It's outside of that. It's the outside of the inside-outside dialectic.
Let's try and take 2 more questions, and we can keep this going. I think there are quite a few comments or quite a bit of thinking about what, the way that, say, the magnetic gathers in different senses, and then also I think that there's also this possibility that edging and line is more than just, obviously, it actually is undoing certain kinds of limits as we think them.
Thank you very much. I wanted to also express some gratitude for the bringing in of pleasure. And by that I mean I'm always intrigued how self-pleasure in particular is considered non-productive, and this is such a heteronormative belief, and it's so tied into certain strategies of Judeo-Christian practices. And I was very pleased to see the resonance that I'm seeing that you're describing of this sort of edging, fully sexualized practice is this potential dislocation, and I think that's the dislocation that we see within the works that you showed, Andrew in particular, in a more perhaps obvious way, but then in Sarah's very simple dislocation, you start to see this this little shift that starts to oscillate and starts to produce some of the visually sonic things that I think are of interest. But it is also of interest to me, going on my first point, to think about how the urinal that's become this modernist myth, and it's attributed to Duchamp, but that's also tied into another kind of heteronormativity. Elsa Freytag, the Baroness, she's starting to be discussed here. And so I think in some of these queering stories, there's a really important kind of resonance there that I think speaks to this continuum that you're describing that I'm quite enriched by and very grateful to your description. So that's more a comment, but I think in this, it's the resonance of the dislocation that's of interest.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, I was really struck. I mean, as you know, as you can tell, I mean, I am more than indebted to Jean-Luc Nancy and his work, and yet there are moments, of course, when we deviate, and one was, I was really struck by his comment yesterday when he wanted to get to move from the auto-affective self to the banal, ordinary thing, to the ready-made, and Duchamp as meeting point, as the play, as rendezvous, as the, where the comment happens. He said, well, I'm going to skip over the most well-known, probably, of the ready-made, catalog of the urinal and go to the bicycle wheel. And that's in the spirit of wanting to talk about the rendezvous, the meeting point, the place where the comment happens. So, it's striking how, no, just stop right there. You can talk about what you want to talk about through the urinal, through the fountain, because that's a meeting point, of course it is, even though, in terms of its function and aesthetic, it's supposed to be a very, sort of semi-private, individual, sort of solitary, sort of, right? I mean, it's, but of course it's not. I mean, but that's probably because nothing is, so, yeah.
To that point, just a little bit more, I know we have to get to the second question, but, it also points to other kinds of evaluation, because at the point of like the historical moment that the urinal was produced, and this has been well discussed by others, John Roberts in particular, its actual existence as an object was quite rare, and it was an unusual, and it's exemplary of manufacture as opposed to handmade tradition. So there's a skill attached to it that's not kind of only starting to be discussed as well. So when it's extracted from its common value and brought into rarefied art historical discourse, there's a variety of shifts and displacements that are happening that I think are part of the resonance and the queering that perhaps needs to be pursued even further.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, it really raises the question, you know, what happens when the public bathroom, that white tiled space, becomes a white cube? You know, that's, you know, like that really, you know, so.
Do we want last question?
Is there time?
Tomorrow, I mean, 5 minutes, or like just a short.
I'll be very quick. I guess I was curious about the import. First of all, thanks. It's a great paper. The import of edging as a masturbatory practice specifically. So I was thinking about edging as an extension of time, that is the timing of time itself, which I thought was, you know, really nice connection. And I was thinking, well, it's an extension of time that's the timing of time itself via an autoerotics. And so I was thinking about the first two pieces that you showed, and whether the auto was different in those two pieces if we're thinking of them through edging. So one is clearly the tracing of a self, but the other struck me as maybe, whereas the first one might be about a refusal of a determined sociality, I wondered if the second piece was maybe more clearly a refusal of the determined self in that double refusal that you were talking about at the end. So is it a different auto, and to what extent is it important that edging is masturbatory specifically? Or what does masturbatory mean, I suppose?
Exactly, yeah. No, that's presumably one of the questions that emerges is, yeah, what is, right? It's pretty much, it's rare, if not impossible, to find anyone in any of the literature talking about masturbation as something other than a solitary, you know, there's Lacour's text, you know, the solitary sex, right? Leo Bersani, I mean, he's the one who in his essay, Ardent Masturbation, on Descartes, Proust, and Freud, talks about the oxymoronic, you know, masturbatory relationality. That's where I get that from. So even some of our most rigorous, brilliant theorists cannot see the way in which the auto there is always an exteriorized auto. It's always an opening and exposure. And in that regard, it's not just masturbation. It's anything that any doing, any praxis. I mean, it sort of struck me just yesterday. In fact, I was thinking, is there anything that you know, a self can do that is completely solitary and independent of anything, you know, that all, I mean, to think about, like, again, even in terms of sex, like, is there ever really a solitary, isolated, inward-directed kind of, it seems like, you know, doing, praxis is always, I mean, it's very much a transformation of the agent actor, but always as a kind of relationship with other things and bodies. So, only to say that if something like masturbation was, by definition, ontologically a solitary thing, it would be impossible to do it with others, because it would just, you know, so, I mean, try to think about something that you do, especially a bodily thing, you know, and you're never really, you know, we'd like to think that there are, I mean, maybe certain kinds of bodily functions, daily kind of, you know, things that, again, sort of connected to the bathroom in a sort of certain kind of, but really, I mean, you know, so.
Dreaming?
Hmm?
Dreaming?
Dreaming, maybe? Yeah, maybe, I don't know. It seems my dreams are so populated. I feel like.
No, I know. I think even dreaming is a kind of juncture between a kind of subjective and objective. But
so anyway, what I'm saying is that in the longer version of this paper, I address the ways in which, for instance, at the height of the AIDS crisis, there were, these kind of biopolitical demands for abstinence, for, no more sex. And in fact, instead of retreating and withdrawing from sex and sex practice, including, with others, anonymously in public, all kinds of spaces were reopened, reinvented in the early 90s, and I wrote about those in the early 90s, these sex spaces, back rooms, and so forth, in defiance of those biopolitical, I would call them, mandates, meaning that there was a clear sense that in Douglas Crimp's terms, one could still have promiscuity in an epidemic, that there was a way in which you could turn the impulse or demand for something simply like masturbation. Bersani says, well, if there are calls for abstinence, and so forth, then even within abstinence, there's got to be some kind of practice that's possible, that's permissible. So it was masturbation, he says, and that meant a withdrawing, Bifo also talks about the way in which, in his mind, because of AIDS, we went directly from AIDS to pornography, mediation, no longer physical contact with bodies and with other bodies out there in the world, but you just went straight to simulated kind of, and that's not true. That is just not true. There were very real intimate public sex cultures that developed in the 90s in defiance of that, refusal of that, and the persistence of that kind of collective. So what I'm suggesting is that, something that Cabot is, what she's doing there is getting at the way in which, as you're suggesting, there's a resonance that opens up. It's the same space. It gets edged, it gets redrawn 1/2 inch away from the pre-given lines, and everything changes,
Okay, so
yeah.
I think, sorry, I hate to cut it off, but thank you, everybody. So we're going to take a short break, and I believe we'll resume at 10:45? At 10:50. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was just
Great.
So we'll start with our second roundtable today, titled Virtualized Spaces. And we're very happy to welcome here Adriana de Souza y Silva and Gerard Goggin. And Adriana de Souza is Associate Professor at the Department of Communication and Director of the Communication, Rhetoric, and Digital Media Program at North Carolina State University. She's also affiliated faculty at the Digital Game Research Center at the same university. Adriana's research focuses on how mobile and locative interfaces shapes people's interaction with public spaces and create new forms of sociality. She teaches classes on mobile technologies, location-based games, and internet studies. Adriana is the co-author with Eric Gordon of the very important book Net Locality, Why Location Matters in a Network World, 2001, and Mobile Interfaces in Public Spaces, Control, Privacy, and Urban Sociality in 2012. And more recently, she published Mobility and Locative Media in 2015, and she's currently finishing the book, a book titled Dialogues on Mobile Communication, to be published later this year. So, Adriana.
All right, thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this symposium, which is, I know how much work goes into it, and thanks for inviting me. So this panel is about virtualized spaces, and one thing I'm going to talk about today is how public spaces become hybrid spaces via the artistic uses of mobile technologies in Brazil. I define hybrid spaces as mobile spaces created by the social uses of location-aware mobile technologies that are constantly connected to the internet. So in that sense, hybrid spaces call our attention to the fact that public spaces are increasingly embedded with digital information that's basically now part of these spaces. So instead of understanding mobile technologies as devices that remove us from our surrounding space, as it used to be in early mobile communication literature, we need to look at how these technologies are embedded into the very fabric of public space. And one of the best ways that I believe to analyze that is through the creative uses and appropriation of mobile interfaces in arts and games. I have decided to focus on Brazil for this study because research on mobile technology use in the developing world has often focused on how low-income communities and resource-constrained populations appropriate and adopt technology for economic development, which is a trend called Mobile for Development, which is part of this information and communication technologies for development. So examples are, there are several papers about, how farmers in countries of Africa use mobile phones to kind of help them manage their farms, or how fishermen in small towns in India can use phones to kind of negotiate the price of the fish. So there's lots of literature on that. And another kind of a body of literature looks at how low-income communities creatively appropriate mobile technologies and subvert mobile technologies' intended uses. So, for example, cell phones in Brazil, and I believe other countries in South America who have multiple SIM cards, so people use each SIM card depending on the promotions of each cell phone provider, or sharing of cell phone charging kiosks, selling minutes in kiosks, as it happened in Bangladesh. However, creative appropriations of mobile technology are not obviously limited to resource-constrained communities. And Brazil's well-established media art and gaming communities includes figures who embrace mobile technologies as interfaces for art making early on. And often this side of creative uses of mobile technologies is kind of forgotten in mobile communication literature. So, for example, in 2001, Gisele Belgerman, she developed a series of screensavers for mobile phones called WAP Art as a mix of optical art and WAP browser. That was one of the very first artworks using cell phones. And several media artists and researchers such as Cláudio Bueno, Gilberto Prado, and Fábio Fon have using mobile technologies as creative interfaces for art making early on. So, in order to investigate the mobile media art scene in Brazil, Fernanda Duarte, who is a former PhD student at NC State, and we did a series of 14 in-depth interviews with the most prominent mobile communication researchers and media artists in Brazil between 2011 and 2013. And an interesting fact is that in Brazil, most mobile media artists are also academics, that is, university professors or PhD students, and most likely because the universities provide the resources for a fertile ground for that type of experimentation. So this presentation in particular, are going to focus on the results of these interviews, exploring the creative uses of mobile technologies in the domains of art, games, and research. And I'm going to analyze these interrelationships among mobile technology, art, public spaces, addressing these potentials of mobility spaces as new sites for creative interventions, public participation, and social interaction. Cristiane Damasceno is another PhD student of mine, and we coded these interviews doing inductive analysis. So we basically looked for conversation topics in the data, so which kind of more themes were prominent and kind of to map this mobile media art scene in Brazil. And 4 major topics emerged from this analysis. One is like, what are the motivations that artists use in their production, and what influences their creative processes, what kinds of sponsorships they get, and finally, how do they promote their work. So major artworks have, and I'm actually in several of these slides I embedded some of these videos just because since they are kind of very dynamic works, it doesn't make sense to just show a static picture. I'm not going to be showing sound so that just to have an idea of how the artwork develops. But most of the themes, they included some kind of connection to urban and cosmopolitan ideas, and also they included critical making, and mostly because, as I said, many artists are also scholars, so they also theorize and critically think about the work they're producing. So in this case, for example, Bruno Viana developed this piece called Invisíveis, which is Invisibles, in City Park in Belo Horizonte, a city in Brazil. The augmented reality function on the phone basically superimposes anonymous characters on the screen as the user points the phone to certain settings in the park. Cláudio Bueno developed this work called Campo Minado, which is a game played on the city streets through a location-aware cell phone. And basically, people need to walk and avoid stepping on mines. So there are like mines they see on their cell phone screens, and they have that kind of influences the kind of paths they make where they're commuting through the city. And one of the things he says that influences his work is that the technology of mobile media for me today is a way to go out on the streets to discuss urban spaces, the presence of the body in public space. And likewise, Fábio Fon, they did this, it was more like an urban performance that discussed the implications of cell phones in use in urban spaces. So basically, these performers using this bright yellow raincoats, they walked in the city, and sensors in the coat would trigger sounds when cell phone use was detected. So the goal was to kind of annoy people who don't care for others in public spaces. That's their words. Obviously, they were inspired by the whole literature talking about annoying uses of cell phones in public spaces, where people would make private calls in public, etc. And so we said, when we started to explore another facet of mobile telephony, which is the social issue, users who use cell phones with no concern for privacy. And finally, Gisele Belgeman, she created this art installation called You're Not Here, which according to her is a machine to create cities. So basically the audience is invited to build cities or re-edit the paths taken by the artist in 40 different cities in the world. Visitors could use an iPad to choose a picture, create and modify the landscape, applying graphical effects, sound, and movement. So basically what she's doing here is the reverse movement, right? So instead of bringing people outside into public space, she's bringing mobile images from the city inside the gallery for manipulation. So when we asked how artists would create their artwork, I mean, four things that they were concerned about. First of all is how they would update their work. And obviously this is not only an issue that happens with Brazilian art, this is an issue of every media artist and how you kind of develop your work in a specific platform and then a few years later that platform is outdated. So how can you keep the work from that people can keep seeing it? So for example, Marta Gabriel, she created this, what she called the mosaic of voices. So she said that people would call either via landline or cell phone and left a message, and each of the messages would be translated into a small square on a screen that you could access later. And the message would take like 15 seconds. But the problem she had is that the voice portals in Brazil are now deactivated, so she could not show the work anymore. And there are other examples like that. Another topic that emerged was about how artists create their art and how it's related to their collaborative process. I mean, lots of them said that they actually work collaboratively. And for example, as Andrei Tomás, he said, I'm used to work collaboratively. Even when I develop individual works, the exhibitions are collective. So that is the space where artists meet each other and share their experiences about art making. I have a partner in my studio, and in the mobile media art scene, often artists develop collaborations to search for someone with a skill they do not have. So for example, I need a programmer. And there are two different scenarios, according to him. One in which you look for someone who helps you develop the idea, and the other in which the actual co-authorship happens. My works are always co-authored. So, for example, he and Marina Camargo created this work that's called GPS São Paulo, which is basically a board game based on instructions given to drivers like GPS devices. So what they have to do is kind of take these cards that contain GPS like instructions, like turn right, go straight, turn left, and they need to reach a predefined destination on the board, which is the map of the city of São Paulo. Like Andrei, several other artists have research groups. For example, Gilberto Prado in the group Poéticas Digitais. Gilberto is a professor at USP, the University of São Paulo, and his group is mostly formed by his students, undergraduates, masters, PhDs, and postdocs, and others like Gisele Belgeman. She said she prefers to work individually. And Diana Domingues also emphasizes that she's mostly looking for engineers to develop her artistic concepts. Another interesting fact is the international collaborations these artists develop. And I think they show that Brazilian mobile art is not produced in a bubble, of course. So in the past few years, Brazil got the attention of several international groups like the Dutch Walk Society, the British Blast Theory, who also presented works there. Global Gincana, for example, which is what you're seeing right now, was a location-based game developed in 2009 as a collaboration between the Brazilian Mobile Fest, which is a mobile art festival dedicated to mobile art and creativity, which runs yearly in São Paulo since 2006, and the Walk Society, an art, science, and technology institute focused on technology and for social innovation in Amsterdam. The piece was based on the Gincana concept, which is a traditional event in Brazilian culture where groups of people compete against each other by solving tasks involving a wide range of capacities. It was actually developed on a 7 Themes app. So people would receive location-based tasks on their cell phones, and they had to perform actions on the city streets based on the instructions they would get. Traditionally, obviously, the gincana, somebody would give you the instructions and you would go out on the city streets instead of using the cell phone as an interface for that process. Obviously, the development of this art scene is not without difficulties. So Marcelo Godoy says that Brazilian, they actually use the lack of resources as creativity. And Bruno Viana mentioned that, we do not have the same access to production and financial resources as you have abroad, but this lack of resources needs to be incorporated into your creative process. In Brazil, we do not have the mechanisms to finance mobile media art as the film industry does, for example. And Paulo Hartmann said that we have a lot of sponsorship from abroad and very little from Brazil. And that's actually something that both the organizers of the Mobile Fest, Paulo Hartmann and Marcelo Godoy, mentioned, that they complained that Brazilian collaborations took a while, and corporations took a while to believe in the potential of mobile art. And most of their sponsorship actually comes from abroad, where a media art scene is more established, which actually takes me to the next topic, which is the financial sponsorship. And most artists, they actually cited three main kinds of sponsorship for their work: national governments and grants, international funding, and private incentives. I would say the main one is actually national governments and grants, because most projects, they actually happen, as I mentioned, inside academia. For example, André Tomás developed this piece, which Invisible Mazes, which is basically a mobile game for a cell phone, but that was his master thesis. And there are several examples like this one. Likewise, there are lots of international funding that support international art collaborations. For example, this is collaborations with the Ontario College of Art and Design here in Canada, which Marcelo Godoy mentioned, said last year we got a grant from the Canadian government to promote exchange between Brazilian and Canadian artists. A group of Brazilian artists went to the Ontario College of Art and Design, and a group of Canadians came to Brazil to the Mobile Fest. One of the projects that went abroad was called Wikimapas, which is this one that you're seeing right now, which is basically a virtual map of low-income communities and slums and their points of interest as hospitals, schools, stores, as well as streets and alleys, unavailable on online satellite image maps. So basically, I mean, if you go to Google and Google Maps, you can, all cities in the world are mapped, but if you go look for a slum, in Rio, it's based a green area. So you don't know where the cities are, there are no street names, and so it's really difficult. I mean, they're basically big, real cities with no maps. And what this project did was created by a group called Rede Jovem, which is actually connected to the people who live in the slums, was to map the major venues and markets, things in the slums to help people navigate these spaces. So the idea was not to create a map of the slums, but to set and integrate low-income areas on official maps of the cities and geography. And finally, in terms of private incentives, Gisele Belgerman, she said, I created a few works sponsored by Nokia. The first one I developed was QR code called Suite for Mobile Tags. It was completely sponsored by Nokia because it used 16 cell phones that had to be exactly the same. And in this piece, there was a set of 8 mobile tags embedded with a phone number, and each of these numbers was powered by a ringtone. Participants could scan one of the displays containing a mobile phone number encoded with a QR code using their own QR readers, or the mobile phone available in the exhibition hall for dialing a phone number. And that's interesting because other art groups like Blast Theory, for example, have been criticized for receiving corporate sponsorship from TRAC, for example. But in Brazil, sometimes, I mean, this is the only venue through which these artists can develop their work. So it is seen as more of an accepted practice, I would say. And finally, I mean, artists also, they kind of think about how to promote, how the artistic production can circulate to a broader audience, which is always something difficult because, the artistic community is very cohesive and everybody knows each other, but to get those work out to the population is difficult. One of the things that actually makes that easier is the wide accessibility of mobile phones as interfaces, as Gilberto Prado mentioned. He said, well, right now I'm not worried if somebody is going to have a cell phone. If I were a few years ago, maybe we would have to give the user a cell phone, but now I know everybody has one. So producing an artwork that users have to use their own cell phone to interact with the piece is not a problem anymore. In this piece specifically, what they do is they have this transparent LED cube that emits infrared light and speakers which respond to the movement of people on a specific street in São Paulo. I think it's Rua Augusta. So the pedestrian, they have a camera on the top of a building which register movements of people on the streets and the sounds they make, and this is translated into code and sent into a gallery which turns on and off these LED light bulbs. So the light and images, they are infrared, so they can only be viewed through a cell phone camera. And finally, the festivals I would like to mention that are one of the major ways to promote this artwork. And there, in the past 5-6 years, there are especially the Mobile Fest, the Artimove, and the Nokia Trends. There are 3 major festivals that are dedicated exclusively to mobile art. They had other pieces there too, but it's their major focus was mobile art. And as some of the artists mentioned, they had something interesting because they're able to bring pieces developed in other parts of Brazil, and if you know, Brazil is a very big country, to Rio and São Paulo, which are the major urban centers. And they help to promote this artwork and promote intellectual discussion about the artworks, and also foster collaboration because it's a place where these people meet, right? And they're not just exhibitions, they sometimes include talks and lectures, things like that. So in conclusion, I think one of the things that I had in mind when I started this research is I was curious to know whether there is a Brazilian mobile art scene or trends. And while artists such as Marta Gabriel believe that national and international artists deal with the same topics that artists deal abroad, others like Diana Domingues and Bruno Viana believe in art with Brazilian characteristics. So Diana Domingues said, I think that working with sensorial issues is very Brazilian. Bruno Viana actually developed a lab to kind of work with people in art-making projects that's called Laboratory of Rural Art and Technology. But also Gianna said that, there are several artists who just replicate what's done abroad, which is we can actually see in several of these artworks that I showed, there's some concepts that have been worked out internationally as well. And, but in general, I think we can kind of see 3 main trends, which is basically the issue of access. And first of all, the difficulty in getting resources for producing artwork, or if you get it, they're restricted to universities or international grants and collaborations, but also the easiness of technology access, because cell phones are relatively cheap and pervasive, so everybody has access to a cell phone and can interact with the artworks. I would say smartphones is a different issue. They're becoming more popular now in the country. But second, the international connections that this artist makes, so that Brazilian artist is embedded into an international art scene as well, and the roots in academia. And so just to connect back with this issue, of space, and I think one of the major issues that I deal with in my research is how mobile technologies as interfaces, they change our perception of space and the way we interact with urban and public spaces. And most of these pieces, they actually help us create hybrid spaces, because in a sense, they kind of bring people into public spaces, and they are deployed in social spaces with location-based information embedded in it. And they actually embed this concept of net locality that I worked with Eric Gordon, in which digital information becomes an intrinsic part of public spaces. So one of the models for public spaces that we have been working on and that kind of influenced our work was the sociability model based on work of Sennett and Simo, in which public spaces have been understood as these spaces where strangers meet, right? And but one of the issues is that any external stimuli that have been seen in literature or any external connection, for example, a phone call or internet connection, has often been seen as removing people from these spaces. So if you get a call, you're not here anymore, you're not connecting with someone elsewhere. But this idea of net locality actually emphasizes that these digital connections, they have to be seen as the very part of these public spaces, and should be taken into consideration when we talk about sociability in these spaces. So you're not removing us from them, but you're actually welcoming external connections that are actually part of where we are. And I think these artworks, they are good examples that how this idea comes into fruition, because they are interpreting public space in a different way that would not be possible if you didn't have the external or the digital information there. And finally, it's just a thought that mobile communication literature in developing countries should also focus on creative processes and artistic production versus looking at mobiles for economic development and resource-constrained communities. I mean, and actually, as we saw with the Wikimapas project, resource-constrained communities also develop creative projects with technologies in order to help to improve their communities. And not necessarily all uses of mobile technologies lead to economic development. Sometimes they actually just reinforce existing power structures already embedded in society. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adriana. So I'll introduce Gerard Goggin, who's Professor of Media and Communications and ARC Future Fellow at the University of Sydney. He has published widely on digital technology, media, culture, and disability. His books include Digital Disability in 2003, Cell Phone Culture, which we know very well, 2006, Global Mobile Media, also 2010, Locative Media, a beautiful book, 2015, Disability and the Media, which just came out in 2015. He's also currently co-editing the Routledge Handbook to Disability and Media and writing a book on disability and listening.
Thank you very much indeed, Olivier. And just to add my thanks also to the organisers, to Tamara and to Christine and to Mary and the team. There's quite a team, including the tweeters who are heroically carrying on there. And to everyone participating. It's been such a rich conference already. So I follow on, and it's a delight to be on the same panel as Adriana. And I think she has perhaps made some of the operative points about virtualized spaces in one sense, the kind of hybridity of it, and she was a pioneer in thinking about this. So my interest lies in the ways in which contemporary technologies, especially digital technologies, are embedded in and constitutive of our worlds, of our publics and our public spheres. It's fair to say we still know relatively little about the specific digital spheres that have unfolded over the past 3 decades or so across different societies and contexts. And it's something I'm working on in a project on the internet histories of Asia Pacific, so I'm really interested in this. But of course, understanding how technologies are woven into the architecture of public spaces, creating new spaces, temporalities and cultural affordances is central to our conversations on altering the commons. So the case I'm talking about today is a relatively recent entrant to discussions of publics and commons, and that's disability. It could be argued that disability arts, culture and media in particular, envisage and construct new worlds, which require us to radically rethink our ideas of the human, of non-human, of bodies and socials. And disability has emerged as a many-stranded political and cultural movement at a time of great contradictions. On the one hand, disability rights has been chartered and activated along with their critiques. On the other hand, prospects for justice, democracy and freedom in relation to disability remains poorly realised, and in many cases periodically diminished. So in this talk, there's 3 points I want to make. First, that disability, as I was just saying, I suppose, is a neglected topic in discussions of publics and public spheres. Yet for the sake of democracy, as the US scholar Michael Berube put a long time ago, we need to take disability seriously. A project long overdue because disability offers us important insights for how to reconfigure public spheres. The second point is about aesthesis, to connect particularly with the problematic of our colloque. Because I think in some ways, if I can probably in a bit of catachresis to take some of the thinking of Jean-Luc Narcy yesterday to talk about anesthesis, it seems to me that the situation around, for many people with disabilities in the public sphere, has been anesthesis. There's been actually, so I hope might emerge a little, a kind of shutting down and exclusion and a non-recognition, non-spaces by which to actually have aesthesis and communication in the ways that he was talking about. So the second point I want to make is around this, that the work of disability scholars, activists and artists has drawn great energy and richness from the disability cultural sphere. Disability requires and engages different kinds of bodies, minds, identities, modes of expression, making and connection. In short, aesthesis reminds us, gives us a warrant to embrace and explore the rich resources and challenges of disability, showing us how to imagine different public worlds and cultures. Third, disability inventions of digital technology, formats, spaces, the social and cultural practices associated with them, illuminate many obscure aspects of this important new constitution of public spheres. And at the same time, I think disability troubles the dominant ways in which digital technology is co-evolving with the social. So the first of these, public spheres after disability. For some time, the public sphere has been hacked and modified by people with disability and their allies and a bunch of other people, challenging taken for granted coordinates and assumptions. A specific issue raised by disability is space itself, its coordinates and especially its design. Most cities struggle, for instance, with accessible, inclusive and universal design. And we think about the rise of cities in many places in the Americas, in Africa and Asia. There are equally striking patterns of inequality in geographies, with deep roots in colonisation, for instance, that shape the participation of people with disabilities. Last year, I spent some time in South Africa, and if you look at the spatial way, the spaces of those cities, the geographies of those, the way that black populations particularly are living in townships, how do they get to townships? Through collective buses. How accessible are those buses? Not hugely. So disability is just entirely a part of how we need to understand the cities there. So in the case of Quebec, Laurence Parent has highlighted in her mobile media documentaries on Montreal and Quebec City in the Cripping the Landscape series and other work she's done, using mobile media, smartphones and then GoPros. Built environment, transportation, social support and other services in cities are rarely designed from the perspective of people with disabilities. So it's generated protests and action regarding the various issues around this that underscore, for instance, the prospects for expanded and amicable public spheres. You think of issues like accessibility of transport, snow clearing, summer festivals, newly constructed terrace bars, or conference events that allow everyone to participate on equal terms. And one recent protest underway at the moment that bears out some of these issues, as well as a fantastic protest in Bolivia, in Cochabamba, where particularly wheelchair users are chaining themselves to bridges, which is a nice change from other things that happen in that part of in South America. So this is a really important protest about this that highlights some of these issues. So broadly speaking, if we think about the political public sphere, it's been a fraught place for people with disabilities. On a key test of formal political participation, voting, reform's been slow. With people with disabilities in many countries not able to cast a vote for themselves. This was the case in Australia with blind people, for instance, having to get someone else in a polling place to cast a vote for them. Then in political agency, take up another topic, there are many bars to access for people with disabilities. symbolised in the lack of representation in positions of political influence and governance and ambivalence across political capacity and movement, across all political settings, really. So as Tobin Siebers, the disability theorist, wrote 15 years ago, more and more people now believe that disabled bodies should not be labelled as defective, although we have a long way to go. But we've not even begun to think about how these bodies might represent their interests in the public sphere, for the simple reason that our theories of representation do not take account of them. Interestingly, just trying to find yesterday, I have to go back a couple of slides in a minute. Just yesterday, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced the appointment of 7 new senators, including Chantal Petitclerc, a champion Paralympic wheelchair racer and Team Canada chef de mission at the Rio Paralympics. This is welcome news, but also presents the opportunity to reflect upon the emergence of Paralympic sports in the last 15 years as a socially valorised trajectory for some people with disabilities to gain visibility, celebrity, and positions of power and influence in the public sphere. Yet, as many people have observed, particularly Danielle Pearce, there's considerable contradiction in the celebration of disability sport, which has sort of come about to be, in a sense, a dominant way to affirmatively imagine disability, yet in other ways excludes many other aspects of the materiality and lived experiences of people with disabilities. So public spheres and valorised publics, attributes of publics, and especially the crucial notions of what constitutes communication, often depend on and are underwritten by ideas of what's normal and dynamics of normativity. Who is and who is not, who is becoming and who's not. Those are, for instance, those who are deemed mad or are having mental health issues. Those who are defective are referred to. There's a long history of that in relation to intellectual disabilities, cognitive disabilities. Those who can or won't work, won't work, in the sense that welfare reforms say people won't work. Those with chronic conditions, those who have developmental disabilities, those who need behaviour modification, as in the title of the fabulous book, Mad at School, those who don't fit the standards required for full participation in the public sphere. These, in some ways, come to the head around the issue of invisible disabilities, because a lot turns on the passing and how we recognise what are the politics of recognition, but what are the politics of presentation of disability impairment in the public sphere, which is in a sense at stake in what I was talking about before about the Paralympics. And so what are these politics and implications of publicising disability? So the political scientist Nancy Hersman argues that many situations in which the disabled are made invisible, particularly institutionalisations, are clearly the result of the ways in which social resources are allocated and social relations are organised. Invisibility is a function of the way in which the treatment of the disabled is structured. So radically, she recommends the recourse is something different than people have perhaps proposed, to deconstructively turn the situation on its head and to take invisible disability as the norm. So she suggests that assuming that a body is disabled without knowing what impairments that body has would yield a different way of thinking. Recognition of the temporality of ability, the uncertainty of ability, and the undecidability of the body is vital to the full inclusion of disabled individuals in the body politic. So far, my examples and discussion have skewed toward notions of the political public sphere, but we know that discussion of politics in relation to disability, like many other topics, occurs in many everyday and other contexts, to the side, if often strongly connected, to the traditional, formal, recognised arena, modes and styles of political public spheres. And this is revealed in the case of disability when we consider the imbricated relationship of political to cultural spheres. So I want to just move to the second point, aesthesis with disability. So a striking feature of the contemporary cultural landscape internationally is the vibrancy and salience of disability arts, culture and performance. Although it's typically underfunded, precarious in all sorts of ways, positioned as minor culture and rarely in the mainstream, trending, high impact, big box office, prestigious cultural circuits of even avant-garde art, disability arts and culture production nonetheless is making its mark. I hesitate to speak of it as one thing, but there's many enterprises and efforts at play, as well as furious debates. I suppose a starting point is the idea of disability being beautiful or sensuous or something worthy or generating sensibility is radical per se. Disability is often taken on particular burdens of presentation and representation, as the history of freakery shows us. And it's evident in the many tropes and icons, metaphors, plots of epics, poetry, novels, theatre, comedy, cinema, television, and music shows. Not surprisingly, disability often presents challenges to arts and culture in general, and to its canons, its preferences, its ways of doing and being things, what it thinks of necessary infrastructures, and the shape of aesthetic and cultural spheres. Now, I just wanted to show a couple of examples. Disability art, one of them pretty famous, Neil Marcus's poem, Disabled Country. If there was a country called disability, called disabled, I live there. Actually, in the earlier version he said, I would live there. So this is a reading of Neil's work. And just a scene from South Australian dance company called Restless Dance that my colleague Anna Hikimudi has written about, a dance company of people with intellectual disabilities and collaborators. Okay, so granted, so there's a longer discussion to be had about disability arts and culture that I won't be able to get into in detail here. But in the framing language of this colloque, don't we have a shining example here of how contemporary art does, quote in the conference, kind of manifesto or framing, succeed in actualising inclusive public spheres? I think this is especially an imperative project when it comes to disability, because our worlds, as embodied in public sphere ideals, and many existing public spheres have been straightened and have simply not cared to offer a space for diversity of beings and, quote, old and new ways of relating. Rose McGill Thompson is one of the people most recently to argue about this, and it has a very dark history through eugenics, through who we think is worthy to live and who we think shouldn't be living. So they're very kind of deeply rooted issues. To pursue this line of thinking, it's vital that the common and public are reimagined in disability cultural spheres. The reason for this is that the political public sphere, even, dare I say it, of the organised formal disability movements, those often talked about as DPOs, the disabled persons organisations, it's been a hostile and difficult space. Political participation remains a threshold issue for many people with disabilities, despite Article 29 of the UN Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which confers that right to political participation. At a time when disability is central to the great debates of the politics of neoliberalism and austerity and social futures for all, we think of issues such as work, the future of work, labour, rights to health, disability and other social support, reproduction, parenting, intimate citizenship, education. These are all issues that have really crucial aspects of disability in them, so participation's absolutely central. If we turn to the media, surprisingly the record of the media is supporting participation, discussion and engagement when it comes to disability in the public sphere has been mixed at best. I write about this in the book I did with Katie Ellis, Disability in the Media. There's been marked improvement in the coverage by many media organisations of disability issues, but there remain few media professionals with disability, let alone media owners, with commitment to disability issues. Things are slowly changing, not least with the interplay among mainstream and new modes of media, as well as in kind of new reconfigurations of disability media, and I'll discuss this now. But I think in the absence of media reform of this sort particularly, a case could be made that it's been disability, other aspects of disability cultural spheres that have helped us reimagine the political. Interesting whether media would fit into cultural spheres. I think it does in many ways. So one moment for me where this crossed over was the opening ceremony of the London Paralympics, which was riven by pitched battles over welfare cuts that disability activists were engaged in. At the same time, you had disability arts, part of this kind of flourishing in the opening ceremony. So this is the actor Nicola Miles Wilden as Miranda in the Paralympics, and that great line, "Oh, brave new world that has such people in it." Okay, so to the third part of what I wanted to say, the third point, disability digital spaces. So if we shift the model and implied communicative and cultural architecture of a public sphere as the way we're doing in our meeting over these 2 days, from concepts such as decision, deliberation, to giving more space to ideas such as sensibilities, some very interesting possibilities. And to think about this, we need to understand a little bit more about the history, dynamics and locations of the wide range of disability publics. So we might think, for instance, of the specific publics constituted by communities of deaf or blind people. Think of, say, the Quebec deaf community, for instance, here. People with autism, people with cognitive impairments, mental health disabilities, episodic conditions could be understood and indeed revolve around particular sensibilities and around their histories. So then I suppose you might point to something different, the emergence of cross-impairment, cross-category, disability encompassing, disability affirming, disability inclusive and friendly publics. I'm not quite sure the words to capture some of this aspiration, which are founded on and foster, with varying degrees of success, providing a counter-disability public sphere to a wide range of people with disabilities and impairments, their friends, intimates, associates, allies, potentially everyone. The movement around disability culture, which is a phrase around disability, is one way this has occurred, and in some ways Neil Marcus's Disabled Country poem symbolises this, and he's a key figure in this. But it's also been criticised for its essentialism or identity politics. The cultural dynamics and implications of disability are much more complex and unpredictable, and we see that in Nancy Hirschman's suggestion about making invisible disabilities the norm. We gain a sense of this also if we delve more deeply into the norms of public spheres and see how the combination of disability and public spheres is altering this as they're creating new norms. So it can be contended we find new kinds of perception involved in the constituting of virtual spaces. But I agree entirely here with Adriana and probably most other people now that we have to think of the question virtually at this historical moment, not least because of the hybridity of the platforms. There are whole groups of other people who argue this, people who work on critical infrastructure studies, for instance, people who work on formats, Jonathan Stern and others who make these points about the materiality of what's going on in virtual spaces. So in the case of disability, a wide range of riches can be found in the ways in which people with disabilities have been appropriating digital technology, starting with early internet platforms, evident now in mobile media, and dramatically expanding across a range of digital technologies. And these developments are often argued to be advances in people with disabilities' participation in public sphere. I think they are. But in saying I think they are, and I didn't want to talk much about this today because it's something that's often talked about, we have to contend, I think, with critiquing the myth of technology as salvation for people with disabilities. I mean, it seems a little odd at this historical moment that you would need to do that, but you've even trying to find images for this paper, many of the images are presented in, things like people with disabilities get a second life because they're engaging in second life, or a range of other ways. So this is a very deep myth. It's a bit like the kind of digital sublime that Vincent Mosco and others have talked about in other regards. There's a kind of particular imaginary around disability that needs to be engaged with. But nonetheless, if we look at some of the creative appropriations of people with disabilities, domestication of digital technology, we could look at things like blind people's use of screen readers to access computing and internet technology, web accessibility, its discourses, perhaps the best known example, the rise of disability blogging, video blogging by deaf people, the appearance of disability-themed user-generated videos on YouTube, a kind of disability television of sort of ecologies in the new ecologies of television. Disability has been incredibly interesting, and the publics created there go across, various sort of groups. It's quite very interesting indeed. Disability avatars, communities and culture on Second Life, text messaging cultures of deaf and blind users. And I'm just going to stop here because so we could do a history of this, and one of the moments might be, for instance, the Gallaudet students at Washington, a famous deaf university in the US, had a protest against the imposition of a non-deaf president. And so they had a movement called Deaf Pres Now in 2006. And one of the things about that was the use of what we call then handhelds for paging. So they were messaging each other via these kind of technologies. Another kind of celebrated example in the British examples we talked about before in the struggles around welfare reform, the use of social media. And then one of the celebrated cases in Second Life was that, of course, the internet, no one, knew you were a dog, let's say, or you could pass on the internet, people not knowing you had a disability. And one of the interesting things around Second Life is and Second Life still does exist as a platform, people still use Second Life, is disability around Second Life, the actual people constructing avatars and identities with signifying and re-signifying impairments. And Tom Belstoff has one of the people who's written on this. So a couple of other examples about this. I will just go to this. So one crossover example is Amanda Kachia's work, crossing over from, I suppose, media realms to art realms, particularly her Cripping Cyberspace work, and you can see that in the Canadian Journal of Disabilities. And one of the works, the artist Catherine Aranillo, Sick Bitch Crypt Dance is one of the kind of, some ways like machinima computer game kind of generated things out of that. Okay, so just a couple of other examples. The use of smartphones, tablet computers and apps by a wide range of users, including people with disabilities. E-book formats for blind readers and those with vision or print disabilities. And I've talked about different uses of social media. Increasingly, hashtag publics around disability issues are very interesting. So these kinds of digital disability media use prompt us also to think about the nature of media itself, as well as the norms and values associated with communication in public spheres. So what if people communicate differently than the various models of public spheres assume? Sign language, for instance, which we're being interpreted today in 2 languages, often conferences, we might be interpreted in sign language as well. Or different idioms. Or what about people communicating via movement and dance and motion? And what about the controversial mode of facilitated communication, something that's been highlighted in the controversial case of Anna Stubblefield, the US professor, disability studies, found guilty of the sexual assault of her lover, a man with cerebral palsy, in which one of the concerns is that during the court proceedings, he wasn't allowed to participate. His mode of communication wasn't supported. Or what, in relation to communication and digital technologies, the temporalities hardwired into the public sphere, digital and otherwise, don't best suit us. Perhaps we might be too slow or not fast enough, not sufficiently durable or consistent. Perhaps the bias in the public sphere has been too much, and despite a renovated Habermasian account, and Habermas was actually very interestingly influenced by experience of disabilities, people have picked up. But we had a bias towards speaking and not listening. Now, sound study scholars remind us of this, and others do. But listening practices and regime are very much a sine qua non of a functioning public sphere, as Susan Bickford and Tanya Dreyer have suggested. So acknowledging and addressing the conditions of media and participation that underwrite the public sphere is something that's also been theorised in a complementary way by Aisthesis Dakamagi via her notion of micro-affordances of disability. So Aisthesis talks about the non-normative ways of moving, sensing and being in the everyday, potentially transformative actions in the world. And she particularly looks in this particular study on wayfinding and locative technology, which Adriana's done so much work on, which are a broad range of things. When we think of Google Maps or check-in apps such as Foursquare, but they have a long history in technologies used by blind people who've been using different kinds of technologies, including sonar technologies actually, for quite a while. So holding that participation is a socio-political process, Aisthesis draws attention to how disability ruptures our assumptions about bodies and environments, and thus, quote, disabled individuals are forced to seek new niches to occupy and create new affordances within which their corporeal difference would be accommodated. So some of you may know, but others may not, this great project that herself and colleagues at McGill did on radical affordances, thinking that through. So I'm just going to finish in a couple of minutes, begging the indulgence of Olivier. So these kind of insights take us a great distance beyond the way that disability has achieved specialised recognition in, say, web accessibility, or even the movement around universal design. So there are probably 2 ways we've often encountered these kind of discussions about disability in digital spaces. If we review our progress on web accessibility, we can rightly be appalled, actually. Many countries have recognised that contemporary life is lived in digital worlds and mandated web accessibility. In Australia, we had a famous test case in 2000 to 2000 Olympics and Paralympics, where a blind man took the Olympics committee to court, arguing for the need for the web to be accessible. Despite that, and this kind of 15 years of working on this, compliance on web accessibility remains very low. Similar things apply across a wide range of digital technologies, despite the establishment of the right of people with disabilities to accessible virtual and other environments. So it's a bit like our progress on reimagining cities that everyone can inhabit comfortably in our diverse and often fragile bodies. When we fail to provide the basics of accessible sidewalks, transportation and housing, it's hard to believe that smart cities will deliver the holy grail for people with disabilities. So, in conclusion, just before I want to conclude, I did have a couple of other examples of digital technology, inclusive gaming for people with disabilities, and then the new area that I'll just briefly allude to now around, not so new, 3D printing and things like maker spaces. And so I've got images up here. I should have been audio describing them, but I've got images of two guys from Melbourne with disabilities who are engaged in maker spaces, and a freshman at the University of Washington with a visual impairment who's using a drill press in that university's maker space. Okay, so just in conclusion, as we've seen, digital technologies have been woven into the textures of recent developments in disability counter-publics and in political and cultural public spheres. The new kinds of sensory modes involved in these socio-technical disability innovations offer new possibilities for expanding the models of making sense and communication. This kind of disability commons can help us stand guard about the ways in which, far from being a boon, the shaping of digital technology has often enacted exclusions and inequalities, and in the language of Jean-Paul from this morning, not been very attentive to its edges and the other possibilities. So at a fundamental level, moving from a restricted economy of disability to a realisation of its commonwealth establishes clear principles by which the public sphere needs to be reconfigured. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gerard, and both of you. We have a first question, I think, already, Hera Chan.
Thank you for
Yes, there's another mic there.
a really inspiring talk, and also for talking about the kind of accessibility of our virtualized spaces that are very physical in their infrastructure. A lot of the discussion has kind of navigated between micro-public spheres and multiple public spheres, and also kind of the visualization of kind of othered communities, I would say. And so I guess the question that I want to ask is to do with, like, where do you situate incorporation into a larger public? Are you imagining that kind of these various publics are speaking to each other, or kind of really how does that go beyond a politics of recognition?
It's a really good question. Thank you very much, and a large question. I mean, I suppose just taking the last point, I think, yes, I do think we want to go beyond narrow versions of the politics of recognition. But there's a couple of things involved here. I think one is just trying to understand the range of specific publics, kind of counter-publics, is one thing. Because I think a lot of those accounts have been erased, or they're not legible in the accounts we give. I mean, it varies. I'm generalising massively, because these are very culturally, historically, politically specific. So then I suppose the second thing is just trying to understand what those relays and the circuits are between and across those, and across other kinds of publics as well. Because the public sphere, I think as theorist John Keane observed, kind of emerging from civil society, has this kind of very complex array of groups within it. So I think those connections are incredibly important. But then I think it's a bit like that behind the specific as different speakers have been talking about, is a kind of a universal or a general kind of proposition. And I do think at some level it is really important to move back to that, to say, well, how is it? What kind of communication do we think might happen? What are the ways in which we have norms and we have normal bodies? We regulate this in different ways. We do have rules about this. One might argue we do need to at different points, but these are really problematic. So I think they work kind of in conjunction. But I mean, one observation, I mean, in them being bound up, one of the problems is that, you know, I suppose the resources to create disability counter public spheres have been really limited. You know, maybe that's been the resource constrained appropriations, but consistently that's been diminished. And then in the cultural spheres, I think you also see, you know, great things happening, but that consistently being underfunded, and particularly in thinking about how to go to commercial audiences, that's a problem. I mean, the other interesting part I might pick up is the role of media in that. I don't know if I've thought through particularly, because it seems that media has a particularly interesting role, because you do actually have some really interesting stuff going on in contemporary media. You think about shows like, and my colleague Katie Ellis writes about this, disability in popular culture, which popular culture is a resource. That, you know, think of Game of Thrones, the number of disability representations in that. Shows like Breaking Bad. They're a whole, and they're, you know, in some ways got larger audiences, but there's a whole really interesting set of contradictory and problematic representations going on. I hope that's helpful.
There was a question?
Hello. I'm Martin Lalonde from Concordia University. So first of all, thanks for coming to Montreal to present your most research work. My question is for Professor de Souza Silva. We were very interested in your work on the hybrid space and the digital city landscape recently. And we were wondering, at the light of your research work on new creative practices that unfolds on mobile media technologies, how your results are informing your theoretical understanding of the concept of creation and production, and most specifically, art production. Is it corresponding with a theoretical framework of critical philosophy, of relational aesthetic, of informational aesthetic, maybe? I was curious about that.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question, because for me, when I started thinking about creativity, I was not focusing originally on artistic practice. I was very interested in how, as I mentioned, low-income communities, they appropriate technology and kind of subvert its intended design. And especially because a lot of the early literature and cell phone studies would focus on cultural differences and very specific national studies, or how cell phones are used in China or in Bangladesh. And then I started thinking, well, you know, it's like this, Brazil, as most of these other countries are so big, you cannot really define a Brazilian cell phone culture, for example, because you have different, even cultural and socioeconomic backgrounds across the country. So in fact, socioeconomic differences, they actually define much more how people use cell phones than any other cultural difference. And if you're going to look at what Castells think of the global elites, the use of cell phones doesn't differ much from what we have in the US or in Canada. But when you start talking with you know, people who live in slums and really have difficulties in accessing this technology, that's where you find the most interesting uses. And one of the things we found, you know, at that time, I mean, we started doing this work in 2006, actually, so it's been 10 years. And there were mostly a lot of, for example, illegal uses of cell phones, in the sense that one of those was called a diretão, which was basically set a straight call, where people would, they would clone phones, and you would be able to call anywhere in the world for 10 minutes, and because 10 minutes you had to drop the call, otherwise you would be tracked by the police. So that was something that some people said, well, but I don't want to tell you who uses that. The issue of sharing cell phones has been mentioned in other literature as well, just because of cost of devices. Cell phone theft has been, it's one of a very big problem in the country, mostly because these devices are expensive, but also after SIM cards, that you can just get the SIM cards and put in another phone. So recently, actually, we've been doing a research on generic cell phones and how they come. It's like the looking at the materiality of the cell phone itself and how it circulates around the world, how the cell phones are sometimes copies of originals produced in China or in Paraguay. They enter the country legally, they are sold within this popular market, sometimes as the original or sometimes as the copy that costs 3 times less. People buy it because they don't want to lose their phone, or they're going to be, they might lose it, or they might be stolen anyways. So it creates kind of a circulation of the device, which is, I think it's very interesting and not very talked about in other accounts when you study cell phones in developed countries. And that actually prompts us to think about the creative uses in art, which are other ways that sometimes may be more established ways, but subvert them in different ways as well. So I think that's kind of the scope of creativity that I'm looking into the country too, but trying to maybe coordinate and compare with mobile artwork in other places.
Thank you.
I have a 2-part question. I'll try to be brief. Firstly, does the virtual reality artist receive recognition and compensation, since we're talking about the public sphere? And in cases of disabled artists, do they want to be known as artists primarily, or do they want to be known as disabled people? Or what do we do with the fusion? That's the first part of the question. The second part of the question is, what do we do with, in the age of big data, since we're talking about public spheres, about misuse or misappropriation of these images? How do we manage to somehow control that, since we're talking about enlarging the public sphere?
Thank you very much. If I can follow them, I think that they're sort of pointing in 2 kind of important directions around this. But I just have to say I only know a limited amount about disability art, so I'll just try and I'm now under sort of engaging more in research with disability artists and organisations. So I think the first one, there was a sort of bit about the first question to say, with virtual reality, what are they artists getting paid? Is that right? What resources are they receiving?
Yes. Do they get recognition first, and do they get paid?
I think the broader. I mean, my sense of it is that disability artists working particularly around digital technologies, there's only a certain number of them, but the broader disability arts movement, one of the key issues is about both how to sort of sustain and grow the economics of it, but also how to get broader audiences, because one of the issues can be, particularly around disability arts and culture, be that the audiences are not as wide as they'd be, not as many people think, well, I'll go and see that. So on the second question, you're sort of asking about issues around when you have a digital environment, how do you deal then with problems that arise in terms of images and the circulation of images? I'm not sure I've got a kind of great answer to sort of confer, but there have been many issues around, I think, images around, people with disability creating images, putting them in the public sphere, and then people using them without appropriate, acknowledgement, without getting permission, with a range of things. And more broadly, I suppose, the paradigm that people are happy to appropriate the cultural material, but then not to actually fully, I suppose, do justice or incorporate the artist to actually acknowledge that this is someone who is trying to make a living from the work, someone whose authorship, I suppose, role in the cultural production needs to be acknowledged. So it's just a response, but it's not a topic I'm very squarely across. I hope that's useful.
Thank you. But I was also curious, aside of the accessibility issue,
Sure.
in a more general way, if the other panelists perhaps can deal with the more general aspects. It applies to non-disabled artists as well. What do you do with the position of the artist, in effect, in society, if you're talking about enlarging public art? do they get recognition? Do they get paid? Can they have control of their art, etc.? I mean, these issues may have specific specificity in terms of disabled, but it also has general application to this in a wider sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was actually thinking that's interesting because it all relates to access, right? Both, I mean, in terms of mobile artists, I mean, as I was mentioning in my talk, in terms of sponsorship, I think the recognition and then the payment they get is mostly, I mean, a lot of these projects are governmental supported, so the government supports this production of art. International institutions and sometimes private companies, which might have some interest behind promoting some specific kinds of art, like Gisele Belgeman, who used the Nokia phones to do specific installations, because obviously Nokia had interest in people using or selling their phones. But on the other hand, I mean, in terms of access, although Gilberto Prado said that most people have cell phones. I also think, I mean, there are two things that I think these artists and these artistic projects can do. First of all is give people access to exploring and using their city in different ways. Well, with the project of Wikimapas, for example, I mean, it's a way that people can have access to the maps and geography of slums, which they didn't have access before. But it also represents a certain way of seeing the slums, which the artists create, and not others, for example. And the other thing is promoting different types of access to public spaces themselves. And I mean, even in projects that might just seem like a game, for example, the Campo Minado, the minefield, that you have to, choose your paths along the city, avoiding specific places. I mean, this is not specifically from Brazil. I mean, you had projects, similar projects like that in other cities in the world, but it actually, I think what this project does is help people see their cities and experience their cities or access their cities in different ways. But then you have the issues of socioeconomic power behind it, because who is going to have this access, right? Or the people who have access to smartphones and specific kinds of technology. So I think that's an interesting question to think about too, and how the very use of these technologies already create exclusion. And I'm not saying that cell phones create exclusion, because differential views of space have always been there. People have experienced space in different ways, but it's another layer that creates when you have a space that's embedded with digital information. If you have access to this information, you're going to experience in a different way than a person that can be sitting by my side and not have access to the same technology.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions? Yes?
Oh, I can't see you.
You have to move the mic.
Yeah.
Move the mic,
Hello. Yeah, this is a question. It's a bit of a sideline, but I got very interested in when you were talking about the idea that universities were supporting a lot of this work. And I just had it's almost a more general question about whether you've thought at all about the university itself as a kind of public sphere. And if so, what kind of public sphere, or what kind it might become?
That's actually interesting to think about, because most of these universities that I thought were supporting the artwork were actually public universities. And in Brazil, I think the most prominent scholars, they are in the public universities. I mean, there are a few private universities that are very good and have top scholars, but I think, the Federal University in Rio, the University of São Paulo, Federal University in Bahia, so these are where most of these people are. But Brazil, and I'm pretty sure maybe Canada is like that, because it's not like that. In the US, the funding comes from the university. In Brazil, it comes from the federal government. So even if you are in one of these universities, you have to apply to the National Research Council to get a grant. So a lot of these research grants, especially masters and PhDs, they actually don't come from the universities. They come from the federal government. So it's a way, it's interesting that this artwork and production is being sponsored by the government itself. I mean, as some of the festival organizers mentioned, I mean, private corporations, they still don't see the potential of this kind of investment. Although recently, I think the government actually requires some of the cell phone providers to get part of their profits to cultural and artistic activities. So they actually sponsor that because they are required to do, not because they want to, do some nice actions. And that's why I think it creates this fertile ground for artwork. And so, in a sense, I mean, the universities, they are public spaces because they are, and I would say, in the economic model, right? That you have the private spaces that are privately owned versus the public spaces that are owned by government and accessible to everybody. And that's why I think this production is more fertile in these grounds as well.
Thank you. There's one other question, the last question. Yeah.
Locative media is inherently political because of its communication potentials, but also because of its surveillance potential, as well as what has been discussed already quite a bit, this demarcation of territory. It both sends and receives, but it defines a territory itself. But within the communities you're describing, like locative media has had actually a very long history, and it's been also used quite politically to define certain micro-public spheres. And I think in response to this questioning of the university as a public sphere, particularly within disability culture, cripping being quite parallel to queering. And I'm going to have to sort of conjure Munoz here, who conjured Darby Crash with saying, what we do is secret. And within the long history of technologies being applied to the differential body is the idea that we will make them normative, we will make them appear to be normal. And there's a lot of people within the cripping community that describe how, like one person in particular, and I think this was written by Bill Buxton, talking about user, so referring to design and technology development. This person talked about how they were so angry that they kept trying to give this person that was a double amputee new legs so they could actually be tall enough to walk the way they're supposed to in public, when in fact they were much quicker on their stumps. And this sort of the appearing normal brought them into a way of being that actually only pointed out their less than normal capability. And I'm very interested in this idea of the micro-public sphere forming perhaps a more important agonism that eventually will get taken up within more of a rearguard thinking at the university.
Mm-hmm. That's great. I think that's super interesting. I think I tend to agree. I mean, in my university, I think that's you probably describing what myself and some others are doing. And I had the opportunity to talk to Concordia's the Critical Disability Studies workshop early this week, so with various discussions around this. But, I'm just as frustrated as hell because the accessibility, the normalisation is so pronounced and people don't recognise it. And we're doing some sort of accessibility with the Disability Action Plan, but the fundamental thinking through of things isn't working out. So we've got a lovely seminar room built 2 years ago. It doesn't have an active hearing loop. And so when I inquired into that, it turns out that there's two different parts of the university deal with that. One sort of install a hearing loop, and then the ICT people talk to you about whether it works. As it turns out, we don't do hearing loops, we do infrared radio receivers as well, so there's a whole politics of technology. So in that process, all the various there's affordances that Aisthesis theorised and others, and I think you're talking about as well, are just blurred out. And so increasingly, I think one of the strategies we're using is that it just seems pointless, and it's not much fun to actually spend your life, although that is important, going these more formalised routes around committees. It's better to have some fun and do some stuff you think is more meaningful with people that will shift things, that actually does think through things we don't know about or we occlude around technology, which is the way that people might use them, do use them, and we don't necessarily know ourselves in advance because the technology is becoming until we start playing around with it. So look, I agree. I mean, I think the micro-publics is really important. I suppose maybe I'm thinking about, well, what's the layering that also, while we're doing, that there are resources and models from the micro-publics that then you can project onto the, when you're constructing your phantom public spheres to say, well, here's a model and it's got some concreteness and texture. And we can contrast that to some of the models that are being used for the claims, the commanding heights of the public sphere. So I don't know if that's useful, but I found that very interesting. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Very great conversation. So we'll break for lunch, and we're coming back at 1:30, à 1h30 pour le commun numérique avec Dominique Cardon et Dietmar Offenhuber.
Hello? Hi. Who am I speaking with? Oh. Oh, good. I thought our test was supposed to be at a different moment. Oh, and what time is it there now? That's right. Yeah. Oh, you see, it's very tricky to do these things over the internet because you don't feel like you're participating really. Their questions. Okay. Yes, it's fine. I need to send you. I'm sorry that I'm a bit on another side of the planet. Hold on just a second, because I need to get you a PowerPoint. Yes. Oh, but it will be dark by then. It'll be dark by then. Look, I mean, it'll be much darker now. Like that. See? Like that. But we need to see if I turn a light on. It'll be like that. Okay, that's done. Now, what my problem is, is something else. Are you writing to me on my Hotmail address? Well, that's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question, because I have three. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, but maybe I was not. So, now if I don't have the PowerPoint ready yet, but I will finish it and then send it via a WeTransfer link, okay? Okay. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't really want to see me. That's not important. I mean, it's not so important. But okay, you can put a little me if you want. Fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Very good. Thank you. See you later. Bye. Bye-bye.
Bonjour et bienvenue à cette troisième séance de cette deuxième et dernière journée du colloque. Séance qui portera sur le commun numérique. Je suis Suzanne Paquet, professeure au département d'Histoire de l'art et d'études cinématographiques de l'Université de Montréal, et j'ai le grand plaisir d'animer cette séance. Cette séance donc avec deux présentateurs, séance qui sera bilingue. Donc, Monsieur Cardon d'abord en français, ensuite nous ferons un passage à l'anglais pour Monsieur Offenhuber. Alors, je présente d'abord Monsieur Dominique Cardon, qui est sociologue au laboratoire des usages d'Orange Lab et professeur associé à l'Université de Marne, la vallée. Ses travaux portent sur les usages d'Internet et les transformations de l'espace public numérique. Ses recherches récentes portent sur les réseaux sociaux de l'Internet, les formes d'identité en ligne, l'autoproduction amateur et l'analyse des formes de coopération et de gouvernance dans les grands collectifs en ligne. Il conduit aujourd'hui une analyse sociologique des algorithmes permettant d'organiser l'information sur le web. Il a dirigé la publication de numéros spéciaux de la revue Réseau. Il a également publié La démocratie Internet. Et avec Fabien Grandjean, il a également publié Médiactiviste en 2010, avec une deuxième édition en 2013, et La société des calculs qui vient tout juste de paraître. Alors voilà, je laisse la parole à Dominique Cardon avec cette communication. Vous avez essayé sur la barre d'espace? Non. Attendez. Escape peut-être?
Escape, là.
C'est bon. Votre communication n'a pas changé de titre?
Un tout petit peu.
Un tout petit peu. OK.
Bien, alors, merci aux organisateurs pour l'invitation, un colloque absolument passionnant pour moi. Et donc, je vais vous parler en sociologue et pas en philosophe, et je vais vous parler d'Internet, et qui est un monde dans lequel la question du commun est apparue de façon forte, et je vais essayer de brosser un tableau très général, sans doute un peu naïf d'ailleurs, et très idéal d'une sorte d'architecture qui, me semble-t-il, s'est mise en place dans le monde du numérique et qui a fait en partie réapparaître dans le débat public la question des communs. Mais comme le texte très stimulant d'introduction de ce colloque nous invitait à partir des travaux d'Habermas sur l'espace public, je voudrais dire aussi que, d'une certaine manière, il y a une question centrale, et c'est celle que je vais essayer de suivre dans cette présentation, qui associe la réflexion sur l'espace public et la forme de cette géométrie des communs que je voudrais essayer de spécifier. Alors, on cite beaucoup le Habermas de 62, mais on oublie souvent de dire qu'il a lui-même considérablement révisé sa notion de l'espace public dans Droit et démocratie, dans la préface à la nouvelle édition et dans de nombreux textes ultérieurs. Et je ne vais pas rentrer dans la question habermasienne de l'espace public numérique, notamment parce que Habermas lui-même a toujours considéré avec une assez piètre estime l'idée que l'espace du web ou du numérique pourrait être en quelque sorte une extension, une prolongation de l'espace public. Bon, je crois qu'il y a, en dépit de nombreux théoriciens des mondes digitaux et numériques qui s'inspirent considérablement d'Habermas. Manifestement, leur maître ne les suit pas dans cette affaire. Mais je voudrais quand même garder en tête
un argument qui va m'être utile, qui est assez central dans les formes suivantes de la pensée d'Habermas et des théoriciens, on pourrait dire des théoriciens de la démocratie épistémique, à la suite de John Elster et d'autres, qui insistent beaucoup sur cette tension très centrale, je crois, dans les théories de la démocratie aujourd'hui, et en tout cas centrale dans l'argument que je vais essayer de vous présenter, entre les formes de légitimation procédurale et substantielle. Alors je le dis bêtement et vite, et puis n'étant pas philosophe non plus, par forme substantielle, il faut entendre le contenu, il faut entendre le projet, il faut entendre l'idéologie, il faut entendre la forme politique, il faut entendre l'idée que l'on avance dans le monde avec un certain nombre d'idées, de transformations, de projets, on disait de programmes, et qui est le contenu substantiel et la forme substantielle de légitimation qui peut être apportée à des collectifs politiques. Et puis, on le sait, la théorie d'Habermas a insisté notamment sur l'idée d'une désubstantialisation en fait, de la forme et de la géométrie ou de son architecture de la démocratie pour insister sur ses dimensions procédurales. Et par procédure, il faut entendre un ensemble de règles, un ensemble de principes qui essayent le moins possible d'incorporer la substance ou du contenu, mais de définir des règles et des conditions d'accès. Je pense à ce colloque, le fait qu'on demande à des étudiants de poser la première question est exactement une procédure. Et les formes de procédure, je vais y insister, dans le monde de l'Internet et dans le monde des nouveaux enjeux démocratiques sont absolument centraux, décisifs, partout. Et c'est le point sur lequel je vais m'attarder. Alors, quand on regarde le destin de la figure de l'espace public tel qu'il avait été construit en 62 par Habermas, on a deux, et je vais être caricatural délibérément, mais enfin pour essayer de faire avancer comme ça mon argument, il y a deux grandes formes critiques, me semble-t-il. Enfin, on peut rassembler deux grandes formes de critiques qui ont été faites à la fois à l'espace public et en même temps au travail et la construction proposée par Habermas. Il y a un travail pour les bien connu des sociologues, qui s'est multiplié, qui n'a jamais cessé, pour dire que l'espace public habermasien était bourgeois, restreint, contrôlé, censuré, manipulé, sélectif, commercial, pudibond, formel, communautaire, infantilisant, sexiste, exclusionniste. L'idée même que la sélection par les professionnels et ceux qui, dans l'espace des médias, vont définir le périmètre de l'information rendue publique est biaisée, soumis à des intérêts, poussés par des logiques économiques et commerciales qui déforment la structure même de la représentation du monde qui est donnée à voir à travers les grands médias d'information, qui n'est pas le tout de l'espace public, mais qui est en tout cas l'espace médiatique. Alors c'est une critique qui me semble très forte, qui a été très centrale, qui n'a cessé de travailler nos sociétés depuis une quarantaine d'années, qui a été fortement construite dans les travaux théoriques de sociologie, de philosophie, mais qui est devenue aussi une représentation ordinaire du monde des médias, comme étant un monde de la déformation, de la manipulation, du biais et des messages qui auraient été sélectionnés, transformés et biaisés par les producteurs d'informations qui étaient les journalistes. Et puis il y a une deuxième critique que je vais isoler et séparer à dessein et qui a été beaucoup travaillée par tous les travaux associés à ces premiers travaux qui cherchaient à dire qu'à côté de la centralisation d'un espace de haute visibilité des médias d'information, de la radio, de la presse et de la télévision, il y avait des médias alternatifs, il y avait d'autres voix, il y avait d'autres formes d'expression, il y avait dans nos sociétés, et on dirait dans nos sociétés civiles ou les sociétés activistes, d'autres formes d'expression qui n'étaient pas représentées par le goulet d'étranglement des médias traditionnels, de la radio, de la presse et de la télévision, et qui était le lieu d'affirmation de diversité, de minorité, de subjectivité, d'émotions, d'expériences, de périphérie. Toute une série d'expériences sensibles qui n'étaient pas convoquées ou représentées ou dans l'espace public traditionnel. Alors, c'est très caricatural de le présenter comme ça, mais il me semble qu'on peut ressortir de ce tableau succinct deux idées ou deux critiques de la forme donnée à l'espace public traditionnel, et deux critiques qu'on a constamment vu courir tout au long du XXe siècle à l'égard de la marchandisation et centralisation des médias traditionnels. Et cette première critique, moi la première, je l'appelle la critique contre-hégémonique, qui est la critique de l'idée que les médias déforment la représentation qui est donnée du monde. Ils imposent un système de représentation qui est produits, façonnés, cadrés par des intérêts, des formes de positionnement, des logiques économiques, des scripts narratifs qui ont été façonnés dans un contexte social, culturel et politique particulier. Et l'idée critique est toujours l'idée d'améliorer cette représentation, de la rendre moins viciée, moins déformée qu'elle ne le serait. Et puis, accompagnant cette critique, une deuxième critique, qui est une critique que moi j'appelle expressiviste, je fais ça dans un travail avec Fabien Granjon, qui est de dire le problème n'est pas de critiquer les médias existants, le problème est de faire exister les autres voix qui ne sont pas entendues. L'idée n'est pas finalement de demander aux médias ou aux journalistes de transformer la manière dont ils représentent le réel, mais c'est de produire ou de laisser entendre d'autres formes d'énonciation différentes de celles qui ont été produites dans les formats narratifs des médias traditionnels et de les faire apparaître. Un slogan fameux repris par le premier site de publication auto-organisé en ligne qui était Indie Media en 1999 reprenait le slogan de Yellow Biafra qui était Don't hate media, become a media. Ne pas détester les médias, devenir un média. Alors, ce petit point introductif pour dire qu'il me semble, à y regarder de façon très générale, et donc avec le sort de regard un peu en grand que j'essaye de donner de cette histoire, il me semble que le web a proposé une transformation géométrique, architecturale du format de l'espace public tel qu'il était pensé et critiqué par ces deux critiques, en essayant d'une certaine manière de donner une réponse aux deux critiques contre-hégémoniques et expressivistes que je viens de mentionner. Alors, quelle est cette transformation? Alors, on peut la décrire de 100 manières différentes, mais une des expressions qui a été souvent retenue par les analystes, il faut dire qu'elle est tellement simple et triviale qu'elle est extrêmement parlante, et a été formulée en 2008 par Clé-Cherki, qui était de dire, dans l'espace public traditionnel, les médias filtrent, puis publient. Et dans le monde du web, on publie sur son blog, sur sa page Facebook, puis ensuite Internet filtre l'information. Et cette transformation de la forme de l'expression et du coup de la forme de l'espace de visibilité qui est donné aux expressions individuelles est une transformation architecturale qui mérite attention et intérêt. D'abord parce qu'elle met en cause fondamentalement le rôle des traditionnels gatekeepers. Alors cette expression a toujours eu beaucoup de succès dans la sociologie des médias, les gardiens, les portiers, les journalistes, les éditeurs, tous ceux dont la profession en fait était de désigner au public les informations, les expressions, les sensibilités qui méritaient intérêt et de leur dissimuler ceux qui ne méritaient pas intérêt, d'être ces filtres qui font à la fois une séparation entre ce qui est privé et ce qui est public, et en même temps qui ont une fonction d'agenda, c'est-à-dire de nous désigner ce qui, dans ce qui est public, doit susciter de l'intérêt et de l'importance. Journaliste représenté sur cette photo par c'est très franco-français, excusez-moi, par le fameux comité de rédaction du journal Le Monde qui se tient toujours debout. Alors, dans cette définition de l'espace public, il y a une coïncidence, me semble-t-il, qui était faite dans l'architecture traditionnelle de l'espace public, dans le travail des gatekeepers et des journalistes, pour dire que les journalistes et les gatekeepers faisaient deux choses en même temps. Et ces deux choses étaient deux définitions, en fait, d'une certaine manière, de l'espace public, qui étaient de dire « je rends visible et je vous déclare que c'est important ». Et en fait, les deux opérations étaient associées dans le simple fait de sélectionner et publier l'information qu'il proposait. Alors si on regarde un peu cette double définition, on pourrait dire d'une certaine manière qu'elle rejoint ce couple que j'ai isolé tout à l'heure entre le procédural et le substantiel. Rendre visible, c'est une procédure de mise en visibilité, d'accessibilité à l'information. C'est finalement parce qu'ils avaient le monopole des moyens de diffusion, radio, télévision, presse, la possibilité de jouer sur la procédure de mise en publicité ou de mise en visibilité des informations, tout en disant au lecteur, à l'auditeur, au téléspectateur, ce que je te montre est aussi important. Il te concerne en tant que citoyen. Il définit ce qu'est l'intérêt général de la nation, en tout cas l'intérêt commun, des choses dont on doit connaître l'existence et discuter. Alors j'insiste sur ce point parce qu'il me semble que ce que fait le numérique et Internet, ce que fait la grande transformation architecturale que j'ai évoquée tout à l'heure de l'espace public, c'est qu'il découple, et il découple radicalement, la question de la visibilité et la question de l'importance des informations. Sur Internet, beaucoup d'informations sont visibles, ça ne veut pas du tout dire qu'elles sont importantes. On peut publier énormément, ça ne veut pas dire que ces informations sont dotées, du seul fait de leur publication, d'une qualité qui serait d'intérêt général, de portée, de concernement en tant que nous sommes des citoyens devant être informés de tel ou tel événement. Et que, évidemment, du coup, se déconnecte l'idée que la mise en forme de la visibilité d'information informationnelle associe à la fois une procédure, rendre visible, et une qualité. Ce projet nous concerne tous d'une manière ou d'une autre. Alors je voudrais rentrer dans cette déconnexion pour essayer de voir les conséquences qu'elle a et la manière dont le commun est venu s'initier dans cette transformation de la géométrie de l'espace public. D'abord, dire ce que vous savez tous, que Internet a inversé le filtre puis publie. Tout le monde peut publier. Il n'y a pas de gatekeeper pour regarder ce que vous publiez sur un blog, sur votre page Facebook, sur Twitter, ou n'importe où, et à libérer les subjectivités, à libérer la capacité expressive, cette capacité expressive que la deuxième critique, la critique expressiviste, ne cessait de reprocher aux médias traditionnels de ne pas prendre en charge, de ne pas rendre public et visible. Et Internet est devenu le lieu, le réceptacle d'une abondance informationnelle si considérable qu'on ne s'y retrouve plus, qu'on ne sait jamais où est exactement, ou si très facilement où se trouve l'information, puisque potentiellement, et j'insiste sur le potentiellement, nous sommes tous égaux face à l'accès procédural à la publicité et à la publicité, nous pouvons publier sur Internet. Mais le fait de pouvoir publier sur Internet ne veut pas dire que nous sommes vus. Et cet aspect devient absolument décisif et central dans la nouvelle architecture de l'espace public qui s'est mise en place. C'est que cette séparation tranchée qu'opérait l'espace public traditionnel entre ce qui est privé et ce qui est public est devenue un espace continu. La plupart des informations mises en ligne ne sont jamais vues, jamais regardées, ou très peu vues, très peu regardées. L'accès à la visibilité est devenu une compétition considérable. Elle est au cœur de la stratégie de la plupart des publiants et des acteurs sur Internet. En fait, sur Internet, la concentration de l'information est extrême. Alors les chiffres sont toujours improbables, mais on considère globalement que nous regardons, en ayant l'impression d'être perdus sur Internet, nous regardons en fait une portion absolument infime des informations disponibles et publiées sur Internet aujourd'hui. Et si nous regardons, si nous sommes limités sur cette petite parcelle extrêmement infime d'informations sur Internet, c'est en raison d'un mécanisme particulier, nouveau, original, étrange, que sont l'apparition des algorithmes de l'Internet. C'est le moteur de recherche de Google, c'est les likes, les retweets, c'est tout ce système de désignation étrange mis en place dans les services de l'Internet qui concentre nos attentions vers une partie, une fraction infime de l'information disponible. Les algorithmes sont devenus les nouveaux gatekeepers de l'espace public numérique dans lequel chacun peut publier. La visibilité, mesurée par les algorithmes, j'y reviendrai en disant un mot tout à l'heure en conclusion, est produite en partie par le travail de coopération des internautes. Ce que mesurent les algorithmes, c'est un ensemble de signaux que nous avons produits pour leur donner des méta-informations sur le nombre de liens hypertextes, le nombre de likes, le nombre de retweets qui va leur permettre de classer l'information et de produire cette hiérarchie extrêmement violente de la visibilité qui est le lieu de la compétition entre les internautes publiants. Alors, la question qui se pose et la question que je voudrais adresser maintenant, c'est de savoir comment, dans cette nouvelle architecture, faire des collectifs de grande taille en préservant l'égale diversité des individus. Parce qu'il me semble que c'est en fait la question centrale, la question nouvelle que pose l'espace public numérique. Je dis l'espace public numérique, mais évidemment, c'est ancré dans l'ensemble de processus sociaux, culturels qui traversent nos sociétés depuis une trentaine d'années, et notamment d'un processus qu'il faut appeler d'individuation de nos sociétés, dans lequel, de moins en moins, nous voulons être représentés par des gatekeepers. Nous voulons que des gatekeepers choisissent pour nous l'information disponible. Nous voulons que des partis, des syndicats, des associations représentent les intérêts, les idées, les expressions dont nous serions les dépositaires. Et il me semble que cette critique constante de l'autorité substantielle qu'avaient acquise dans nos sociétés un certain nombre de systèmes de représentation, les médias, la politique et toute la métrologie d'institutions et de systèmes de représentation de la société civile, étant de plus en plus soumis à une sorte de crise de confiance, les individus veulent reprendre pour eux-mêmes et par eux-mêmes la souveraineté sur leurs propres choix, sur leurs décisions, sur leur expression, et que la manière dont Internet essaye de composer avec cette revendication expressive de la société est d'essayer d'imaginer des manières d'agréger les informations qui soient différentes de celles qui avaient été produites par les formes traditionnelles de gatekeeper. Alors l'hypothèse extrême, naïve, que je soumets à la discussion, c'est de dire que d'une certaine manière, dans ce découplage entre le procédural et le substantiel, les individus sont devenus substantiels au sens où ils expriment des capacités, où ils expriment des opinions, où ils expriment leurs particularités, où ils affichent des singularités, et ils veulent afficher par eux-mêmes et pour eux-mêmes ces singularités. Et les techniques d'agrégation qui vont permettre de produire ou de composer la visibilité sont remis de plus en plus à des techniques que je vais appeler procédurales, et c'est ces techniques procédurales que je voudrais investiguer, parce que la question qui me semble centrale, quand on a regardé de façon transverse, comme je le fais là, très générale, l'histoire du thème du commun dans l'Internet, c'est qu'on a appelé commun toutes ces techniques procédurales par lesquelles on pouvait produire par le bas des coordinations d'activités entre internautes qui sont réglées par des mécanismes procéduraux. Et que cette question de l'agrégation, de la mise en série, de la coordination, du façonnage d'un collectif qui préserve la diversité des individus est au cœur même de cette tension très très délicate qu'essayent de mettre en place les formes du commun sur Internet. Alors d'abord parce que Internet a fait changer la structure et nos représentations de la structure de ce qu'était l'espace public, qui évidemment dans le débat un peu caricatural que j'ai posé en introduction entre un centre dominant et une périphérie invisibilisée, compose maintenant d'une multiplicité de centres, même s'il y a une tendance à l'hypercentralisation aujourd'hui sur Internet, et dans un ensemble de périphéries extrêmement nombreuses. Et puis, l'idée première et l'idée centrale, on pourrait refaire une histoire de l'Internet avec ce motif, c'est que les internautes s'exprimant sur leur blog, sur leur page Facebook, dans des forums, sur Pinterest, sur Snapchat, sur d'autres espaces de l'Internet, produisent de la coordination. Ils produisent des coordinations dans des formes qui sont extrêmement sommaires, extrêmement formelle, hein, et que parmi ces formes, la première de toutes ces formes, c'est finalement de regrouper des centres d'intérêt, c'est de faire des collections, c'est de retrouver sur Internet des gens qui ont partagé le même type de centres d'intérêt, d'idées, d'expressions que ceux qu'on a mis en place. Et la question de la collection est presque la définition, si je voulais forcer la chose, la définition du commun sur Internet, c'est tout simplement de mettre en série des individus singuliers qui expriment leurs particularités en trouvant une procédure pour faire collection ensemble, pour se mettre dans un groupe, pour rassembler dans un tableau, pour mettre à proximité des expressions qui restent des expressions individuelles, mais qui ont été mises en série par des dispositifs et des techniques de l'Internet. Alors les collections sur Internet, vous en avez partout. La mise en collection est d'ailleurs une sorte de pratique assez généralisée de toutes les pratiques de mise en commun qui sont mises sur Internet. Ici, des plateaux de repas d'avion. Ici, des photos de caméras de surveillance qui ont permis à des militants du monde entier de se retrouver à travers un travail commun, de photographier, de cartographier l'ensemble des caméras de surveillance mises en place, à travers toute une série de techniques, de petits dispositifs, comme le fameux hashtag de Twitter, qui est un simple mot-clé qui permet de faire une collection immédiate, une collection automatique, une collection émergente, une collection qui jaillit tout de suite de la multiplicité des voix qui, trouvant un véhicule, je suis Charlie, hashtag je suis Charlie, devient l'endroit pour réunir, agréger, sans totaliser, mais en même temps mettre en série de façon virale des expressions collectives. Toute l'histoire de l'Internet ne cesse de mettre en série des thèmes. La blogosphère est composée de territoires. Elle a une topologie particulière. Elle réunit les blogs cuisine, les blogs automobiles, les blogs politiques, de droite, de gauche, d'extrême droite, d'extrême gauche. Elle, par la seule univers des liens hypertextes, elle produit des réunions. Le collectif des Anonymous, que Gabriela Coleman à McGill a magnifiquement étudié, est sans doute exemplaire de ce, en tout cas dans sa forme pure, on pourrait dire, de ce modèle. Les individus, pour être sûrs d'être égaux, et pour être sûrs que tout le monde puisse potentiellement appartenir à la communauté, ne s'identifient pas, se désidentifient à travers le masque qui les rend communs et égaux tous les uns aux autres, et invente des procédures d'organisation en essaim pour se réunir. Mais sans doute dans l'histoire d'Internet, ce qui a été le plus proche de tous les travaux qui vont naître sur les communs, c'est l'apparition de grands collectifs. Et je voudrais insister là-dessus, surtout ici dans ces débats passionnants, en tout cas pour moi, qui ont eu lieu hier et aujourd'hui, que dans le monde numérique, on ne fait pas des bandes de copains affinitaires avec une sorte de phénoménologie du sensible. On fait des grands collectifs. Et on fait des grands collectifs avec des techniques qui obligent à produire des formes d'organisation qui essayent d'éviter la centralisation, essayent d'éviter d'avoir un pouvoir substantiel qui s'érige au sein de ces collectifs, mais qui sont obligés de trouver des règles pour faire tenir des collectifs qui dépassent les logiques affinitaires de la bande. Alors, il y a dans l'histoire des communs sur Internet un nombre considérable de ces formes qui ont été massivement étudiées et travaillées. Le logiciel libre, bien sûr, en est le cœur. Les instances de régulation de l'Internet fonctionnent sur un mode de gouvernance très très singulier et absolument procédural de bout en bout. Ce sont l'IETF, W3C et l'ICANN d'une certaine manière. Et puis l'exemple sublime, on pourrait dire l'exemple ultime de cette coopération est celui de Wikipédia. Alors peut-être je vais insister un instant sur Wikipédia, qui en a donné les exemples pour en tirer des propriétés, qui sont les propriétés qui me semblent être au cœur de ces modes de constitution des communs. La première, c'est d'étendre le réseau. C'est d'étendre le réseau à toutes les diversités. C'est de refuser quelques principes de sélection sur Wikipédia. On peut écrire avec une adresse IP, et on peut être d'accord ou pas d'accord sur la rédaction de tel ou tel article. On va devoir écrire le même article. Et on ne demande pas préalablement le statut, les diplômes, les compétences, les qualités des personnes. C'est une sorte d'encyclopédie des ignorants, si on voulait reprendre le titre de Jacques Rancière. Tout le monde peut participer, et cette égalité des participants est au cœur même de la structure qui est donnée à Wikipédia. Alors ça produit des agrégations extrêmement importantes, et j'insiste là-dessus, elles sont volumineuses. C'est des collectifs qui arrivent depuis des noyaux très actifs à produire des coordinations entre des personnes qui ne se connaissent pas, qui ne vont pas se connaître, qui n'ont pas nécessairement le souci de se connaître en présence, mais qui vont, sur des articles spécifiques, organiser leur coordination avec une idée fixe, en tout cas dans Wikipédia, celui de produire un système réglé de discussion, d'arbitrage, de prise de décision, dans lequel on ne fasse pas de délégation vis-à-vis de personnes de façon fixe et surtout substantielle, dans le rapport que j'ai donné. Alors, je ne vous fais pas le tableau que vous connaissez sans doute de l'architecture incroyablement complexe qui doit être mis derrière chaque article de Wikipédia. On ne regarde souvent que l'article édité sur Wikipédia, à qui rentre dans les pages discussion de Wikipédia, ou dans les pages historiques de Wikipédia, ou dans les forums de Wikipédia, verra qu'il y a un ensemble extrêmement sophistiqué, certains diront bureaucratique, absolument procédural, de mise en discussion de chacun des articles. Pour obtenir l'article que vous lisez, il a fallu discuter de façon extrêmement forte, et discuter en ne s'en prenant jamais aux personnes, c'est un des principes fondateurs de Wikipédia, mais aux arguments qui ont été apportés, et en référant la critique qui est faite à chacun des arguments sur une des règles et des principes de l'encyclopédie. Point de vue de neutralité, ne pas mettre trop d'adjectifs, citer ses sources, vérifier la fiabilité relative des différentes sources, en cas de désaccord, extraire le conflit, le passer dans un autre espace avec un wikipompier, un tiers externe qui va venir réguler les débats entre deux points de vue sur la rédaction de l'article. Cet ensemble extrêmement réglé de procédures fonctionne au consensus. Et je voudrais insister là-dessus, c'était une question posée à Pierre Dardot hier, c'est que tous ces espaces, avec un attachement extrême, accordent à l'idée du consensus un sens politique extrêmement fort. Alors, consensus ne veut pas dire unanimité. Consensus veut dire qu'on pousse les discussions jusqu'au bout, jusqu'à l'interminable parfois. Consensus veut dire qu'on essaye de régler par un ensemble de compromis des points pour éviter un désaccord massif entre les personnes, mais accepter des désaccords relatifs entre eux. Et consensus est une technique de régulation extrêmement présente dans l'ensemble de ces dispositifs. Alors, je dis des dispositifs numériques, mais de beaucoup de formes politiques qui sont apparus sous des formes qui me semblent être assez proches de l'Internet, Occupy, Indigné, forums sociaux mondiaux, etc., fonctionnent tous au consensus. Et puis, dernière propriété de ces espaces, c'est celui que les procédures qui ont servi à agréger, les procédures qui ont servi à faire le commun, à mettre en relation des individualités, sont révisables. Hein. Même sur Wikipédia, c'est le 5e principe de l'encyclopédie que j'aime beaucoup souligner. Hein. N'hésitez pas à contribuer, même si vous ne connaissez pas l'ensemble de ces règles. Et si vous en rencontrez une qui, dans votre situation, semble gêner à l'élaboration de l'encyclopédie, ignorez-la ou mieux corrigez-la. Ce qui est au cœur de ces participations, et on pourrait le dire aussi d'Occupy, Indigné, Joël Zask l'avait très bien montré, une philosophe française, sur la question de des formes participatives de la démocratie, on pourrait dire, c'est que le sentiment de participation s'accompagne du sentiment de participation à la définition des règles qui permettent la participation. Et en fait, dans la forme nouvelle, et qui est une forme politique qui me semble être très présente dans nos sociétés, cette idée de définir non seulement ma participation, mais aussi la manière dont je participe, est au cœur de ces expériences. Alors, je vais devoir arrêter, mais c'est très bien comme ça, en insistant et en finissant sur une idée assez paradoxale, qui est l'idée que finalement, la fabrication du commun, elle passe à la fois par l'idée d'une ouverture vers une égalité des participations, mais qu'à l'intérieur de cette égalité des participations, ce qui s'est beaucoup inventé, notamment à travers les algorithmes, dont je ne vais pas vous parler, c'est des procédures formelles pour essayer de trouver des techniques d'agrégation qui soient les plus, je mets plein de guillemets, les plus neutres possibles, hein, en tout cas les plus admis communément par la communauté, pour essayer de faire sens à l'agrégat des séries de participation individuelle. Et évidemment, cette forme de l'Internet, dont la géométrie, dont j'ai essayé d'esquisser la géométrie, est aujourd'hui soumise à des tensions extrêmement nombreuses, elle est bousculée de partout, elle est bousculée par la régulation des États, elle est bousculée par le marché qui ne cesse de centraliser ses effets, elle est bousculée par les soupçons sur la loyauté des algorithmes, elle est bousculée par le traçage des données qui permettent de faire ces calculs d'agrégation permettant la fabrication des communs. Et donc, elle est à la fois à préserver, mais à préserver avec sans doute beaucoup d'esprit critique et de vigilance à l'égard des perturbations extérieures qui sont en train de déformer ou qui ont déjà déformé considérablement ce modèle un peu idéal et naïf de l'Internet que je vous ai présenté. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, merci beaucoup, Dominique Cardon. We will now switch to English for the next presentation, which will be given by Dietmar Offenhuber, who is assistant professor at Northeastern University in the Department of Art and Design and Public Policy. He holds a PhD in urban planning from MIT, a master in media arts and sciences from the MIT Media Lab. His research field could be described as accountability design, focusing on the political responsibility of visual design in urban governance and civic discourse. He led a number of research projects investigating formal and informal waste systems and has published books on the subject of urban data, accountability technologies, and urban informatics. He is also an artist, and his artistic work has been exhibited internationally in venues including the Centre Pompidou, Sundance and the Hong Kong International Film Festival, ZKM, Secession Vienna, and the Seoul International Media Art Biennale. So, please, Mr. Offenhuber.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks for the great talk, and thanks for the invitation. So, in my talk, this fits actually perfectly. You ended on the note of Wikipedia and its governance structures, and this is in a way my starting point. But I will offer a different take and focus on some of the paradoxical and unintended consequences of these mediating systems. And I'm not talking about surveillance or privacy issues, but about processes of transactionalization, the act of making implicit interactions and tacit arrangements explicit. So I will use the example of the digital currency Bitcoin because it's one of the last sanctuaries of cyber utopianism. I'm sorry that I don't start with Habermas, but a rather low-key literature example. So during the last 2 years, we heard several accounts that sketch a future that builds on entirely decentralized Bitcoin transactions, so where economic game theory mediates everything in the private and public sphere, which is, again, happening on a continuum. So in this Bitcoin for Dummies type publication, the authors start with this example of the alarm clock that is actually a Bitcoin agent that negotiates with your fitness tracker in order to calculate the best time when to wake you up, and they have to pay fines if you miss the bus afterwards, and kind of ridiculous examples like that. So it took a while until I realized that this is actually not a parody, but a sincere attempt to show us the light. So, of course, and they write that, and I found this interesting. It's of course easy to dismiss such accounts, but I found this interesting when they say that just as robots have helped the world reduce menial physical labor, so if cryptocurrency technology now gives us the tools to automate the menial labor of bureaucracy. So I found it interesting that suddenly we have bureaucracy and cryptocurrency in the same sentence, and that bureaucracy is described as menial labor. So this question of whether the sum of individual transactions can lead to a common good is still interesting. And the Bitcoin communities are astonishingly diverse. So we have Silicon Valley entrepreneurs, we have radical leftists, we have US conservatives and Dutch anarchists. And surprisingly, they all share, to some extent, common value, which is very unexpected. So in my talk, I will discuss an account of a particular event that led to the fall of this community in some way, or at least basically put this idea or this underlying shared notion in question. And I will talk about this in the context of transactionalization and conclude with a discussion of the role of visual representation and aesthetics in this conflict. So to put things into context, I will start with a few comments about the underlying infrastructure of Bitcoin. So after 20 years on the internet, I'm still surprised by how a single image can, from a bottom-up direction, flood the whole planet within a short period of time, here giving fame to the now most famous Spanish living artist, Cecilia Jimenez is her name, I think. So this is, of course, only possible because digital technology allows us to make perfect copies, at least undistinguishable copies without forensic methods, in unlimited numbers. So this strength is at the same time a severe limitation when we talk about applications such as contracts, voting, or financial transactions. But it's absolutely crucial that we have an original. So it is fair to say that for the first time, Bitcoin and this underlying blockchain technology have solved this issue, and that's actually a fact that cannot be overstated. So the difficulty is this: to verify with certainty that at a particular time, account A has engaged in a transaction over X amount of Bitcoins with account B. So similar to a ledger book where all the transactions are recorded. But in the case of Bitcoin, this ledger book is actually distributed across the internet and is publicly accessible, and everyone can write to it by conducting a transaction. So this raises the question, so this is how it looks like in a visualization of this individual transaction in real time. But who is allowed to write to this ledger, and how can we prevent manipulation? And this has been the unsolved problem before, because you would need a central authority that everyone trusts, which is already unlikely, and we know that all servers can be hacked. So in the case of Bitcoin, there's no central trust, there's no trust in a third party necessary. Everyone can write to this record, and yet it's still practically impossible to manipulate this public record, which is interesting. And this is accomplished through this concept that is called proof of work. So where, in order to write to this public record, you have to first complete a very complicated cryptographic calculation. And by complicated, I mean that the whole Bitcoin network with its thousands and thousands of nodes only manages to complete one such calculation every 10 minutes. And after completing this transaction, the nodes are rewarded with Bitcoins. And this is the process that is called mining, and this is the only way how new Bitcoins can be generated. So because of this proof of work, it's practically impossible to change anything because you would have to redo all these calculations, and this is computationally not really possible. And there are, of course, also exceptions, but for all practical purposes at the moment, at least. So a few years ago, an amateur was still able to make money by mining Bitcoins. But now there are so many servers that the rewards have gone down so much that actually the rewards is lower than the cost of electricity, let alone the cost of hardware. So today, mining mostly happens in centralized places in China where it's still profitable. And just let's look at a brief video how this looks and sounds like.
我是目前这个矿场的总经理，我主要负责这整个场地的安全的运转工作，包括员工、包括设备、包括供电。这个项目呢，是我们几个朋友一起做的，每个人都是股东，一起集资，一起解决问题。我们目前的场地呢，现在有6处，我们在极力开发一些新的场地。很简单的说，是在整个互联网上，我们大家在抢答一道题，这样的话，我们谁计算正确的话，就会得到奖励。这个奖励就是我们现在的虚拟货币，也就是目前。
So if you're wondering how much electricity and how much energy is used by that, let's just say a lot. There was a paper last year, last year or 2 years ago that calculated that the total energy used by Bitcoin mining operations is the same as the whole energy consumption by Ireland. So that's definitely a sustainability issue, but Bitcoin supporters basically say that this is the price of having this kind of security of transactions. So regardless of these low rewards and these high energy costs, there are still many servers that are run by members of the community. So the question is, what drives these individuals to participate and maintain this decentralized infrastructure? There's, of course, a financial incentive. They all have a stake in Bitcoin and want it to succeed, so because they also want their own Bitcoin reserves to go up in value. But there's also a very strong ideological aspect. The idea of a currency outside of the control of government. So basically this idea that we have a currency that is regulated only by mathematics, not by politicians. And therefore it is implied that it's open, egalitarian, decentralized, and there's basically no, power doesn't manifest itself, which, yeah, well. I would call this the algorithmic commons, since it still needs to be maintained by a community who run all these servers. And this idea goes back to the cypherpunk subculture in the early 90s, not cyberpunk, but cypherpunk, who promoted this idea of crypto-anarchism, the premise that if all our interactions happen in a completely anonymous and encrypted fashion, then basically everything is voluntary and there's no coercion. So instead of critiquing this, I will just tell you what happened next, because I think things played out pretty interestingly. So this was about a year ago, and in the meantime, things have changed and the community is deeply divided over a seemingly very unimportant detail question that concerns the size of the blocks that keeps this public record. So, and culminating a month ago, one of the most visible developers left Bitcoin in frustration and called it a failed experiment and blamed the community for this failure. So what has happened? There are two interestingly very interconnected problems that both have a geopolitical scope. The first is, I would say, more an ideological and maybe also aesthetic problem. It's this centralization of mining that, that goes against this idea of having a decentralized network. And the second is more practical. It's that currently the network has more or less reached its capacity and transactions become slow and unpredictable. And so, and this is the point where the opinions started to diverge. The one side says that the capacity problem is the most important one, and the capacity needs to be increased, which means more centralization. And this group includes many Silicon Valley startups and companies. So the other side basically says that centralization is a more important problem, and essentially argues for keeping things as they are. And the second group includes the current core developers and interestingly also the miners, the Chinese Bitcoin miners, who suffer from a very slow internet and who cannot deal with these large blocks. And there's also this disagreement about the significance of this debate. One group says that this split will likely be the end of Bitcoin, whereas the other group uses the classic libertarian approach and says, well, let's just split Bitcoin into two different currencies and let the market decide. The only problem here is that there are already 500 different cryptocurrencies that are more or less technically equivalent to Bitcoin, and all of them are more or less insignificant. So you see that, again, the collective ownership in Bitcoin is more the trust and the hope that there is a kind of significant momentum behind it, and not so much the technology. And again, this basically shows us that this idea of apolitical governance that is governed by algorithms instead of politics is pretty much an illusion. So the people who are advocating for a clean algorithmic currency so have run into the same complexities of different interests, of power, of money, of ideology that characterize all discourses and political systems. So this, I would say, this idea of apolitical governance has failed in this case. Nevertheless, an interesting irony about Bitcoin is that it still represents, despite its libertarian underpinnings, a very effective example of a common resource that is managed by its users. So like other common pool resources, here we have this famous example of Elinor Ostrom, for which she got the Nobel Prize, but the water irrigation systems in Nepal that are an infrastructure that is maintained by the farmers, and where they also have a kind of governance system of distributing this very limited resource and making sure that you don't have any free riders and so on. And the economic concept of the commons is a little bit different from what we talked about in the last days, because here conflict and different interests and monitoring and enforcement, and so it's a much more conflict oriented concept, and it's also a concept that has to be constantly renegotiated, that has a shared instead of an individual perspective. So you might remember this example of the tragedy of the commons. So how is a public good defined from an economic perspective? So basically, the common good is a kind of a hybrid between a public and a private good, which are distinguished based on criteria of excludability, whether access to a resource can be restricted, and rivalrousness, whether the resource is diminished during its consumption. So a pure public good is one that is not excludable and also doesn't diminish when it's consumed. So the common good, on the other hand, can be depleted when it's collectively consumed, and therefore involves some form of restriction of access, requires some form of governance, and needs to be grounded in this community. But the decision of what is public and what is a private good is not exclusively based on the nature of the resource or on the societal consensus what should be a public good and what not, but there's also an influence of technologies of measurement. So a public good might be public just because there's no effective way of measuring individual consumption, or because there's no technological solution for excluding individuals from its consumption. So roads are a good example. There are toll highways that have access gates, but even if someone would want that, the same principle cannot be extended to regular roads because there's no practical way of measuring consumption on a per mile basis. But in Splintering Urbanism, Stephen Graham and Simon Marvin, from an urban planning perspective, have shown how systems of technological measurement acted as a driving force for the privatization and fragmentation of public infrastructure services, water, sanitation system, electricity, telecommunication. And this fragmentation produces inequality, as they've shown, not so much as a choice, but almost as a necessary consequence of how private infrastructure economics works that is not driven by taxes. So now consider, in this context, the vision put forward by this ex-Bitcoin core developer, Mike Hearn, the same person when he sounded still much more positive about this topic, a proposal to completely rethink urban infrastructure through Bitcoin. And he talks about how you want to go to town, you don't own a car, but you basically just get an autonomous car. The car negotiates with the road, and depending on how quickly you need to be in the city, all of that is negotiated by all these actors. The road is also an actor, and all of them, try to determine the most efficient, from an economic game theory perspective, solution for everyone. So Bitcoin, in this case, allows you to really break down every transaction into almost tiny amount, and so you could basically bill for every meter that you drive on the road. So in other words, if we go back to the economic definition of a public good, now we have a complete privatization of a public good. So a public good, like a road, becomes 100% a private good, entirely through these mechanisms of measurement and enforcement of these contracts and algorithms. So the biggest irony of Bitcoin is that the system that is effectively a commons that relies on the goodwill of its participants becomes the conduit for complete privatization of a public resource. So we have, on the backstage, we have all these governance struggles that we have in all these other systems as well. We have, voluntary work. We have people who, sort this out and who maintain and who fix technical problems. But on the front end, we see this picture of a reliable, autonomous algorithm, the beauty of, mathematical structures that control all these kind of interactions. And this is what I would call the aesthetics of transactionalization. And we don't only see it in Bitcoin, but it is pervasive in the technology world today. So it pretends that there is no such thing as a fragmentation of infrastructure. It creates the illusion of a seamless system that is not held together by people but by algorithms. And this aesthetics is most directly acknowledged in Amazon's Mechanical Turk system. You know, the system where you can basically send a request and pay a little bit of money, and then people would solve on the internet, would solve your request and send you back the solution. So the interesting thing is not that it allows to recruit this large army of underpaid laborers, but that it makes the whole process look and feel like interacting with a machine. So this is not a process of abstraction through an API, but it's actually humans who pretend being a machine, like in its namesake, and I guess that's no coincidence, the Turk, the fake 18th century chess robot, where you also had a person sitting in there who was basically pretending to be a robot. And I think this is an aesthetic choice almost more than a technological choice. Because you know, if you listen to someone like Eric Schmidt talk about Google, and if you listen to how we talk about the Google search engine, we talk about it as if it would be a stable thing, a stable object. But in fact, it changes almost every day. And it has to change because it has to respond to all these people who constantly try to game the algorithm, people who try to improve findability of their website, to insert these kind of subversive messages into the search completion function. So you have programmers who constantly tweak the algorithm, and if they wouldn't do it, it would be broken within a very short time. So while media scholars still try to wrap their heads around the notion of algorithmic governance, the people have already figured out how to game it and how to appropriate it. And so there's a specific discursive in dynamics where you have on the one side techno-evangelists who make this kind of totalizing claims about, you know, technologies and all-powerful algorithms, and then they are being criticized, but often the critique steps into the trap of accepting this notion and this mystification of the all-powerful algorithm that basically stands on its own and that basically regulates everything by itself. So I'm interested in looking at rethinking this discourse around algorithmic governance, and instead looking at all the discussions and the politics that, like your example of Wikipedia, that happen in the background, and these practices of making infrastructural systems legible. So I think that the algorithmic commons is not something that is coded once and then just is there. But it's something that needs to be constantly maintained and repaired, standardized, re-standardized, and so on. And if we look at, let's say, not at Bitcoin, but e-governance and civic technologies and all these solutions where technology becomes a tool for political participation in local government and so on, then we should consider these processes of standardization and defining protocols also a necessary part of the democratic discourse. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time. So thanks very much to both of you for those very rich papers. We have time for questions, almost 20 minutes. And the first question will be asked by Hera Chan and Anastasia Bukowski. Here they are.
Thank you so much for both of those talks. And something that came to mind is that in both of your talks, there's this kind of desire for a more equal distribution on the internet, which has been, I think, part of this utopian project of what that could be. A lot about access to visibility and conferring value still remains a huge issue. It also appears that with algorithm as architecture itself is designed, so there's a huge power infrastructure occurring there that adds more to, and adds a problematic to the expansion of the network itself.
So I guess building upon Hera's point, we have sort of a bipartite question, but the question is sort of how does the sort of questionably immaterial design of the algorithm itself rely on material labor practices? And from this, how do these new technologies actually transform material labor practices themselves?
Yeah, I mean, I think I made a very strong emphasis on the material aspects, looking at, let's say, both the mining operations and all the material consequences that arise just from this basic decision to use this cryptographic method to generate these hashes and this proof of work. So this is one aspect of this materiality. The other aspect is basically this, interaction in real space of all the people who have a stake in this system. So I think if you look closely, you see that there's a lot of exaggeration about the digital technology facilitating this kind of abstract space, and that it all very quickly comes back down to material questions. I mean, if, in Wikipedia, for example, you have basically 98% are basically users, and just 2% ever wrote or added something to it. Even in the Linux kernel, you have I think 75 or more than 80% of developers are actually paid developers by IBM and large corporations, so who also have a different material basis for doing their work, and this is not just kind of completely self-organized. So this is, and of course, technologists and let's say Google and all these companies actually know that, otherwise they couldn't basically sustain themselves and sustain their operations, but they still maintain this idea of this kind of abstract space that doesn't really exist.
Oui, moi je dirais la même chose, voilà. Notamment sur la question, évidemment, de l'entrelacement du matériel. Moi, je pense que cette division doit être oubliée. Il n'y a rien de plus matériel que les technologies de l'information, etc. Il y a un travail de maintenance, c'est extrêmement concret. L'entrelacement, alors ça, c'est le sociologue qui parle, mais l'entrelacement entre les usages dits virtuels, mais à tort, et enfin dits en ligne, et en ligne, c'est un cycle constant. Alors, je répondrai plus sur la première. C'est une utopie de l'égalité des participations. Mais c'est vraiment au sens de... C'est un potentiel, mais l'égalité comme potentiel est devenue absolument centrale. La réalité des pratiques, c'est ce que tu as rappelé, là, c'est des lois de puissance qui sont renforcées, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a 90% des objets, on pourrait dire du produit du commun, est fait par moins de 10% de la communauté. Et ces distributions sont systématiques dans toutes les communautés de l'Internet. Alors ça me permet d'insister sur un point, c'est que ce qui est au cœur des techniques d'agrégation procédurale et éventuellement algorithmique, d'ailleurs c'est au cœur du PageRank de Google, c'est un système et qui est du coup un problème, je crois, le problème politique des communs, de façon centrale, qui est que la coparticipation demande l'activité. Et qu'on ne peut pas ne pas être agissant. Et donc, il y a une première obligation nécessaire qui est d'agir. Les autres sont invisibilisés. Et à l'intérieur des agissants, les règles et les techniques procédurales de désignation des visibles, des honorés, des reconnus, des prestigieux, c'est des mécanismes méritocratiques extraordinairement forts. Alors, la méritocratie a des vertus, mais là, d'énormes faiblesses aussi. C'est qu'elle crée des distributions absolument inégalitaires. Donc les communs sont toujours structurés par des inégalités de distribution dans lesquelles c'est la reconnaissance du prestige. Alors c'est dans le logiciel libre, c'est dans Wikipédia, c'est dans les topologies de communautés de blogs. Puis à la fin, c'est plus le mérite qui les emporte, c'est la centralisation absolue des mineurs sur Bitcoin. Mais c'est que, en fait, ça crée des systèmes de distribution de l'autorité qui sont extrêmement sévères, tout en maintenant l'idée de l'égalité comme un potentiel de la participation dans ces structures.
If I may follow up really briefly, it seems that there's the utopian project of the internet would be like redistribution of who can participate, who can have voice, and some form of value, whether that be discursive or monetary. But it sort of seems that with more increased circulation, that wealth is actually in values distributed more unevenly. And in your very material example of Bitcoin, you can see that. So it's like the global south are the ones responsible for mining the Bitcoin. And in many ways, the algorithms are maintained, again, by very, in a way, like old school third world logic.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is exactly a great observation. And I think there is the illusion is that you figure out the algorithm, and it's this idea that there's a solution, that there's a perfect algorithm. It doesn't exist. The algorithm is something that is, if anything, it's constantly evolving. It has to be constantly tweaked. And therefore, it is already a discursive mode where you have all the classical interests of different actors involved. So it is a very familiar, very traditional thing. The way how we build algorithms is exactly the way how we build many other things. So this idea of the of this final state of the algorithm is something that I think we have to get rid of.
So I think we have many questions. Who goes first? Okay.
Thank you both for great papers. They're very interesting. I just wanted to first add to the point you were making, Dietmar, about algorithms. One thing that emerges, for instance, from Christian Sandvik's work on reverse engineering the Facebook newsfeed, that people who design algorithms don't know what their effects are going to be. So it's a bit hard to do algorithmic governance because it's unpredictable. But the question I wanted to ask was really about coming from thinking around the way we imagine the internet. And Patrice Flichy wrote a very good book early on called Internet Imaginaire, which is about some of the ideas you're talking about in the panel, the way we imagine the internet. And Robert Mantle has written one as well. And I wonder still if we have a paucity of realization about the ways that different societies have imagined the internet, and it plays out in the ways that I think you're illustrating. And so I particularly wanted to ask, what about mobile internet? So if we look at the way that mobile internet, so the whole way that on mobile phones we have the internet, and for the world's majority population, people are getting the internet through the mobile phone. And so Jonathan Donner has written a book called After Access, where he has this notion of digital repertoires, which looks at the fact that you have to understand at a very detailed level what the mobile internet experience is. And so I wonder, what about these issues that I understand talking about Bitcoin and a range of other things, but what about mobiles as part of this common story? Because often I hear many discussions about commons in the internet that talk about the internet but actually don't talk about mobiles, and that's partly because mobiles came from telecommunications. But yeah, interested to hear.
Peut-être l'utopie de l'Internet, effectivement, il faut l'associer à son histoire. Alors ça, c'était beaucoup fait par Patrice Flichy, que vous avez mentionné, par Fred Turner, je me réfère beaucoup moi, à l'ouvrage essentiel. Donc l'histoire de l'Internet a associé historiquement les militaires américains et la contre-culture des années 70. Et donc elle a fait un espace libertaire dans lequel cette forme de l'auto-organisation et des représentations qui y sont associées, ils sont très très présentes. Alors ce que je voudrais dire de cette histoire, en relation aussi, en écho aux questions, c'est que du coup ce qui était au cœur de la culture des pionniers de l'Internet, ça a été la liberté d'expression, la liberté de l'individu, et jamais la justice. Et moi, je pense, en fait, l'un des problèmes historiques que rencontre l'Internet, c'est qu'il a pensé, dans sa radicalité la plus extrême et la plus sublime, la question de la liberté des individus, mais que, parce qu'il s'est appuyé sur l'idée d'un individu qui s'engage, qui produit, qui co-participe, etc., il n'a jamais pensé la question de la répartition, de la justice dans son modèle. Et que, évidemment, du coup, le modèle, on l'a vu, mais Fred Turner l'a décrit magnifiquement, des libertaires des années 60 sont devenus libéraux dans les années 90 très facilement. Et il y a cette collusion toujours magnifique entre les libertariens hackers et puis finalement les idéaux qui sont toujours portés aujourd'hui par la Silicon Valley. C'est toujours central. Sur la question du mobile, je pense que c'est très très juste ce que vous dites. Et en fait, ça pose un vrai problème. C'est qu'en fait, tout le discours qu'on tient là sur Internet, c'est un discours de l'Internet à écran et à ordinateur. Et que le mobile, effectivement, c'est le produit de la grande massification de la réussite de l'utopie d'Internet. Et donc, et évidemment, le mobile, dans toutes les enquêtes d'usage, le souligne. Du fait de l'application, du modèle des applications, il individualise complètement l'usage de l'Internet. Il encourage des capacités interactives sur des systèmes de communication, mais en revanche, tout ce qui était les grandes productions collectives d'écrits partagés et de collaboration de l'Internet de l'ordinateur sont beaucoup moins fréquentes dans les usages du mobile, et qu'en cela, on voit bien que la massification de l'Internet est aussi lié à la diffusion d'une approche marchande et individualisée du réseau, qui ne participe moins, en tout cas, à l'esprit des pionniers. Ceci étant, je dis ça avec des réserves aussi, parce qu'il y a énormément d'expériences militantes, artistiques, on l'a vu, etc., qui peuvent toujours se jouer avec le mobile. C'est-à-dire le mobile, les technologies en elles-mêmes n'enferment pas le principe de leur usage. Mais il est quand même vrai que l'usage, aujourd'hui massivement mobile, du web, a sans doute fait perdre une partie de cette utopie, enfin de ces formes initiales qui étaient promues.
I would agree with your proposition that there's mobile internet is something different, and there are different kinds of internet, and one could even say it most radically, as Evgeny Morozov has done in his book, where he said that the internet doesn't exist. We basically construct this illusion that the internet is an object, that when in fact we have all these different protocols and wires and so on. And I think because just this last summer I did a project in Manila on the Philippines, and worked in this kind of low-income neighborhood where everyone basically was using Facebook, but they used it in a very different way. They didn't use it for basically connecting with, basically sharing stories and things like that. They used it in a very transactional way to make calls, to send money. And I think, the studies of how, ICTs are used in Global South show that technologies like Bitcoin actually can add and can help in that context quite a lot, because there's already a very strong focus on transactions, and basically the existing infrastructures are basically much more unequal and problematic in that respect, and all the kind of fee structures and things like that. So I think basically not treating the internet as a kind of a stable object helps to look at these different practices.
Monsieur?
Okay, so this is probably the place. I'm hesitant to ask this question, but it's a burning one. So we're in the digital common. So we also have an emergent common illness, the question of digital amnesia. And I'm just, digital amnesia, you've seen more and more studies come out. I'm just curious about your reflections on this issue. It's kind of in conjunction with something that was mentioned yesterday when we had this discussion about emergency being a dilemma, in terms of the dilemma being the quantity of information media that we are pounded by. On the other hand, we had this question of the existential aspect, action as emergency aesthetics. So in between those two, the question I'm asking is, what are your reflections on digital amnesia, as this is emerging also along with digital community, digital reality? Does that make sense? Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I think the way how we use all these technologies in all these different ways, a large part of it basically, I would say it's completely fine if things are not persistent and if things get lost because they are ephemeral processes. But the problem that just because text documents are so easy to store and are so easy to process and are so easy to group and cluster and compare, that again we assume a kind of stability that doesn't exist. So I think projects like the Internet Archive, which is also a completely initiative by an individual who made a lot of money in the 90s in the first internet bubble and then created this foundation, is a very important project, and I actually had to use it quite a lot in referencing sources that don't exist anymore. And yeah, I don't know. Yes.
We don't have that much time and still have two people.
I wanted, since you were at MIT, Bill Mitchell was someone who said that probably not before 2020, 2030, 2040, we actually would have a handle on this, but I asked the question anyway.
Well, I'll try to be brief.
Yes, please.
If that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're left with a paradox because we were looking for a purely technical solution because we thought we could avoid the problem of power imbalances. Now we've learned that there's nothing apolitical, that in effect we have to constantly negotiate the same problems over and over again. But if anything, there are even more power imbalances now because of the technical and resource requirements. So where do we go from here?
Oui, bon, vous êtes au cœur d'un problème qui est que moi je crois qu'il ne faut pas séparer les problèmes techniques des problèmes sociopolitiques. En fait, les problèmes techniques sont sociopolitiques et dans tout problème politique, il y a des artefacts. Hein, et que, évidemment, c'est des négociations entre des couplages, entre des ambitions, des intérêts, des projets et des technologies disponibles. Et puis qui sont contradictoires. Alors évidemment, il y a un mythe courant, régulier, qui ne cesse d'être réanimé, et puis là, qui est réanimé très fortement avec l'intelligence artificielle, etc., et puis qui est dans tout le thème des big data, qui est de dire que finalement, on pourrait trouver techniquement des problèmes qui seraient proprement calculatoires et de façon immanente, avec les bonnes données, on pourrait tout calculer, et puis bien représenter. Mais en fait, les algorithmes, moi, c'est l'objet que je n'ai pas présenté ici, mais de mes travaux actuels. Le PageRank de Google, c'est un dispositif sociopolitique. C'est un dispositif qui est une technologie avec une technique particulière de calcul, mais qui produit une représentation de l'information, de la bonne hiérarchie de l'information, et qui évidemment va rencontrer tout ce que Dietmar a raconté, c'est que les internautes essayent de tricher parce qu'ils ont compris la procédure de calcul et qu'ils essayent de jouer avec cette procédure. Donc en fait, il y a une sorte de combat sociopolitique sur la manière de classer l'information sur Internet, mais qui est un débat dans lequel la technique et la culture et la société et ses dynamiques et ses mouvements sont absolument articulés l'un à l'autre. Google a forcé, on pourrait dire, ce serait un débat trop complexe pour que je le résume ici, à pousser une représentation et à domestiquer l'ensemble de l'Internet technique et des webmestres et de l'écriture sur le web avec son algorithme qui obéit à des règles particulières, qui sont des règles de méritocratique, de considérer que les liens qui font le plus autorité sont les sites qui ont reçu d'autres liens, de sites qui eux-mêmes ont reçu beaucoup d'autres liens. C'est le même classement que le Science Citation Index. Et il a produit une définition de l'autorité, comme ça, hein, et qui a structuré l'écriture sur le web et toutes les stratégies pour jouer avec elle. Mais ces stratégies sont absolument en conflit entre des représentations divergentes. Et cette représentation qui, d'une certaine manière, avait ses vertus, je pense, du classement de l'information, qui était un couplage, en fait, entre un algorithme et un mode d'écriture, de classement et d'hiérarchie de l'information. Il est aujourd'hui transformé par l'hyper-personnalisation des traces de navigation, qui fait qu'on va pouvoir calculer, non pas l'information qui a reçu le plus d'autorité sur le web, mais l'information qui, calculée depuis les traces de ma navigation précédente, ressemble plus à ce que je devrais aimer avec des algorithmes prédictifs de machine learning qui se développent de plus en plus. Donc on a bien, entre le machine learning et puis le modèle du PageRank, deux représentations de l'information, de la société qui va avec, de la bonne hiérarchie, qui sont en compétition et en conflit. Et moi je pense que c'est comme ça qu'il faut approcher le web, comme des articulations très très étroites entre des projets, des intérêts et des technologies.
So we have like...
Oh, okay. No, I just very briefly, to the question of where to go from here. Nicolas Negroponte, founder of the Media Lab, just recently announced this new project where he wants the United Nations to launch a satellite network that every citizen of Earth can use for personal communication on and offline. And something that no government in the world could shut down. So, again, we see, of course, there's this certain idea that, every information asymmetry is the biggest problem that we are dealing with, which I don't believe, that, there are many things that have nothing to do with information that are much more important. But I think he's right in one particular point when he thinks that this is something that a public authority or public hand has to support. And from my background in urban planning and infrastructure studies, so this whole issue of infrastructure fragmentation and privatization, it's not just a neoliberal attitude, but it is actually, if we set up the system as it is right now, it's almost a necessary consequence. So unless the public hand steps in and basically take some responsibility for a civic sphere, we cannot really expect private actors to do those things.
Thank you.
So we're going to have to stop here. On va prendre une très courte pause, quelque chose comme 4 minutes, question de changer de panel. Et on revient donc à 15h, si possible, avec notre dernière table ronde de la journée, le cosmopolitisme critique. Merci beaucoup.
So we don't have to swap then?
Yeah,
And I'll sit by the computer and you sit, we'll swap our name tags.
I think you know him, right? I'll be Masha.
I'll be Nikos.
Oh, I wanted to be Masha.
There we go. We've swapped because Nikos doesn't have any images and I do, and it would just save us the hassle of swapping later. Yeah. So we're near the screen or whatever. And then I'll just make sure that you're on. Oh, I see. The work's always already been done.
Isn't that handful? Fin. Really? No, really.
I like the name, really. I don't know what that simultaneous translation was like, but
That what?
that's the simultaneous translation for the last one. But whoever was doing it, I mean, that guy was talking fast.
She was amazing. There was two women that were excellent, don't you think?
Because
She was keeping pace because I could hear key words in French, and she was like 3 seconds behind her.
No, it's remarkable because, you know.
He was he was blitzing it.
Yeah, no, and this was.
And it was complex. She must have been.
It's not working from a written text, right? This is just like this is
Yeah.
some guy.
Just-
Just
He was machine gunning it.
Yeah, no.
No, God help. But no, it's a tough job. That's why they have to switch every 15 minutes.
Yeah.
What a skill.
Yes, indeed. I might grab a water myself.
Oh yes, I want to. Yes, please. Thanks so much. Why don't I get rid of the other ones? And that way.
Make sure we don't have any old ones.
No images.
I know.
Just words.
Well, really should.
I've come from visiting a colleague in Harvard who is such a Puritan, and she is so fastidious about how you use images with your talk.
Okay,
It's
so,
chasing me.
I see. Well.
Because
should not be gratuitous. In other
well,
words.
not only it shouldn't be gratuitous, shouldn't be just background, shouldn't be illustrative, shouldn't be this. She has such a meticulous.
Yeah,
way
that's
in
all
which
good.
of weaving,
I agree with all of that.
And her punctuation within the visual realm is impeccable.
Yeah, no.
And on one other occasion, I gave a lecture to a group of architects with only a single image, and I was roundly applauded because the standard architectural method is.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. Right.
So today I go to zero.
And
I sometimes do that with the students, and just we change pace really. So we've given them an overview sort of thing, and then I just could do 3 images and talk about something
and
make
them
them
listen.
think. Yeah. It's like just to get your change mode.
it's also just even just the slowing down, right? Because in relation to the kind of image world that they're used to, right? Where it's just like constantly changing, like you're never.
Yeah. I've just seen a former colleague.
Really? He said I just saw a former colleague.
Oh.
Oh, well, for once I don't mind the hot lights. It's good. Although I think it did get a little better.
Yeah, it did get better today.
Yeah.
Definitely better today.
And there's also, there are more people too, which is nice. I mean, because it's a little thin. Like, I do feel bad, but I'm not on. I'm not on.
We're on.
Oh, it is on. Okay.
No rude comments.
Yeah, well, sure. You just say when. Okay, he's coming back. So we should get started right away.
There's a university here called Montreal University.
one of the French ones is Université de Montréal.
So he's Nick Chan. He's a brilliant scholar.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What is he?
He taught in art history in England, and then he was in gender studies, but it was visual culture in Melbourne University. Char, C-H-A-R.
I don't know him.
Oh, he's great. He's very impressive.
You're kidding.
Brilliant man, brilliant.
I'm gonna have to look
He
him
worked
up.
with this colleague of mine who's married to Mike.
Okay. I think we're supposed to get started.
Okay.
Okay, we are going to get started. Please take your seats. So, good afternoon. My name is Joanne Sloan, and I'm very pleased to be introducing this panel on critical cosmopolitanism, because the concept of cosmopolitanism and then the figure of the cosmopolitan have certainly been around for quite a long time, but they have regained importance recently in relation to the globalization of the contemporary art world and as we grapple with ideas about the commons. So we have two presenters. We are going to start with Marcia Meskimen. Oh, I'm sorry, we're going to start with we're going to start with Nikos Papastergiadis, who is the director of a research unit in public cultures and a professor in the School of Culture and Communication at the University of Melbourne. He has provided strategic consultancies for government agencies on issues related to cultural identity and has worked on collaborative projects with artists and theorists such as John Berger, Jimmy Durham, and Sonia Boyce. He was for many years closely linked to the international journal Third Text, both as co-editor and author. His book publications are numerous. They include Modernity as Exile, Dialogues in the Diaspora, The Turbulence of Migration, Metaphor and Tension, Spatial Aesthetics, Art, Place, and the Everyday, and in 2012, Cosmopolitanism and Culture. He's also written numerous essays for the Biennales of Sydney, Liverpool, Istanbul, Gwangju, Taipei, Lyon, Thessaloniki, and Documenta 13. And his talk today is entitled Aisthesis and the Cosmos. Nikos.
Thank you very much, John. And also, let me also extend my thanks to the organizers for this wonderful event, the great hospitality and the stimulating program that they've curated, but also would deeply like to thank the other presenters and the incredible comments, both for their insight and generosity and critical nature from the whole audience. It's been a wonderfully orchestrated 2 days. I've learnt so much. My head is an exploding cosmos. In fact, exploding stars is the theme of the exhibition upstairs by Ragnar Kjartansson in The Visitors, where the song ends with the lines, "There are stars exploding around you, and there's nothing you can do." So let's begin with that image of being suspended between two infinities, the infinite and the intimate. And this is where the idea of aesthesis really sits, somewhere between and at the edges of those extremes. Because aesthesis as a concept has been a mechanism, a way of thinking about how we grasp, that's the Stoic idea, grasping truth, and how we produce images. Of course, the body is the primary mechanism for aesthesis, because it's through the senses that we grasp and produce truth and images. Now, for a long time in the humanities, the idea of truth through the body, my apologies to the translators. The idea of producing truth and images through the body was a subject of dispute and debate, because the body was seen as an unreliable tool for truth. It distorted and manipulated things by means of illusion. But now, thank God, the idea of aesthesis is back, and we're here to explore this relationship between the body and our environment. And through this concept of the cosmos, I want to look at the scope of that environment. How big is the space that we engage with?
when we engage with the truth and produce images for the world. And also I want to consider the horizons of communion that occur in that kind of environment. So these are the two questions that I will try to use to frame my presentation this afternoon. And in particular, I want to reflect on how they've had an impact on the capacity for us to explain creativity in the visual world. Now, one of the prevailing ways of explaining creativity is by looking at our conditions, our context. And modernity, as we know, is a context and condition of displacement. And the mobilities of modernity have produced great collisions, great displacements, and an estrangement. And precisely out of those negative forces, we have seen how the creative capacities have also emerged. The capacity to see things anew from the position of estrangement, to rebuild things again after the condition of estrangement, displacement, and collision. Now, one of the most fascinating and incisive accounts of this dynamic between estrangement and creativity, between displacement and objectivity, was the very early essay by the German sociologist Jörg Simmel. And Simmel basically portrayed the stranger as the bearer of a new kind of creative knowledge. The stranger, by definition, was someone who was here today, who'd be gone tomorrow, who oscillated between being near and far, between in and out, and therefore had a capacity to compare and contrast, but also to critically juxtapose different perspectives and worldviews, the ones in which had been formed in their place of origin and the ones in which being encountered in the place of arrival. So in a sense, that interplay and that juxtaposition of worldviews was also a source of creative transformation. And in many ways, in the social and creative and critical thinking, have extrapolated this idea that out of that experience of estrangement, we produce new kinds of subjectivities and forms of consciousness. And we can see that debate in the debates about hybrid diasporic identities, or even post-colonial indigenous cultural formations, how the rupture has become, and the disjunctive forces of modernity have become, in fact, sources of transformation rather than the abyss in which things collapse and disappear into. In fact, this idea of the edges, the borders, the boundaries have been incredibly dynamic forces for explaining creativity. What has been a little bit overlooked, perhaps, in this attention and in this thinking was also the necessity for the coterminous process of folding, the connective tissues, how intimacy is also formed in this state of displacement and rupture, how connectivities are managed through the condition of incommensurability, how the folding together of different things produces new lines of intersection and so forth. And so through the idea of folding, we come closer to thinking about what it is that is in common. The common, from the perspective of the stranger, is often presented under the heading of the cosmopolitan. And so we've now got the challenge of thinking how this concept of the cosmopolitan can also speak to the processes, practices, and conditions of material and cultural and creative and visual production in particular. Now, I've struggled with this concept a great deal, as was mentioned, I've written a book about it, but at the end of the book, I must admit and confess to you that I was forcing square pegs down round holes, because I was relying on theories of cosmopolitanism which were political, philosophical, moral, which talked about the cultivation of the self, the transformation of political institutions, the material conditions of cultural exchange, etc., etc. They were very valuable parallel concepts, but often didn't necessarily speak to the very condition of creative production. So there was a tension between what I now call an aesthetic form of cosmopolitanism and the normative discourse of cosmopolitanism that I was so heavily reliant on in that earlier book. So this project that I'm sort of trying to briefly sketch today is more about the possibilities of understanding whether we can have an aesthetic form of cosmopolitanism which starts from the senses, which operates through the creative processes of the imagination. So that brings us to the word imagination as a central concept for aesthesis. Imagination, of course, is different from memory. Gaston Bachelard made that very simple and clear distinction that memory helps you retrieve images, but imagination produces new images. Now, in that production of images, we can move across spaces and lean backwards and forwards in time. So have this kind of flexible relationship to time and space. And the effect of this kind of movement through the act of imagination is that we can produce three kinds of images. Ones that are a mirror to the world, the whole mimesis debate. Others which are a critique of the world, the ones that select and transform and critically translate the existing conditions of the world into a new kind of order, or challenge and correct and try to modify the current state. But then there's a third definition, one which I'm also very intrigued in, and has been explored in wonderful depth by our opening keynote speaker, Jean-Luc Nancy, which is the idea of the cosmos in translation, in creation. The cosmos draws on also ideas that were explored and explained by another contemporary of Nancy's a little bit earlier, however, which is Cornelius Castoriadis. And both of them used the concept of ex nihilo to explain the condition of creation. Ex nihilo, they were trying to stress, is the way in which creativity is not just a reconfiguration of the existing world, and not just a representation by mirroring back the existing world, but actually a producing of something that's not there, but of that world as well. So it's a different way in which of thinking of the way in which creativity emerges, not simply as a reconfiguration or translation or transformation of the existent, but as a creation of that which was there but that did not subsist to what it actually was. So Nancy has this very, very sharp definition which says that it's the originally extroversion of what does not subsist in itself. Now, we could spend a great deal of time going through the details and exploring some of the examples, but I just want to put forward these three different models for thinking about creation, and I'll come back to them in terms of how they have impact for the aesthesis of cosmopolitanism. But let's go a little bit now from those accounts to some of to a brief survey, and I apologize for this quick schematic account of how the idea of creation figures in art history and art theory and visual theory in general. Now, in the early founding figures of art history, this was a very problematic term and a very intriguing term. Rabbi Warburg was very interested in how images resonate across time. He wasn't trying to just decode them as if they had a secret message that was to be revealed, but how you have a conversation with those images in order to produce them anew. Ernst Gombrich, his student in many ways, was also caught between this idea that on the one hand, images are a mirror to this reality, on the other hand, they create a new world. And this ambivalence between creation, representation, communication really baffled and stumped many of the theorists, and to the point where some of the figures took up a rather divergent path in terms of how you go forward. On the one hand, there was this rather romantic view that the artist was the creator of a world, and this kind of Promethean figure, as if the artist was the medium between the world that we live in and some kind of divine order. And then the other more materialist views, which was that no, the artist was someone who engages with this world in order to help transform it. Perhaps one of the most popular exponents of this latter view was John Berger in his books Ways of Seeing, and many others have been extremely influential, and certainly for me. And what Berger, like I think motivated Berger, like Walter Benjamin, was this deep suspicion of what lurks in the humid backrib of spiritualism. That was Walter Benjamin's phrase, which I always quite like. And there was this deep reaction to this idea that the artist was this demigod who could somehow be in touch with divine cosmic order. And much was given to the way in which the artist was in fact a critique, was presenting a critique and a radical engagement with society. But as much as Berger was this contestatory and political and ideological force, he also confessed to being a bad Marxist, insofar as that he hated all kinds of institutional power. And he also confessed to being a bit of a romantic at heart, in the sense that it was only by being a romantic that you could keep open those intuitive appreciations of the mysteries of love, art, and the universe. Now, this confession of bad Marxist and ongoing romantic is not a quirk of Berger's personality. I think it's quite symptomatic of a deeper and unresolved issue, not just in art history, but also in critical theory. Lukács, Adorno, you would find, also have similar tensions throughout their work. And if you look at the early work of Lukács and his lyrical embrace of the classical world and our distance from it, to the point we've ended in this, what he calls a second nature, he was in many ways struggling with the same tensions. And he nevertheless ends up with a view, which is very close to where Berger has still continued with, is that despite the fact that we operate in the second nature, in the state of alienation, the artist's role is still to find and create a kind of cosmos, a kind of order into this world. Now, what does this order mean, and where does it come from, and why are the artists singled out for this duty? Partly because, as Berger has said many times, every artist who's worth their salt, who makes convincing works, also produces a system that transpires across all their work, and a system through which each work articulates its novelty. So that creative tension is there all along. And something to do with this spatial configuration is unique to the artistic consciousness and creative process. This way in which space is configured and constructed and arranged to make a kind of order, to be a counterpoint to the infinite, to the chaos, to give a kind of pleasure to the space that you make to the other, to create a space that is also an invitation and a welcoming act for the other. Now, this idea that the artist makes a space is, I think, not just a reaction against the infinity of the void or of the cosmos, but is a cosmos itself. And let me explain what I mean by this cosmos. The ancient Greek word cosmos was not to be confused with earth, which was ye. So the cosmos was also not to be confused with the universe, which was the endless, the apeiron, the unbounded. In fact, it was a sphere that was an intermediary space between the earth and the boundless universe. And the Stoics and many other Greek philosophy schools were convinced that of the existence of this sphere, this celestial sphere, and that this was the source of creativity and knowledge. And they the Stoics in particular, referred to the sphere not as a static object or entity from which we could extract energy or draw our inspiration, but they referred to it as this rather capricious and dynamic force and gave it the name creative fire. And it's from there that logos comes. So logos was always seen as a fragment of the cosmos. And this is, in fact, of course, a great fabulation, because we can now prove that such a sphere doesn't exist. But it was also, in this fabulation, an incredible attempt to define and articulate a way in which our creative force comes into this world, to give it a source, even if it was a dynamic one, and also an attempt to generate a system of thinking that deprovincialized human knowledge and solidarity. Because one of the incredible features of the Greek Stoic version of cosmopolitanism was not only just saying, I am a citizen of the world, it was also very clear in saying everybody, men and women, landowners and slaves, can be citizens of this world insofar as their practice, their way of being, their conduct in this world is attuned to the cosmos. This is the attunement which, between us and the cosmos, the micro and the macro, which I find particularly intriguing. Now, it's an idea that we'll find throughout history and in many different cultures. But as Jacques Rancière will tell us, while this idea may recur, its precise meaning will be determined according to the aesthetic regime, the regime of the time and place. So he himself uses this oscillation between the infinite and the immense and the intimate on many occasions, but he says that it only makes sense according to the regime of the aesthetic regime. Now, again, we don't have time to go into the details of what makes the aesthetic regime what it is, but it's important to stress that even in Rancière's term, this historical modality has a very complex binarism. On the one hand, it's determined by its specific historical conditions and also by the transpiration of various forms of ideality. So this ideality is as significant as the material conditions itself. And so without this combination, we couldn't do what Rancière calls thinking the unthinkable, whereby thinking is that which modifies what is thinkable by welcoming what was unthinkable. That double gesture of welcoming what was unthinkable is the mechanism by which something new comes into the world. And of course, that's a very ancient idea that you can find in Greek philosophy right down to the present. But in the process of working through this idea of the aesthetic regime, in his new book, that is, Rancière has given us a range of scenes in which it emerges. One of which is a choreographer from the 19th century, Louis Fuller. And he describes that through her work, not just radical innovations in terms of the use of space, the use of light, the use of gesture, the use of text, etc., but, and I quote, he says, in her expressions you see something far more fundamental and anterior. He says, before dance there is movement, before painting, gesture and light, before poems, the tracing of signs and forms, world gestures, world patterns. Rancière then asserts that Fuller's dance captures the common potential of these patterns through its artifices. So this idea of the common potential of these patterns is an extremely intriguing and complex formulation, because earlier on in the same essay, Rancière also applauds an earlier review of Fuller's work, where the reviewer has said that the work itself is a work of cosmogenic force. It brings forth the appearance of the world, not just enacts the experience of being an actor who sees the appearance of the world. This distinction of appearance and occurrence is one of the most important terms and challenges that we have before us in terms of thinking about creation and creativity. Now, much of Rancière's work, especially in the past perhaps, has focused on the historical elements of this regime, not the ideality processes, the cosmos, in other words. So much of it has been seen how the redistribution of the sensible is like critique and mirror, right? It reorganizes the existing elements to produce and welcome in the new. What I want to suggest, however, is that perhaps that is insufficient, this idea of redistribution of the sensible, and what in fact is more necessary is a deeper thinking of how the cosmos is also a bringing forth of a sense of the world through the order that is assembled, as he says, by the artifice of particular genres and disciplines. Now, I'm not sure how much time I've got left.
About 5 minutes.
About 5. So this idea of the genre being just the artifice from which the world is generated is important, because it enables us to think about two things. One is the suddenness through which creation comes into the world, and second is how wide is its impact going to be? What are its horizons of communion, in other words? What is it that we are in touch with when we are in this kind of space? Now, ironically, the way I think we can take this idea further is, in fact, to go back a little bit to the concept of aesthesis, again in the Stoics, and how it's been reworked more by Deleuze rather than Heidegger. Because the idea of aesthesis for the Stoics was that it was the primary mechanism, it was the tool, it was the body sensory capacity through which the three tasks of knowledge, of philosophy were organized. The three tasks of philosophy were logos, ethics, and physis. Now, what aesthesis says, it is through aesthesis that these tasks are executed. So knowledge of the world comes not separate from, but through aesthesis. So that classical division between aesthesis and noesis, between impressions and cognitions, is therefore a false distinction. And it's timely that we now get over that misconception, not to invert it like Kant tried to do and then bracket it, but to rework it through this idea of the fold, like Deleuze is trying to do. And again, what I find fascinating about the work about people like Deleuze is that we find very complex attempts to think through this idea of creation and its capacity to move between people. And you also see this in writers like Bachelard and even writers who have a far more prickly relationship with, like, Sloterdijk. You hear words like soul as well as cosmos. And why are these terms, soul, communion, cosmos, coming back into, or have been, but have not been perhaps picked up sufficiently in our critical debates? But why are they important to us now? Because I think we're at a point of trying to learn the difference between feeling global, being open to the world, and making a cosmos. Now, being global is a flat, integrated, homogenizing experience, whereas making a cosmos, according to Nancy and Castoriadis, is the openness with which the new comes into the world. It's the order that welcomes something into the world. And cosmos in the ancient Greek had these three meanings. The first of which I've given to you, this idea of this sphere. The second of which was all of humanity is a cosmos. The third of which is the activity of making a space attractive to the other so it welcomes them. So when Penelope is rearranging the bedroom for the welcoming of her long-absent husband Ulysses, and she also wants to discover whether it's the real man that has been away from her for such a long time, she transforms the bedroom into a cosmos. So this word cosmos takes us to the idea of art as a cosmetic thing, as a decorative thing, but also to this process of world-making activity as an ordering of space that welcomes the other and beckons the new. And so I think it's time now that these tensions in our history of thinking for the last century, that we don't balk from these awkward terms like cosmos and soul, but we, in fact, approach them not in order to reinstate the old metaphysics, because of course we know, and I don't need to preach to an audience like this, that such a metaphysics does not have value or purchase to us. But however, it is important for us to rethink the ways in which we can span the intimate and the infinite. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nikos. So our next speaker is Marcia Muskimen, who is Professor of Art History and Theory at Loughborough University? How's my pronunciation? In the UK. Her research focuses on transnational contemporary art with a particular emphasis on feminist corporeal materialisms, global ethics, and cosmopolitics. Her publications are numerous as well. The Art of Reflection, Women Artists, Self-Portraiture in the 20th Century, We Weren't Modern Enough, Women Artists and the Limits of German Modernism, Women Making Art, History, Subjectivity, Aesthetics, and in 2010, Contemporary Art and the Cosmopolitan Imagination. She's also co-edited a volume on Women, the Arts, and Globalization, Eccentric Experience, while Homeland, Women's Citizenship Photographies is forthcoming. With Amelia Jones, she edits the series Rethinking Arts Histories for Manchester University Press, and with Phil Soddern, she has just completed the book Drawing Difference, Connections Between Gender and Drawing Since the 1960s. And today's talk is entitled Materializing Transversal Worlds, the Question of Cosmopolitan Public Art. Marcia.
Thank you very much. And again, last speaker for this session, and reiterating the thanks. Thank you very much to the committee who organized this. Thank you to all the other participants, and thank you very much especially to the wonderful student questions, which I've been knocked my socks off by those fantastic questions. It's been a real privilege to be here, and I shall be thinking about the things that I've heard for some time to come. Right, I have images and things. What I want to talk about today comes from a larger body of work where I'm keen to explore concepts of citizenship that are expanded and embodied and beyond the notion of the nation state. This idea of reconfiguring citizenship is a concept whose legacy is perhaps too narrow, but maybe actually still very much worth reconfiguring and reconceiving, because it is still a very powerful notion, has a lot of parallels, and I want to suggest links to some of the public sphere discourses, and particularly the way in which we talked about reconceiving and reconfiguring the public sphere, because it's still worth something, it's still quite valuable to us. So I want to remind the conference hypothesis, art that explores the common, creates a realm for the reconfiguration of the critical public sphere. And I want to suggest that my contribution to a conversation around that hypothesis is to consider the role that art, especially public art or art in public spaces, and there's a lot of argument about how you phrase this sort of thing, might play in materializing multiple, iterative public spheres, and that have possibly two functions. One, to engender intersectional, embodied, and participatory modes of world citizenship, and that's my nod to the cosmopolitan. For reasons I will clarify later, I rather prefer now the term denizenship. And the second thing that I think might happen is that this iterative public sphere can demonstrate the diffractive or ecological agency of the arts as world-making. In other words, to assign a strong role to the creative and imaginative practices that we call the arts. To do that, let me start with some art. Anniversary, Act of Memory, was a multi-sited polyvocal performance work in 60 acts that took place between 2008 and 2013. In fact, actually is still going, but we can talk about that in a moment. Anniversary referred to the 60th anniversary of the proclamation by the UN General Assembly of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UDHR, on 10th December 1948. The work by Monica Ross took the UDHR as its script. Ross's performance piece centered on herself and various others, reciting the document's preamble and 30 articles from memory in various places, public spaces, and using languages, including sign, chosen by participants. The UDHR is central to the development of this work, and so it's worth retracing a couple of key things about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and that is Eleanor Roosevelt. The UDHR was drafted in the wake of World War II and in a full awareness of the atrocities committed during that conflict. Drafting was done under the auspices of the UN's Commission on Human Rights, chaired by Eleanor Roosevelt. Despite some minor issues around dated language, and Ross used a plain speech, gender-neutral version of the UDHR as her core text in English, the UDHR is still considered to be the only written document to define a set of world principles for rights that transcends nation-state authority, and it is still widely used to enable human rights violations to be prosecuted. It is also argued to be the most widely translated document in the world, with 466 official translations, including into sign language. This is Eleanor Roosevelt smiling at the Spanish translation. The translation issue is very important. From the start, the UDHR appeared in the 5 UN languages, and following that, there was always an emphasis on the vernacular, on the notion of translating it into living languages in an attempt to make certain it could be read and heard in real and local conditions. It was never meant to be a document placed in a file. It was meant to be heard, used, and iterated constantly. Performed, and here are a kind of variety from the early acts of anniversary active memory. Performed, anniversary took shape across many sites, and their specific conditions were important to the recitation. Again, this is about a living, vernacular, and local dynamic, a universal declaration being made in specific and particular locations across and with the participation of various constituencies and collectives. It was, for example, in Britain, performed for International Women's Day, for Amnesty International events on prisoners' rights. It was performed in Spain for World's Aid Day. It was performed in the Baltic as part of the 2011 festival to reverse the usual order of things when it was signed, and you can see it here being signed. And the final act of the 60 recitations took place in Geneva at a meeting of the UN's Human Rights Council on 14th June 2013, which was also the day that Monica Ross died. She found that she was ill while the work was going on and tried to ensure that it was going to be done for the last 60th time, and it happened. Part of the intention of the work was always the notion of handing it on and having it extend beyond the reach of the artist, but that, of course, became very literal with her passing and with subsequent performances, which have also given a kind of new meaning to the notion of the anniversary act of memory, because it's been done to memorialize Ross. There's also, however, a guidebook in terms of almost an educational pack that you can download from a site as to how to create or host a performance of the work now. So it's meant to be ongoing. This is therefore not a top-down project, and that is wholly in keeping with the UDHR's central mission. And I would note Eleanor Roosevelt on the 10th anniversary of the Declaration of Human Rights, who said, "Where, after all, do human rights begin? In small places close to home, so close and so small they cannot be seen on any maps of the world." And she talks very much about, unless these rights have meaning there, they have little meaning anywhere. Without concerned citizen action to uphold them close to home, we shall look in vain for progress in the larger world. This is wholly consistent, this act of handing it on, the idea of these different sorts of users and making this work anew, with Ross's own feminist activist art roots. The inclusion of a radical pedagogy, an inclusive and collective engagement, the notion of the relationship between the local and the global, and the idea that the personal is political. Ross's, this is the first ever performance, as you can see. I am suggesting that this multi-stranded work of art begins to materialize an inclusive and intersectional concept of active world citizenship in an emergent critical public sphere, mobilizing what Ruth Lister, in her very superb feminist reconceptions of citizenship in a global arena, has called differentiated universalism. Indeed, one of the things I want to argue, and one of the things that I think is interesting about this work, is Anniversary Active Memory resonates very powerfully with transnational feminist work on the concept of citizenship generally, and in particular, very compelling arguments in this body of thought that, first, citizenship consists of more than rights and responsibilities or legal or nation-state regulation, though those are always important. They're never wiped out from any of this literature. People don't say, oh, citizenship just transcends all of that. No, it's imperative. Those are the material constraints. However, what they also point out is that that's not it. That's not the end of it. It's also about affective practices of belonging, collective identifications, the imaginative forms of participation in public life, and they reiterate affect and imagination as part of this material condition. The other thing that is imperative in this body of literature, and I think really this literature is the area that speaks most powerfully to this, that intersectionality is critical in understanding citizenship, full stop. And intersectionality is not conceived here as a thing, not a typology, but as a process, an operation of embodied agency in the world. Importantly, in my argument around the arts, my argument is that this conception of the embodied processes of intersectional belonging as being core to a reconceived citizenship moves us from a logic confined by representation, both political and aesthetic, toward an idea of articulation or materialization. And I am following and thinking about that, Donna Haraway, Karen Barrett, so forth. The other thing that transnational feminist thinking on citizenship stresses is the relationship between the micro and the macro, the private and the public, that they are always intertwined. There is no possibility of a transcendent, disembodied, universal citizen. Rather, they are embodied, embedded, and worlded perspectives on citizenship. But at the same time, that does not mean that there can be no collectivity. And Yuval Davis and Penina Verbner argue very strongly around this. Collectivity consists of transversal dialogues across difference. And in the notion of world citizenship, I would say that that links very strongly to the notion of imagination that Gatens and Lloyd produced in Collective Imaginings, where they talk about the exercise of the capacity to see the specificity of one's own world as one among many others would be to conceive of one's own form of sociability as a valued but contingent way of life that does not cancel one's responsibilities as a citizen of the world. And I like this particularly well. On this view, world citizenship does not involve an idealistic or unattainable transcendence of embodied being, but rather an imminent, embodied, and ongoing negotiation between multiple forms of sociability. So in its multiple recitative invocations of the UDHR, many small acts of speaking a universal declaration in the here and now, linked at the same time to the there and then, through the multiple gestures and voices of selves and others, anniversary act of memory began to draw the lines of a differentiated universalism, one that emerges through a collective and imaginative engagement in an inclusive, if fleeting, and critical public sphere. But what about art, and in particular, what about public art? What does this say? Well, there's been lots of work on the notion of public art and public spaces over the past 30 years, including critiques of the normative uses of monuments, memorials, the idea of a white male nationalized citizen in an exclusive kind of notion of the public sphere made through public art. But there's also been a range of arguments around counter-monuments and so forth. Arguably, the most consistent trajectory for Ross's work and for my thinking on this is the notion of the new genre public art, with a strong link to feminist activist practices of engaging with and developing alternative publics and public spaces in and through difference. And it was particularly theorized and also practiced by Suzanne Lacey. And this is Suzanne Lacey and Linda Preuss's work from the International Dinner Party from 1979 at San Francisco's MoMA, which was the work produced for an event on the eve of the first installation of Judy Chicago's Dinner Party in 1979, a participatory, simultaneous performance of over 200 dinner parties all across the globe, where a range of groups of women were hosting the dinner parties in honor of the accomplishments of women in their own regions, but sending a telegram to the gallery, which was then placed on a map so that you could see the connection. So there was a 24-hour dinner party around the globe connecting all these different women who were simultaneously doing something international but also very local. And I'd point out there's no internet at this point, so it's really quite an interesting kind of idea about a certain kind of network and how powerful one can be. I didn't see it in '79, but I have seen it reconceived, and I'm showing you an image of it here because it was recently reshown in Zurich. It's been shown and revived in relation to histories of feminist curating, particularly around notions of the way in which curatorial work refashions public sphere, but also in recent thinking on the histories of community and participatory practice as relational. Lacey's definition is really significant in terms of an idea of new genre public art, and I place it here. The construction of a history of new genre public art is not built on a typology of materials, spaces, or artistic media, but rather on concepts of audience, relationships, communication, and political intention. It is my premise, that's Lacey's premise, that the real heritage of the current moment in public art came from the discourses of largely marginalized artists. Lacey's definition is really interesting in relation to the transnational dialogues on citizenship. So, for example, Penina Verbner, who says, paradoxically, perhaps, it is marginal or non-citizens, those excluded from active participation in the political community, who have had the most impact on citizenship as a historically evolving imaginary. So, working these things together, thinking through this together, I'm interested in the idea of thinking about public art in relation to materializing rather than representing world citizenship in an emergent and potentially inclusive critical public sphere. And I want to look at a few works to think that through. The first one's probably a bit surprising. possibly, in relation to this, but I think quite an interesting one. And it does raise the issue of how long they had to wait in London in Trafalgar Square to get photographs with that sky. Don't ask me. You never see it that blue, but there they are. I want to look at these two works particularly. It's the work by Mark Quinn, Alison Lapper, Pregnant, as you can see, which is very much a collaborative work with Alison Lapper, who's also an artist and a very well-known disability artist. But it's particularly here that I don't want to look just at that object, but how it works to write and define a space, one that actually works with pre-existent objects, and most specifically with E.H. Bailey's Nelson. So this is the commission for Alison Lapper Pregnant is a work for the 4th Plinth Public Arts Commission, which is a rolling program of works located in Trafalgar Square in London. They sit on the empty 4th Plinth in that square, and they are, of course, they surround Nelson's column and that image of Nelson that you can see on the screen by E.H. Bailey. The 4th Plinth competition is a very prestigious public art commissioning prize under the auspices of the Mayor of London's office and Arts Council England. Quinn worked with Lapper, who sat for the nude portrait of herself while pregnant. Now, this is in many ways, and I think it picks up the issue that Lacey raises. The construction of a history of new genre public art is not about a typology of materials. It doesn't have a certain dynamic that way. It's about what it does, not what it is as an object. So this is quite traditional in a certain way. It's a monumental, figurative sculpture that sits on a plinth in a very traditional sort of public space. But it is a hugely transgressive image in many ways as well. This is a body. This is the body of Alison Lapper. Alison Lapper's body bears the traces of the experimental treatment of pregnant women in the 1960s with thalidomide. So her mother was treated with thalidomide while pregnant. She is now herself pregnant. So we have here a totally non-essential image of the female nude. We have an absolutely biocultural body, a body that is totally marked by politics, by its relationship. It's not a norm. It's not a notion of the female nude and equating with nature and with fecundity and natality, but actually a highly, highly politicized image of pregnancy and intervention. But it's also a non-normative, anti-heroic body that parks itself in this space as a citizen. And what I think you have to read it in relation to is, for example, the question around Nelson. So here, and in a much more English sky, Richard Westmacott's Nelson Monument from 1813, immediately following Trafalgar, when in Liverpool. So this was a hugely prestigious monument that was produced in 1813. Nelson is that nude, amazing, almost CGI'd, perfected male body being crowned by victory and grasped by death. So this is a remarkable image in terms of the body politics and the body politic. This is, Westmacott perfects the body of Nelson as he gives us the perfect image of the body politic. England expects, the line around there, England expects every man to do his duty. Masculine normative nation-state citizenship attained through sacrifice, especially the bodily sacrifice in war. But this Nelson image, even in the 19th century, doesn't work for the masses. He is not a citizen hero in this way, and people don't like this. They can't understand it, they don't read it, they find it more difficult to read. And E.H. Bailey's Nelson, in fact, is a much more populist image of Nelson by 1843. He's clothed, he's slight. Nelson was slight. Nelson was also sickly. He was away from the sea for a number of years, recuperating. And by the time he dies in Trafalgar, he has no arm and no eye. He's wounded. He's an injured body. He's a different body. Quinn and Lapper's work then bring this body back down into circulation about a public sphere that can incorporate and include difference in its very body politics. I'm arguing that this is a non-representational, however figurative, exploration of the body politics of the body politic. It articulates and sets up diffractive conversations between the past and the present. It opens the colonial history to contemporary discourse and critique, but it does not simply override it. There is mutual transformation of the materials of the past and the present in this encounter. It operates rather as a figuration. And when I use that, I mean, as in Rosie Bradotti's notion of this, not figurative ways of thinking and so forth, a politically informed map that outlines our own situated perspective, rendering our image in terms of a decentered and multi-layered vision of the subject as a dynamic and changing entity. Ciupradates' materialist anti-representation, imagination, and affectivity are key, especially in opening up the spaces of the past and permitting movement toward the future. In other words, through the imaginative figurations of art, Trafalgar Square, a space designed to provide monumental representations of the ideal citizen, yields to become an emergent site for the articulation of potential cosmopolitan subjects of the future, however unexpectedly. Now, my second example, and I'm afraid these next photographs are mine, so, bear with me, come from the University of Cape Town, where I happened to be last year as a visiting professor for a period of time. And it was immediately following the removal of the Cecil Rhodes sculpture, the Marion Walgate sculpture with the Rose Must Fall group. And I want to talk about this for a moment, because I think something's interesting about this. Here again, you have the idea of the traces of the past, an engagement with the ideal tropes of the citizen, the colonial notion of a white male patriarch of the worst sort being granted the monumental status of the primary subject of art in public spaces, and the question of how any others might come into voice within such a sphere. The Rose Must Fall campaign is very much about the same kinds of issues that Trafalgar might raise for us in relation to that. The statue was removed in April of 2015. This is taken in August. Other works were taken out of the library and other campus buildings at that point, but that's not usually as discussed as the Rhodes sculpture being removed. By the time I arrived, a number of art students who were involved the plinth was not covered up by a lovely decorative thing. There was just sort of a box around it, and they had decorated it. But most interestingly, I think, they had painted a shadow of the sculpture onto the ground. The long shadow cast in the present by the residues of the past. A very interesting discursive space thus appears in the vacuum created by the absence of the monument, and there was still at that point an interesting space of debate with and within the RMF movement, although it was closing quickly. Some of you may know that has turned to this sort of work, this sort of activity now. Rose Must Fall protesters removing and burning art from the University of Cape Town halls, February 2016. Now, I'm going to just declare myself that I have real difficulty about a movement that begins to burn books or artworks. I just don't, I have a question about where the failure of that movement might reside in some ways. The movement was splintering when I was there, and I talked to a lot of people involved with it at that point, and I want to point to this because I think it's really interesting in relation to this question of public art and so forth. It was splintering on the matter of representation, where it was becoming increasingly problematic in relation to talking about the artworks that they were looking at in terms of an idea of positive or negative, that it was being taken very literally. You either had positive works of art and images, or you had negative works of art and images. On the matter of difference, the differences within the RMF were being increasingly foreclosed, especially women and LGBT campaigners were leaving the group rapidly at the point when I was visiting. And on the idea of citizenship, that there could be an authentic space from which to enable some people to claim absolute authority over space, land, political power. It was the fiction that we could ever go back. And I am arguing very strongly otherwise. World making does not go back. World citizenship will not be materialized through an attempt to erase the past. We have the past and its often dreadful imaginary as our parameters, as material, but they do not construct the limits of our imagination or our ability to imagine otherwise. Art is world making, not reflective of a pre-existent reality, and the affective agency of art and its imaginative fictions of the most powerful sort can materialize different possibilities for the future. I'm with Nelson Goodman here on the world making power. Art is a remaking, making all worlds lie within actual ones. Art and fiction play a role because they take and unmake and remake and retake familiar worlds, recasting them in remarkable and sometimes recondite, but eventually recognizable, that is, recognizable ways. And I want to finish on one last sort of work, and that is this work, By the Power of Place, Betty Sarah, Sheila Levrant de Bretteville. And there was a whole group, Dolores Hayden and so forth, the Power of Place group, which were a really interesting group of artists and architects who looked toward recognizing the living and changing nature of urban spaces and the histories, particularly the multicultural histories of Los Angeles. And this is Biddy Mason's place, A Passage of Time, a public, well, it's a bit of a park, but it's a public sculptural wall and house image. This public commission celebrates the life of one particular woman, Biddy Mason, and her remarkable story, which I'll rehearse really, really swiftly because it's imperative to this. Biddy Mason was born a slave in Mississippi in 1818, trained in midwifery, delivering both black and white children in the household and beyond the household in which she was owned. She gave birth to 3 children, her owners, She trekked with her owners to Utah, walking behind the carts because she was a slave, the thousands of miles to Utah when they became Mormons, eventually going with them to California, where slavery had been abolished 1 year earlier before their arrival, unbeknownst to the owners. She then, it was in 1850, in 1851, she pursued a case for free status. In 1855, she won that case. She managed to rent a home, remained a midwife, earned money enough to establish a homestead, buy a home, and eventually establish a Methodist church and became part of a community. So this is a remarkable transformative story in relation to the ideas of belonging, placemaking, and so forth. It's an empowering story, but not an easy history. She's never a citizen. As a slave, as a woman, and as a woman slave, she's also subject to this sexual abuse as well as ownership. Later freed, no suffrage for women or African Americans at this time, yet she works, establishes home and community, a place of belonging in her own right in many different ways and in many different places and circumstances. And this tale is told directly in this particular wall. It's not occluded in any way. It's not changed, the details of the story. This is a story then of the continual making and remaking of the future in the small acts of the present. This small story transcends the particulars and becomes something bigger, a differentiated universalism, a demonstration of an ecological way of knowing and acting that unites imagination and attentiveness to small details. And the notion of the ecological way of knowing is very much derived from the work of Lorraine Code, with a conception of materially situated subjectivity for which embodied location and deliberative interdependence are constitutive of the very possibility of knowledge and action. Ecological thinking opens a way to a renewed conception of responsible citizenship, as responsible in its knowing as in its doing. The work Biddy Mason Place does not negate the past, but it's not lost in it either. It establishes a new and different discursive space, a space in which we might all imagine our world-making belonging, the small acts through which we are located, and we locate ourselves in the wider worlds in which we live, close to home, but always something more. For me, this non-representational world-making materializes a new figuration for a vastly expanded world citizenship, a world-making citizenship. And I would argue for a model of embodied in world denizenship in relation to this. The denizen is not just a naturalized citizen, not just someone who attains the right of residence. It's not just that legalistic. It's also a notion of a way of figuring something else, a world-making citizen. Denizenship indicates a mobile and ongoing movement toward notions of belonging. There's no origin guaranteeing your belonging or your participation, but rather a continual action of making oneself at home through different collectivities over time and spaces. Denizenship is centered on an intersubjective activity of belonging. Denizens don't make themselves at home in a colonizing way. They're not imperialists or through assimilation, but rather through mutuality. Hosts and denizen both change and accommodate, and with respectful engagement. Differences acknowledged but not fixed. The other thing I'm really interested in relation to the notion of denizen and the world-making activity is that it's more than human-centered. It's human and non-human-centered. It's an ecological model of living within the world, which is comprised of a full range of human and non-human actors and agents. To end, then, looking at Monica Ross's piece on the screen, if a cosmopolitan public art can engender a critical public sphere that enables transversal dialogues across difference to take place, it certainly does not do this by representing a singular transcendent subject or ideal citizen. A cosmopolitan public art takes no one form or genre, but rather acts in many places and times to materialize transversal worlds, worlds inhabited by denizens who are as responsive and responsible in their knowing as in their doing. Thank you.
Well, thank you both. Thank you for two remarkable papers. So we do have some time for questions, and first we will hear from our research delegate, Sandra Ivolian.
So thank you both for your talks. I was very much interested in this idea of intersectionality and embodied citizenship or denizenship, or cosmos as processual. And the idea that the marginalized or non-citizens have had the most impact on citizenship. So going into my question, you both posit that becoming a denizenship or world-making are processual, and part of this has to do with the unfixed nature of borders, geopolitical borders. And Mary Watkins, for example, quotes Cabranes Grant, who wrote that we are each transportable borders, enacting a separation or challenging it. So if geopolitical borders have less of an effect on one's identity and subjectivity today, and by extension on one's engagement with others, then have these borders perhaps moved away from the collective and definitely from nation state towards the body of the individual? If so, then how can we reshape the borders embodied through the individual in order to negotiate the barriers between oneself and the other?
Great. Should I start? That's a sweeping but spot-on question. First about the intersectionality and the connections, perhaps, very material connections between the two papers. My idea of the cosmos and the Stoics and this very detailed account of the denizen that Masha just presented to us is historically accurate, in fact, because every single one of the members of the Stoic school of philosophy were metics, which is another word for denizens. Not one of them was born in Athens. Almost all of them came from the peripheries of the Mediterranean, from what's today Egypt, Libya, Ukraine, not that far, but the northern parts of the southern parts of the Black Sea. But there were Greek cities in the southern parts of the Black Sea, and they all came from this diverse part of the world and converged in this city of culture called Athens. So they themselves already embodied this sort of insider-outsider experience. And even the word Stoic means that they were from the Stoa, which is the arcades, which in itself, architecturally, is a space that's both inside and outside. It protects you from the rain, but it's not inside. It's not an enclosed interior space. And it's adjacent to the agora, but it's not in the center of commerce. It's not part of the Voleftirion Ecclesia, the formal parts of assembly, but it's visible. It's within eye-shot and ear-shot of those places. So I think these topological features and etymological issues and these biographical issues are not unique. They are, in fact, consistent with the arguments that we are making about the cosmopolitan imaginary and the cosmopolitan conditions and biographies and the locations of borders and people's behaviours. As for the agency through which innovation occurs, Aristotle, who was also a metic, he was also born in the north of Greece, never had citizenship in Greece. In fact, at times had to flee. Never had citizenship in Athens, sorry, but at times had to flee from Athens. He too, had this skeptical view of the people and whether they should have the power to be part of power. So there's this constant debate about how democratic was these outlines of democracy, and so in many senses, the people who are not part of the demos, the excluded, are in fact the makers of what is democracy. And today we, on the one hand, are quite entirely agree with the proposition in the question and from our papers that it's our bodies, our imagination, which are the makers of borders. But of course, we're also confronted with the daily news where the border today with Greece and Macedonia is a very brutal, jagged border, just as the border with Mexico and the US is a brutal and jagged border. So we have these conflicting and parallel worlds operating at the same time, whereby on the one hand, we have these ideals which are shaping our imaginary, but at the same time we have material conditions which are sort of pulling us into a kind of horrendous abyss and source of conflict that one can only feel repelled from that reality. But so while I uphold that ideal as a way of marking my own sense of behaviour and conduct, I also use that ideal to judge and evaluate the conditions of our material world, the nation-state world, and its barbarous consequences.
I mean, to some extent, I was just echoing in a sense, but I was writing down as you were speaking because I mean, your question's wonderful, and you've done a fantastic job of bringing the papers together. But I'm thinking that borders are possibly even more powerful now than they ever have been. I mean, they are really markedly powerful, and at the same time, I'm concerned that we both register that, deal and acknowledge that, and know how that is the case. At the same time, not allow that to constrain or push us into a very negative way and very small way of thinking about where people belong and how they belong and where they make their homes and so forth. Precisely because it's such a dangerous imaginary to move back to some notion of authenticity, send these people back or put these people here. I mean, it's such a dangerous way of living. But the other thing I would suggest as well is that I'm very interested in the idea of denizenship being able to extend to everyone. It doesn't mean you have to have moved. It doesn't mean that, you know, we live in a circumstance where you can remain in a very small location physically without actually at the same time being totally parochial or imagining that to be a blood and soil relationship that gives you a kind of a space. So I'm quite interested in the idea of imagining denizenship imagination as being something that would extend so that we all began to imagine ourselves making ourselves at home all the time, again and again, because the conditions in which we live are constantly changing. So even if you are not literally shifting from place to place, we are not living in the same condition of nation statehood, etc., at any given moment. So there's a kind of a changing reality of that. So I'm interested in it that way as well. So the whole intersection, and the intersectionality, I think, is just really powerful ways of thinking about all of these kinds of issues, because it refuses to allow you ever to get too locked into one notion of what it would mean to be, because the experiential work on citizenship is just, it's really telling. It's simply not the same to hold citizenship in when you are marked by certain politics around your body, your age, your gender, your class, your race, your sexuality, or all this other thing. They move you in very different valences in relation to your citizenship, including literally your political rights. I mean, Ruth Lister is Baroness Lister of Boetzkes. She's one of the first kind of really kind of substantial theorists, of feminist theorists of citizenship. She is also a sociologist who's a social policy maker, and she works on poverty, women and poverty in Britain, and as a labor peer. Citizenship is not equally understood or accessed by everyone just because they're a passport holder. So this is a really significant thing, I think, into the intersectional issue. So thank you for your question.
Historically, cosmopolitanism has been defined and practiced in both positive and negative ways. On the positive side, it not only recognizes, but integrates and welcomes the other, which acts as a catalyst for creative happenings. But unfortunately, on the negative side, it's a relativistic, amoral kind of system which emphasizes superficiality and political correctness, and therefore is just the opposite, is a destructive force, because it tends to legitimize the status quo and works against real change. Now, my problem is that it's fine to be idealistic and to have imagination, but we live in a world of practical realities, and unfortunately, much of our democracies and public art are of the latter type. And the more of that garbage that is produced, and I'm being deliberately subjective here, the less the opportunities for creative work takes place. So it's all fine, as I said, to welcome the imagination, but one has to have a process to recognize that which is worthwhile and important. And how does one go about that? In other words, my problem is with the academic world, just to finish this, it is okay to say that we know what ought to be done, but we'll leave it to someone else to tell us how. So any suggestions I'd welcome.
Well, I mean, the one thing I would say initially is, and I actually share your sense about this very strongly, that and increasingly so for other reasons about action. But the first thing I would say is that the notion of an embodied and responsible world citizenship, in the way that I'm thinking about it, the notion of an ecological thinking and whatever, is not without action, and it is also not radical relativism. So it doesn't simply say it's all sort of a free-for-all, and you can never make a stand on anything, and you never have any discernment about certain issues. It's steeped in a kind of language of actually attempting very strongly to think through responsibility and your responsibility as a citizen and so forth. So it does not operate in that way, and I'm quite interested in those issues. One of the other things is that and I'm thinking about them in particular because one of the things that is really pertinent in relation to the work on citizenship is that one of the core restrictions in relation particularly to access to public spaces and the ability to access and articulate within the public space sphere is gender and sexual violence that occurs, and it's rife in the world at present. The statistics are outrageous. They're getting higher and higher, and without some real fundamental changes in relationship to some of those issues, there's nothing to do. There's no ability to even talk about having an access to this kind of a public sphere. So it's a really pressing issue, but it's also an issue that is not unrelated to the way in which one imagines and not unrelated to the way in which one constructs their mindset about what they're doing and how they live. And some of the core changes, people have talked about how you deal with certain issues around kind of rehabilitation in relation to sexual violence, etc. The core issues are often changing opinions, and it's peer-to-peer. So it is about changing a cultural imaginary and changing some of those things as well as acting legislatively and materially and so forth. They're not disconnected in my head. I don't see them as a separate in that sense.
I've agreed with everything everyone said up to now. And I disagree with this dichotomy you've phrased and the opposition through which your outrage is mobilized. Because while I share your outrage in terms of the rubbish that's out there and that the 98%, whatever it is, I don't agree that, that we need to separate or should separate imagination from reality, as if that sovereignty lies with reality and fantasy and distortion and illusion and indulgence in the former. I just don't believe that. And in fact, I think it's that division that creates many of the conflicts and distortions and, in a way, deprecations and reductions to our capacity to operate and imagine another world. So, in fact, our starting point is to collapse and fold the relationship between the imagination and the real, the body and its environment, the world of politics and the world of creation. And so the distinction you make between the positive and negative cosmopolitanisms is not distinctions within cosmopolitanisms, it's distinctions imposed upon cosmopolitanism. Because the negative vision that you outlined is a familiar one. It's the one that the Nazis used against the Jews. It's the ones in which the people have often used against the rich elites who travel around the world and have no real experiences because they're too busy shopping. But that's not cosmopolitanism. That's what we call globalization. That existed in many forms in other historical moments, but that's floating on the surface of culture, not engaging with the world. Engaging with the world means making the world more open and creating something new. That, of course, is very different to having the luxury to travel without actually engaging. And I just want to go back to the original question, and because I forgot to mention this, in terms of the relationship between the refugee and the cosmopolitan. Zeno, the founder of Stoic philosophy, the first person to think of cosmopolitanism as a truly egalitarian and universal form of thinking, Zeno was a Syrian.
Thank you. We have another question over here.
My
Go
question
ahead.
is for Madame Mesgiven. You discussed having spent time with students that were part of the Remove Cecil Rhodes movement, and we have similar issues like here in Canada and the United States, James McGill having been a slave owner, and issues with names of US presidents at Yale University. And I'm wondering, you discussed your disagreement with the act of burning art, but didn't mention anything about the removal of statues or the removal of names. And so I guess it's just, I'm looking for what your personal stance is on these issues.
My personal stance, well, I mean, it's a really good question, and I did get a chance to talk to people when it was kind of, when it was still very much in the flush of the first kind of removal of the sculpture, but hadn't yet disintegrated into some of the sort of more violent and negative acts. But I mean, I think each case is I mean, I'm not for the destruction. And I just don't think you can destroy a history. And I'm not for newspeak or any of that kind of erasure. I think that erasure just simply, well, I just don't think it works in the first instance. But I also think we've seen that. We've seen that before. And, you know, we should recognize it and simply learn from it. God help me for saying learn from history. But anyway, I'm going to say that. But in terms of what you do with the work, it seems to me that the point of it is that the artwork kind of continues to signify in a whole range of different ways, and it can be reconceived really quite powerfully by what it's placed next to, by what kinds of context, by what kinds of discourses, by what activities take place around it. And what was happening with the removal of the work, I mean, there were some funny, weird things that were going on. They were removing all sorts of works from libraries and whatever. I happened to find a load of them by accident, because I was in the storehouses of the Irma Stern gallery, which is there. Her house was there and so forth, because I have this interest in women's art, and so they were letting me into the store, and they had hidden a load of work in there. So there was this kind of weird moment where they were storing and hiding work because they didn't know, they neither knew what to say about it nor what to do with it, and they were worried it might get damaged. So there was this really weird kind of slight panic going on the campus. So it was very much an open debate at that point. And the most interesting things were about having conversations about the work, putting the work on public display together, and running sessions, putting up different tags, putting them in different spaces next to different works. There was a whole range of really interesting possibilities. And for various reasons, some political, some probably apathy, whatever, but some of that didn't get off the ground, or it certainly didn't get off the ground fast enough to kind of work on it. So I'm all for a whole range of reconceptions. I just think that the idea of being trying to fix positive and negative labels to works and that kind of logic is simply a logic that doesn't go anywhere, and reconceiving really does, because art continues to signify so differently in different times and spaces. But I think it's individual instances as well. I think you have to be careful about which works where and how. It's not one blanket.
Cool, thank you.
Can I add a little point? I was in Oxford recently, and I sort of noticed the college where Cecil Rhodes' statue is actually on. It's on the High Street. It's one of the main colleges. And it's actually quite astounding in terms of cosmologies, because there's a certain hierarchy in the placement of that sculpture. And that hierarchy goes like this. On the first level, on the pediment, there is a whole bunch of sculptures of scholars. Next level above that are the saints. And then on top is Zeus, Cecil Rhodes, in the pyramid, the apex. I mean, I think it should be removed because of the order. How dare he think he can buy his way as not to heaven as, every good... Doge of Venice thought he could, but he actually bought the place of Zeus. Yeah. So this was, I think, is an offence to us for all sorts of cosmological reasons.
But another thing that was raised about that and taking that up about which roads and whatever is that you know that the rose that was taken down is Marion Walgate sculpture. She's one of the first women sculptors to have had won a commission of any sort, etc. The rose that they've left up is of course his real big monument that's right on the hill behind the thing, which has the weirdest. I mean, it's the weirdest iconography, and you could so queer that iconography in that rose monument as well. It's remarkable stuff. So there's a whole range of ways you could really rewrite this and really be, you know, really fundamentally change the nature of what those spaces are like. But anyway, the wrath of roads.
It's a bit of a rant.
All right. If there are no other questions, then I think we're going to end our session. And please join me in thanking our speakers. Thank you. That was great. I was going to jump in with some questions. Nobody else was.
Je ne l'ai pas encore mise en ligne, mais est-ce que est-ce que j'attends que le public soit ici ou...
Oui, là, il faudrait peut-être demander qu'ils avancent. En même temps, je pense qu'on devrait se brancher le plus haut.
Je vais juste me brancher
OK, il y a une façon de l'avoir juste sur l'écran, là?
Oui, j'ai débranché la connexion pour qu'on voit. Qu'est-ce que je peux faire? Tiens, je vais te mettre sur toi d'abord. D'accord.
Hello.
Hello, Carolyn. We are about to put you through.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Who am I with?
So hello, I'm Christine Ross. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
It's a bit public now, however. It's kind of funny.
Oh, okay.
I'll just briefly introduce you. People
Sure.
are coming in, they're sitting down, so... Okay, so we're going to start. On va commencer. Alors, donc, bienvenue à notre dernière présentation de la journée. Et c'est avec grand plaisir que nous accueillons Caroline Christov-Bakargiev. And so it's with great pleasure that I'll just briefly introduce Caroline Christov-Bakargiev. And so just a few notes. Caroline is the Edith Krieger-Wolf Distinguished Visiting Professor in Art History and Practice in Northeastern University, at least between 2013 and 15. She was recently appointed as director of Castello di Rivoli Museo d'Arte Contemporanea and GAM, which is the Gallery of Modern and Contemporary Art in Torino. She drafted the 14th Istanbul Biennale, titled Salt Water, A Theory of Thought Forms, which was held in the fall of 2015. She was the artistic director of Documenta 13 in 2012, the artistic director of the 16th Biennale of Sydney, entitled Revolutions, Forms That Turn, 2008, and the senior curator at PS1 Contemporary Art Center, which is affiliated to MoMA in New York, and from 1999 and 2001. And so what I find important is that we finished, in fact, with a thinker who really is, I think, a thinker of aesthetics. And so to close with that, I believe, is really important in light of what he wanted to do in this colloquium. And so the title of her talk today is On Love and Gardens, the Life of Art Exhibitions. So please join me in welcoming Caroline Christov-Bakargiev.
It's wonderful to not be with you, but it's wonderful to be with you, nonetheless. And it's 9:45 p.m. in Torino now. And there is a PowerPoint. And there is a sensation when you are giving a talk to a laptop that you don't really need to be as coherent as you in front of everyone. So, indeed, I have taken this participation with great interest because I've been watching a lot of the lectures and talks on YouTube. So that was very interesting. But I also take it sotto gamba, we say in Italian, which means under the leg, but it also means somehow not as seriously. Not in the sense that I don't want to be serious, but in the sense that it might not be as coherent as a publishable text might be. More of a compost than whatever it is I'm supposed to be doing with you. But I do notice that related to what you're discussing is, and you could put up that PowerPoint in the meantime, so that's up there, and then I can tell you when to change a slide. How's that? Okay, so you should have a Klein bottle, which is a mathematical object with no inside and no outside. It's a topological form that I usually use when I try to illustrate the relation between the somehow inside and the somehow outside, which is one of continuity, and it is one also of the irrelevance of that kind of binary thought, of there being a relation between art and the world, or the inside and the outside of an exhibition, or of a person, or of a subject. I would like to, with that in the background, mention that two things occur these days. One is this morning a bomb went off in Istanbul and killed many, many people again. So there has been a crescendo of death in Turkey, as well as in the nearby regions. But I have a particular relation with Turkey, having just come out of the Istanbul Biennial, as was kindly mentioned. And this is something that happens in the so-called public sphere, in a square early in the day. And it has much to do with the relations between Western Europe and the crisis of the refugees, because there is an agreement, basically, between a very authoritarian regime in Turkey and Europe to contain the refugees in Turkey, which is a very scary so-called border zone, because, of course, one has so many memories of the catastrophes before and after the First World War of last century. And the second thing that occurred these days is yesterday, a number of artists, so-called street art writers, in particular one called Blue, in the city of Bologna, which is a few hours from here, which is also the home to Bifo and to some of the ideas around Italian autonomia emerging in Bologna in the last 40 years, as well as other places. But it's a very interesting city in terms of intellectual creativity and political autonomy. Blue and other writers are, as we speak, painting over their graffiti, which have been painted on the walls of the city over the last 20 or 30 years. This is in effectively deleting their own work of the last 20 or 30 years. This was triggered by a public art exhibition, which was supposed to open it is supposed to open on March 18th in Bologna, called Street Art. And for this exhibition, which was a celebration of art in the public space, the organizers, I suppose with authorizations, had proceeded to detach portions of wall paintings and to put them on exhibit, like when you detached frescoes from a church over the centuries and sold them through antiquarians. So a rather catastrophic act and misunderstanding of what it might mean to take care of cultural heritage caused a very profound act of deletion of art from the so-called public space. So I wanted to tell you that as a premise, because it's what here is being discussed. Also, I would go to the next slide. It should be a beaver dam. I would also like to mention that I appreciated Marcia's mention of at the tail end of her lecture of the relationship between the human and the non-human spheres. And can you go through the next slides as well? The weaver ants, the termites, skyscrapers, the wasps, the honeybee comb, the beaver, the bowerbirds. Just to mention some cases of civilization and artistic production and architectural and effectively architecture on the planet, which however participate in a series of public spheres which are not mentioned mostly. Even today, with all of the events and exhibitions that happened after the Documenta 13 around the questions surrounding the so-called Anthropocene, even today, we are able to make a conference where we speak about the common and reconfiguring the public sphere without focusing very much on the fact that that public sphere is not a human public sphere, or is not only a human public sphere. Surely not. And therefore, I wanted to bring those images up immediately and go to the next ones. The next image, you don't have a name to it. The next 4 or 5, let's say, images you can scroll through. The second one, you see the Fridericianum in the background. The third one, you see what it is. What that garden was the least published in the media, and whether it be media, which is newspapers, or whether it be the internet blogs, this artwork was effectively invisible to the human sphere, although in full view in the square of Fridericianum during the Documenta, because to our tastes it was not built according to any notion of so-called beauty or sensorial attractivity. Because the artist Christina Buch project was actually for another audience, which was not the human audience. She studied with, she comes from science as well as art, is one of the students of Rosemary Truckle, but began as studying biology and then theology, actually. And this work is made by studying different sorts of plants that are particularly appreciated by butterflies in the Kassel and Hessen region. And she constructed her garden along those principles so that it would engage with, it would create a form of co-evolution of audiences, which are both human and non-human audiences. And the next 2 slides, or 3 slides, are images I often put in talks. The first one, the 14th slide, is a filing cabinet. It's just to suggest that the problem may be one of moving out of thinking in an archival way, and thinking in terms of folders and organizing in non-organic ways, organizing knowledge, which no matter what, somehow is what occurs when one is numerologically based, whether that's physical or immaterial, on a laptop. And to think more in the next slide in terms of compost, which is also based on using dead and inert materials that may be useful in the future, like an archive, but that is a model for cultural practice, which is more fruitful. The next slide, 16, in terms of soil production, whether that's artworks, communities, or soil in the literal sense, which is such a thin layer on the planet. And the next slide is an example. It's Huyg's sketches for his piece in the Documenta, the compost garden called Untilled. The degree of attention to the different species of insects and animals and remnants of 20th century art, the next slide 18 and the next slide 19, and the next slide 20, creating a compost which was both addressing the human audiences that were in this space, which indeed, to use a word that Nikos used, he used two in his talks that I appreciate. One was the word love, which I would like to speak to you in a more coherent way in a few moments. This is all the premise. The pictures are the premise. And the second is folding. So this is truly a folded space. I mean, a space where the boundaries, it's truly a Klein bottle also. The boundaries between what this artwork was and what the projections on where the artwork was or at what level it was operating were folded in with many other considerations, again, having to do with many audiences, from ants to tadpoles and so on. Can you continue to the next slide and the next slide, which often remind me of a form of alliance which may be in course of being built, a kind of alliance between the non-human world and cultural practitioners, sometimes thinking about the point of view of the artwork or of the object in an era of incredible financialization of art. So a kind of horrified sculpture covering herself with the beehives in that strange alliance, which of course was extremely problematic from many, many other points of view and discussed, but I think in a challenging way. Next slide, 23, in this idyllic landscape is one of the Boyce trees, one of the 7,000 oaks that was cut and thrown out by the city, becoming part of the compost and being enjoyed by the ants during this process. So the next slide is just a slide that tells you where Documenta happened. And it did indeed. My thoughts are not only towards the so-called physical realm, although the background is arte povera, but they don't come only from a kind of rejection of the, what was that disease someone mentioned in the talks today, a kind of distraction of too much time spent on smartphones and so forth. It's not only coming from that. I was also, and I tend to also be interested in projects that relate the ways in which art exhibitions and artworks are mediated in the digital age and how they then can also create tactics of diversion. So it was very intentional that the Documenta would take place both in the center, in the heart of the so-called, one of the so-called, Western art worlds, which is Kassel, formerly on the edge between Eastern and Western Europe, and an image of progress and freedom for the people 60 kilometers away, as we all know from many studies around this question, also by Serge Guibault and so on in the 1980s, but also would take place in Kabul and in other locations. And Kabul was very much in the media at the time of the Documenta, and very much so for all the reasons we know. But although there are more journalists at the time in Kabul than anywhere else, almost on the planet at that time, the Documenta was somehow protected there by being uninteresting to the media. It was not, it seemed of the least importance, and somehow by folding it in to that location, could you move to Joseph Beuys? I just put him in because he's the most exhibited artist in all of the history of Documenta. Although the next slide, 26, shows a number of artists and myself in the seed vault in Svalbard, including Amar Kamvar, who, if he were to be invited to the next Documenta, will be the artist. He was also in Documenta 13 with a beautiful piece called The Sovereign Forest, about the crisis of seeds and GMOs being used in India, and the suicides and the collapse of rural economies there because of that. He will become the most exhibited in Kassel, as much as Beuys next time. And the next picture is Francis Alice hanging on what was formerly an object used by the Soviets, I believe, on the cliff above Bamiyan, where the Buddhas were blown up. And along the little wall are a number of other artists who were thinking and trying to work through what is to be done in an occupied territory that has just been liberated, and what is to be done basically in a war zone. So I wanted to just put you onto the next slide, which is our thinking, how to connect, how to fold spaces, and how to fold in on itself cultural practice and artistic practice in ways that create somehow pockets of space and time that can expand even within the kind of synchronicity or apparent synchronicity of the internet. And I wanted to just read you a few words about the Documenta before we get on with the main subject of this talk, which is love. So Documenta, I read, these were my opening words in Kabul when we opened the exhibition finally, after 2 years of seminars and workshops that were not, they were totally invisible on the internet, totally, by being distracted through the whole press and media campaign that I had organized to focus only on what was going on in Kassel at the time. Which taught me one lesson, which is that it's very, very easy to become invisible. I know that much of the discussions today, I was listening to one of the talks, was about revealing how there is no true visibility, and that the challenge is all around these algorithms to gain that visibility. But it is interesting to know that there are a number of creative people in the world who are very socially engaged and whose practice is all dedicated to doing that in an invisible way, or as invisible as possible. So I just wanted to read one short part from this text read at the Documenta, and in preparing this whole project, I knew that in 20 years' time or 30 years' time, Documenta 13 will be reassessed, balancing what happened in Kassel and what happened in Kabul, because the people who have actually experienced the exhibition, the 900,000 in Kassel, will be maybe gone, and all that will remain are the documents and the photographs and the recordings of all the events and seminars, so things will balance again. This has to do with somehow creating a temporal lag before something becomes part of the public sphere, while at the same time working in a real context with people in order to work in favor of the flourishing of life on the planet, which is basically, I think, the goal, I suppose. So some of the words that I said for that opening was that Documenta 13 was located in an apparent simultaneity of places and times, and is articulated through four main positions corresponding to conditions in which people, in particular artists and thinkers, find themselves acting in the present. The four conditions that are put into play within the mental and real spaces of the project are the following. On stage, I am playing a role. I am a subject in the act of reperforming. Under siege, I am encircled by the other, besieged by others. In a state of hope or optimism, I dream. I am the dreaming subject of anticipation. And finally, on retreat, I am withdrawn. I choose to leave with others. I sleep. By the way, there was an event of Documenta also in Banff about the concept of retreat during that summer of Documenta. These four conditions relate to the four locations in which Documenta 13 was physically and conceptually cited. Kassel, Kabul, Alexandria in Egypt, Alexandria, Cairo, they are very close actually, and Banff. These places are phenomenal spatialities that embody the four conditions, blurring the associations that are typically made with those places and conditions, and which are instead constantly shifting and overlapping, so that Kabul could be both on stage, of course, as it was, under siege, in a state of hope, and also on retreat. And I would like to go to the beginnings of going to Afghanistan had to do with finding an artist, Alighiero Boetti's, the remnants of that artist's project that was in the 1970s, a hotel held in Kabul at the time when there was a great series of relations, much more than there are today almost. If you look at the late 60s and 70s, the word globalization and global in the negative and positive was not used, but there were incredible relations going on between different areas of the world, also not painful ones, but ones related to sharing intellectually dreams of what the world could be. But the point that I wanted to skip to was this one. So I was reading then, war creates facts, but art too can create facts of a highly different order. Arte Povera artist Alighiero Boetti from Torino, Italy, where I am now, visited Kabul in early 1971 and decided to open a hotel called One Hotel on Sharenau near Chicken Street, together with an Afghan called Golhan Dastagir. He spent half a year there, both as a hotel manager and as an artist, commissioning the embroidered mappe from 71 to 77. The question of whether or not to engage in projects in Afghanistan, in a location clearly under siege, yet also in a state of hope, retreating and more than almost anywhere in the world on stage, was discussed at length. Even today, after months of seminars and art making there, the question remains open. In a slippage and comparative study of different historical periods and places, some questions came to the forefront immediately. Is the fact of organizing artistic projects in war zones or occupied territories, in Afghanistan's case after the Soviet occupation and then 20 years of civil war from 78, and after the totalitarian Taliban regime from 96 to 2001, and during the present occupation by foreign, European and US forces, is that a form of normalization of outrageous events? Can't go down with my cursor. Excuse me. Or is such engagement a form of alternative action keyed towards enacting and testing the potential of art to intervene effectively and decrease violence, injustice, and conflict in those places? Furthermore, what costs do such an activity and such engagement have in terms of the risks of being instrumentalized by the forces that wish to normalize such a condition? To answer that, one could ask whether art and its display system through exhibitions is not always somehow instrumentalized, even in Kassel, and if so, why one would question such an instrumentalization only in non-Western, non-European contexts, ignoring those same agendas in the West? Or rather, how can one act in a condition of propositional and skeptical ambivalence, despite the fact that one's actions, aesthetics, practices, and thoughts are partially and potentially problematic? I made the decision to act in ways that do not isolate people even further, but provide opportunities for the opposite. The initial impulse came from imagining not the scenario of war, but rather a form of continuity between the vibrant and international life of the 70s in Kabul during the time Boetzkes spent there and our own times, rejecting the state of exception that is determined by the war and choosing to act hos me, that is, as if, hos me, as if the situation were not what it is, as if the checkpoints, cement walls and barriers, the conflict, occupation, and militarization in Kabul did not exist. Through acts of radical imagination, today I would add gardening, all the while continuing the daily life required by and inevitable while living in a militarized zone. And of course, the mention of Hosme comes from the letter of St. Paul to the Romans, discussed, of course, by Agamben in his book, The Time That Remains, a commentary on the letter to the Romans, Il Tempo, speaking about messianic time, a revoked time, a time after time, the time that remains. So to close this file and go back, this is like talking to myself. I hope somebody's still out there. Anyway, you can just run through some of those slides. I won't comment on many of them. You should be getting to a picture of a print of a cabinet, curiosity cabinet. And then the next slide, you'll see something that was called the brain and that became quite well known during the documenta. The brain was a core of the exhibition, but it was a core without being at any center, of course. But inside were clues leading to many things outside. And you can just scroll through those slides. I think I would really like to do that talk about love, so I'm going to just ask you to keep scrolling. You'll get to Bactrian princesses in a vitrine, and then one close-up of a Bactrian princess. It's slide number 54. That was a reference to what was going on in Kabul, but kind of secretly to the viewers in Kassel. The next slide has a very interesting, to me at least, I don't know to you, but juxtaposition of two figurines that had been destroyed through bombing of the Archaeological Museum in Beirut, and the palette knife that Etel Adnan used to paint most of her paintings from the 1950s to her Documenta exhibition. The next slide has Konrad Zuse's first, it's the beginning of the hardware of the computer, the switcher that Konrad Zuse used for Zuse 1, which was, of course, destroyed in Zuse 2, and then so we're talking, so there was a little reference to the relationship between the digital and its own material world, which somebody mentioned today. And I also mentioned that a lot of the mining in Afghanistan has to do with the materials that are used inside our digital technology. And the little laptop is a laptop with images that were uploaded by Ahmed Bassioni, the Egyptian artist who was killed in Tahrir Square shortly before Documenta, I would say, during the period that we were working. And these were the last videos that he had uploaded the night before of the Tahrir Square events. And that death of an artist, so it's about a committed body, let's put it that way, a committed body that actually, whose death triggered the fall of Mubarak. Now, if you remember those events. And the next slides, just scroll through them all. Go, I don't know, I know what they are. I know what I'm looking at, but I don't know if you have numbers. You see architecture in Kassel, and then you see an exhibition in Kabul.
Maybe give the slide number?
Well, how about number 68? Let's just go to that. And 71, you have Penone's tree in the Aue Park in Kassel, and the next one, 72, is the work he made in the public gardens in Kabul. So this was also, there were many, many matches made that were not declared, but that were occurring, and the artists were working. You can continue through the next four slides, have to do with locations in Kabul, and then 78 and 79 and 80 have to do with searching with the one hotel of Alighiero Boetti, while 81 is how the house looks now, or at least looked before the project for Documenta 13 by Mario Garcia Torres, which removed the bars on the windows and planted again the roses and everything as it was in the Boetti time. So it's a kind of restitution, conservation of the hotel. 82 and 83 are when Boetti was there. 84 is when we were there. Many of the seminars were held there after the restoration of the building, which was rented and which, of course, could have become a permanent, Alighiero Boetti space had the Italian government been involved in it to make a kind of Casa di Dante. But Mario Garcia Torres wanted to just rent it temporarily and leave. So it's a question of a light presence and return it to being just an anonymous office building at present. And the next images are the ones of the exhibition about this project in the Kassel spaces. I would skip to 95. 95 is a project, 95 and 96, 97 and 98 are the projects of Mariam Ghani in Kabul, Afghan diaspora artist. She's really lives half the time in Kabul as well. And we worked together with Bakma from India to a group to do a process of, let's say, archiving and repairing and digitizing, and also repairing the machines to make the internegatives of the Afghan film, which is a huge archive of film, magnificent film, that had been said to be destroyed during the Taliban period, but actually the Talibans had only burned some positives outside of the Afghan film. And this man who is with me in the room on 95, he actually hid all the negatives in a room behind a piece of furniture. And so the process in the next slides have to do with categorizing, watching, filming, and also repairing the machines again to make the analog film, to make the new internegatives. While 99 and 100 were her exhibition, was a video installation exhibition based on the journeys back and forth between Kassel and Kabul in the Friedrichshainum in Kassel. The next slides, 102, 103, are the destruction of the Bamiyan Buddhas that we all know about. But Michael Rakovitz, you see there's a stalemate between the United Nations and the conservators from the West who do not believe that the Buddhas should be rebuilt. And the local community, if you ask do a test, you find that 90% of the local community would like to redo them, which is in line with a culture that was never particularly fetishizing original materials. And however, the UNESCO is against that, and therefore the caves of the Western and the Eastern Buddha remain empty. And as often happens, someone was speaking about world making and worlding, and to make something that is already there but that is not there at the same time, as being part of the creative practice of artists. And the artist Michael Rakovits proposed something very ingenious, which is to organize slide number 104 and 105 together with Afghan sculptors, sculpture workshops within the caves. It's like a Gruyere cheese over there, within the caves, to disseminate the knowledge of sculptural practice, in the sense that it had been interrupted for many, many years. And with the idea that 50 years down the line, or 100 years down the line, or 2 years down the line, someone might just sculpt anything in those caves. I mean, it is not the responsibility of UNESCO to decide something like this, nor is it the responsibility of a local government. It's really like the writers in Bologna. They can do their writing for 20 years and they can delete it one night if they want to. So the idea of Michael Rakovits, next slide, 106 and 107 is what was in Kassel, was to, let's say, jumpstart the technology in the sense of techne, the technology of sculpture making. And I could continue to explain a few others. I think you should go through the next 10 slides, all the way to a boat, 119. You will see the Kabul and the Kassel work of Adrian Villarojas, which again are very connected, but were not connected via any catalog or any curatorial text or any press release. So it's all a story of connection that needs to be written and will be written, surely will be written. And that brings us to Annie Besant and love. So how much time do I still have?
I would say 10 minutes.
Oh, good. Okay, so the inspiration for Saltwater Theory of Thought Forms was Annie Besant and Charles Leadbetter's book, which I believe is mainly Annie Besant's, for a number of reasons, because she had published earlier essays in 1896 and so forth on the same topic with similar illustrations, of something called Thought Forms, which is one of the foremost publications in theosophy and in the history of theosophy, and was probably the main influence alongside colonialism for the development of abstraction in Western European art. Go to the next slide, that's Annie Besant, and go through 123, 124, 125, and then you get to a pink cloud. That's 126, and then 127 is intention to know. The pink cloud was vague, pure affection. These are illustrations to her book, which was in the hands of many of the theosophist artists of the early 20th century in Europe, including, as is already widely known, Mondrian, but also Kandinsky, and I believe also Giacomo Balla and a number of others, if you look at 128 and 129. And I searched for the original gouaches of these thought forms for Saltwater, a theory of thought forms. Can you move to 131? That's a salt crystal with different minerals pigmenting it. And 132, which summarizes our times. And I looked for these gouaches, but was unable to locate them by the time we did the biennial, which was held throughout the Bosphorus in various different locations, both indoors and outdoors. But they have been recently found in India in the library in Varanasi, and I will exhibit them in an upcoming exhibition. But now I would like to you can scroll at your own leisure through all the images, and I will read you my text, the part about love, and what you'll see is the exhibition, including by the time you get to 157, the same artist Pierre Huyghe of the Compost called Untilled in Documenta, who initiated a project which is an ongoing project of an underwater work, underwater garden. 158, 159, and 160 are the beginnings of this underwater work that he is in the course of making. And after this, you will go to the slides of Theaster Gates' Dorchester project in Chicago, and you can run through those. While Documenta was the biggest exhibition I've ever done, the smallest exhibition I've ever organized is called Intention to Know, and it just closed at Theaster Gates' Stony Island Arts Bank, in a bank that he bought in the same time as the financial crack for $10, I believe. And he saved this bank and turned it into an exhibition space and a research center and a space for sharing different knowledges. And you can run through those slides and you'll see the exhibition, which is called Annie Besant, Intention to Know, dedicated to the finding of these original gouaches, and it was in one room. So, just a few days ago, to talk to you about love for a little bit, just the other day, a student showed me a video lecture by Slavoj Žižek, haha, we have to mention him, where he argued that in the internet age, there is a fear and an avoidance, not of love, but of the shattering and revolutionary experience of falling in love. An avoidance of the falling in part through, for instance, online dating websites providing good matches for us, thus avoiding the risks of falling. Falling can hurt. Because our times are characterized by expulsion, as Saskia Sassin writes in her new book, Expulsions, expulsion from citizenship, expelled from a country like a refugee, expelled from one's own social contract in jail, but also water and plants expelled from the biosphere in the environmental crises of the Anthropocene. This fear of falling is all the more strong and has turned into a fear of falling out rather than of falling in. So all falling is carefully avoided. You can just put the slides on automatic. In the same video, Žižek also sees the violence in Christian love and in all religious definitions of love, institutionalized religious definitions of love. Philosopher Alain Badiou, about 10 years ago, defined the 20th century as a century during which humans loved humans so much that they wanted to transform them into perfect humans, and thus they destroyed so many of them along the way through fascist regimes or so-called communist ones that were not communists at all close to forms of modern intransigent religious love. Love is still a mystery, even though neuroscience has attempted in recent years to decode it through fMRI scans of people's brains while they look at images of other people. For example, when they try to study how love at first sight works. Generally, these perspectives are utilitarian and see love as fundamentally no more or no less than an ability of the brain to quickly identify people who may be good matches for us, good meaning compatible and useful for the survival of our genes. Theosophy, a 19th century spiritualist movement, would not suggest such an approach. Neither would physics, especially quantum physics. And I believe quantum is indeed rather theosophical. Annie Wood, 1847-1933, Besant by marriage, she soon divorced from her conservative husband and went on to a life of travel, writings, and becoming one of the most revolutionary forces to inspire our times, although not too often recognized for it, once stated, "Better remain silent, better not even think, if you are not prepared to act." For her, thought had practical effects on life. Thought is not just something objective in our heads. Thought is real and real objective power. She used the word power that had different connotations than it does today. Moreover, the thoughts we create have a life of their own. They have a kind of material reality that affects other people for good or ill, hence our responsibility to choose. She chose. She first became a socialist member of the Fabian Society, then of the Marxist Social Democratic Federation, and a feminist who supported birth control and went to jail for that, because she believed the working classes could never be free if they could not choose how many children to have. And she fought against state religion and in favor of Irish home rule and for the rights of the urban poor. She also was at the heart of the organization of the protests in Trafalgar Square in 1887 that are today became known as Bloody Sunday. And she was widely blamed or credited for this and was arrested several times in her life. But because she felt something fundamental was missing in the materialistic economic and social theories of the socialism that she was affiliated with, however, she joined the Theosophists in 1889 after reviewing a book of Madame Blavatsky, who studied religions comparatively and believed in the equality of all people, irrespective of race, religion, and ethnicity. They also believed in the need to study science for the purpose of understanding and caring for what they called nature at the time, and they were amongst the first modern environmentalists. She visited India in 1898 and then lived in Adyar on the outskirts of today's Chennai, and was the first woman to be accepted in the Indian National Congress, actually leading it in 1917, and extremely influential in the development of anti-colonial movements, influencing Gandhi. She said, India demands home rule for two reasons. One, essential and vital, the other, less important but necessary. Firstly, because freedom is the birthright of every nation. Secondly, because her most important interests are now made subservient to the interests of the British Empire without her consent, and her resources are not utilized for her greatest needs. So the book Thought Forms came out in 1905. And what is very interesting about this is that she was a woman who published 20 or 30 books of essays around political issues, and at the same time was extremely attentive to what one would imagine is the so-called interior world of the mind, in a complete abolition of the mind-body divide. Thought forms, according to Bizant, are embodied entities of both the real world and the imaginal realm, visible and vibrating manifestations of what is generally invisible, and that can be apprehended in intense states of awareness, meditation, affect, and desire. Art cannot represent these thought forms adequately. It always fails in her writing around this question. It is because she asked artist friends to illustrate the thought forms for her book. It is this failure of the adherence between the experience of them and their representation that lies at the core of modern art, and makes her text one of the most interesting early texts about modern art without knowing it, as well as it lies at the core of love. And failure is, of course, most closely related etymologically to the word falling. At the prologue of her book, she wrote, "The text of this little book is the joint work of Mr. Leadbeater and myself. Some of it has already appeared as an article in Lucifer, but the greater part of it is new. The drawing and painting of the thought forms observed by Leadbeater or by myself, or by both of us together, has been done by three friends, Mr. John Varley, Mr. Prince, and Miss McFarlane, to each of whom we tender our cordial thanks. To paint in earth's dull colors the forms clothed in the living light of other worlds is a hard and thankless task. So much the more gratitude is due to those who have attempted it. They needed colored fire and had only ground earths, etc., etc., etc. And I am interested in theosophy today because it is obsolete and because it provides an alternative to materialistic worldviews by not neglecting other spiritual energies. I'm going to skip the whole part about explaining all of that to you, and I'm going to go towards the last pages. Now, all of this that I didn't read seems utterly anti-scientific, certainly naive to those who apply scientific methods to large bodies of matter, such as brains, like most neuroscientists do. Yet, when speaking with quantum physicists, we immediately reach the problem of what Einstein called spooky action at a distance in the early 20th century, and what was soon after called entanglement. By the way, I don't mention Karen Barad, but she's a physicist and one of the most interesting thinkers of our times. Entanglement, as we all know, is the physical force characterized by the fact that two particles or elements will, once entangled, act in a concerted way, even if distant and no communication between them occurs. It manifests as a sort of telepathy between them. And Niels Bohr and other physicists of the past noted in thought experiments the force of entanglement, which went against all theories of the time, because it suggested that something like information could travel faster than light, so that particles distant from each other would react connectedly. And of course, we go through the century, I'm going to skip all this, Anton Zellinger and the Canary Island tests, and so it's no longer a thought experiment and so forth, and the proof that there are no hidden variable signaling going on. And basically, I asked Anton Zellinger how you disentangle photons if they're entangled. And he answered that the only way to disentangle them is to entangle one with another, which is very interesting. So basically, or in other words, we either accept that the physical world runs fundamentally on something called love, if we call entanglement another word for love, or we must believe in a predetermined universe that unfolds inevitably, some sort of authoritarian God. And preferring to engage in the first hypothesis, I would like to think that Annie Besant herself would have thought that today. Now, we use this word, love, to describe both romantic love, which is connected but not equated with desire, and agape, or selfless love, the great Buddhist compassion, which requires no exchange of gifts, only a boundless giving to the world. The love of siblings for their parents, or of a mother for her child, sits somewhere in between. Neuroscience calls this kind of love, the impulse to care for others, empathy, and it explains it thanks to mirror neurons that are fired more or less in different people's brains when they feel in themselves the same effect that a stimulus provokes in another person, when they see that other person subjected to a stimulus, whether painful or pleasurable. There may be a dark side to empathy too. When we feel empathy, indeed, we also trigger problem-solving thoughts and often attempt to share those with others so that they may benefit from what our solutions would be for ourselves. This is where love, whether from a lover, a parent, or from a political leader, can become abusive and violent. While love can be violent and masqueraded as peaceful, the falling in part, however, cannot. It opens our core to the possibility of being shattered, welcomes fragility and vulnerability. One more minute?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And thus is close to courage, coming from French cœur, and that from cor, heart in Latin. The laying bare of our hearts, open to being destroyed. Now, I wanted to discuss the word committed versus the word falling in the way that Judith Butler uses. So I'm going to summarize. Judith Butler speaks in her wonderful lecture of 2011 she describes and analyzes the speech act "I love you" in relation to commitment and the performativity of language. And basically she says, in saying "I love you," a certain I is installed in one of the most repeated phrases of the English language. Therefore, one risks a full evaporation into an anonymous citationality. I speak as countless others have spoken. But ultimately, in her essay, in her lecture, she eschews the problem of commitment being the deadening of love by transforming love into the commitment to commit, so that one is constantly in a state of committing to commit. But differently from Butler, my question is how to maintain a position of fragility of the performative speech act without commitment. And I do not actually see why we need to address commitment in this context. If we integrate the concept of trust, now Levinas in Totalité et Infini concerns subjectivity in relation to trust. When we encounter the visage, the face of the other, we both connect ourselves outside ourselves and also mark the limit of our solitude, our impossibility of breaking into and becoming the self of another. And we ask this other, this visage, please do not kill me. And in the act of grace, when the other's potential shattering violence does not occur, or rejection does not occur, here the personal is constituted. And I would like to conclude, when a subject is not subjected to the other, subjectus, there is an act of grace, gratia, to be thankful, where an instance of trust is gained. We encounter the visage of the other and trust that he or she will not kill us. Butler argued for a process of continual commitment. I love you and I choose you again and again. I did not choose you once, but I continue to choose you. But what is this choosing dependent on? On what basis do we choose again and again, I ask, to return to Bazant's concept of the need of choosing, if every instant and every encounter is a new one with an unknown factor? If we do not know the other, because we live a continuous renewal of the present, then we cannot choose what we do not know. We can only fall into it. And to allow ourselves to fall, to leap, to fail, we need to trust that there are no rocks below the cliff and that someone's body will catch us and carry us momentarily. Perhaps what we do is engage not in a continuous commitment, but in a journey of trust like those entangled subatomic particles knotted together, not in a deathly arrested state, but dancing across the universe, spooky action at a distance. And it is precisely in the sphere of trust that love for persons, romantic love, and love for people in the social can be connected. The love in the polis, in the street, in the demonstration, and the love in the private and interpersonal sphere. Trust is the opposite of commitment, and yet it lies at the heart of committed speech and committed acts. When we trust that the words "I love you" will indeed reach the other after hovering as a thought form in the ether, neither you nor me removing the self from the self, falling and floating outside of a spatially bound location in an expanded and folded field and time. It is a field where expulsion can miraculously transform into inclusion. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm sure there must be a few questions or comments.
We don't actually have much time.
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
Someone should plant a question.
No, you had to give to let time. Okay, so here we have Francis. Yes.
I was really taken by your talk, but just towards the end, you mentioned love and trust together, and also the statement "I love you" in the context of its circulation, one of the most repeated phrases, in the English language. So I'm wondering, just thinking about love and trust, whether how that's possible in a world of such a distrust. I'm thinking particularly of, say, the analogy to "I love you" being the sort of political speech, for instance, that our political representatives have all the time, and the way that
I've never heard politicians say "I love you."
No. I don't mean that the politicians say "I love you," but that there is so little trust in sort of represented speech, in speech that is, circulates the media and that, is repeated very often. That there's so little trust there. Where do you see love intervening in that, or engaging in that, or defeating that sort of transparent, untrustworthy speech?
Well, I don't really know how to answer you, actually, because most of my practice is in this strange universe of the imaginal, to use a word from Henri Corbin. So I don't believe that I have personally, I don't believe that I have the authority given to myself to have a really grounded position, to be honest. But I would say that in my own experience, it seems quite obvious to me that we have an increasing economy around mistrust and being safe, that we should be safe. And this creation of fear that we are not safe has basically caused, these are not my ideas, I agree with them, has caused this giving up of one's agency to be protected, to the creation of the state of exception within which we live. So a slow loss of democracy over the last 30 years or 40 years. So there's an apparent freedom because we're running around with all these cell phones and smartphones and email addresses, and there's an apparent mobility which doesn't really correspond to the reality, of the world on the one hand. And on the other, there's a giving up of all freedom because of fear and mistrust. So, in my own experience, in my own life, in that I would say I agree with Judith Butler's idea of a committed body, that a speech act is a body speaking, and that an intellectual puts their body on the line. You don't put it on the line only because, I believe she was on one of the Gaza flotillas also, I believe, on one of the boats. But I don't believe that you just do it. I believe that carries with it a certain number of implications, because artists and curators or writers or thinkers or filmmakers, they are also part of a kind of symbolic world in a way. I don't mean in the Lacanian way, but we have a kind of responsibility. So if you walk down the street in Kabul while everybody else is in an armored car, afraid to get out of their compound, it has an effect. It has an effect of so trusting that you're not going to get killed, or trusting that even though something might be instrumentalized that you're doing, it won't be, or it won't necessarily be, is a fundamental step in a direction of trust. It's not about saying, please trust me, please trust me and give up your rights of speech. No, that's not the question. It's the question of not being afraid as an artist or as an intellectual, of not being afraid that there will be, it's a question, in this I kind of agree with Donna Haraway, I believe, that what stories we tell so that other stories can be told is fundamental. If one is deciding to work only, I believe Nikos classified different images, the images that mirror, the images that critique, and then the images that work on the level of the cosmos. I believe maybe what he means by this, which is cosmos is a word used by some, a lot of people nowadays, like Isabel Stenger's cosmopolitical and so on. But I believe it's what I would call worlding in the way that Donna Haraway uses the word worlding. And it's not the way that Heidegger did. And I believe that if one chooses to represent as a mirror the reality, or that can be horrendous as a denunciation or critique, in many cases, and I know that now I'm making a vulnerable speech act, and many of you will jump on their chairs, but in many cases, it does not open up other stories.
Okay, we have another question, I think, and perhaps we can, Nikos is going to ask a question, so he's...
Does that answer in any way the question, or did I not answer?
I think you made a very elegant exposition of your earlier positions. I'm just going to thank you, first of all, for this beautiful presentation, but ask you to tie together, perhaps, some of the pieces that I've heard, at least, in my head. If you start with the Klein bottle and the inside-outside, if you think about the image of the nests and the gardens and the traps made by animals, and if we think about then the story and your own reflections about love in the context of spooky actions at a distance, what I think you've presented to us is the way in which the creative world enfolds us into a space that both attracts us but also generates a living force. So is it accurate to hear this sort of spatial topologies of the inside that fold into the outside, of the gardens, which are both attractive but also dangerous to other species, that give energy to us, but also that these sort of images are also analogies, or I'm not sure what the correct term would be, of the creative process and the creative force and the purpose of telling a story so that something continues in our life.
Well, Nikos, you know that I like to remain in the space of the propositional. So tying things together into a coherent concept is not what I do. I make exhibitions. I'm actually, it's art theory in practice, by the way, not art history in practice. So I feel very uncomfortable to close it into a kind of tight-knit theory. And I would not say that it has to do with creative practice, because I don't use the word creative. I'm fearful of the word creative, in our times. I think that there are forms of creativity that bring towards the world flourishing of life on the planet, and forms of creativity that do the opposite. So I don't give value per se to creativity. It's the politics of creativity are fundamental.
Recording aborted.
Good. That's good. That just answers the question. But yeah, thank you. Surely, the Klein bottle, surely, yes. Surely the inside and outside of the garden. So the garden in Documenta, the garden of the one hotel in Kabul, the garden of Trotsky's house in Istanbul. Surely the garden that is an exhibition, that is both, is not an inside. Basically the Klein bottle is simply to say that an exhibition can be completely cut off from the world. Apparently, it doesn't have to be in the so-called public space. You don't have to put a sculpture outside in the public space to be in the public space, especially nowadays. In some ways, the museum, the old museum with its 4 walls that so many artists tried to demolish in the late 60s and so on, has become one of the few public forums left, and often it is the place where there is some sort of sense of the public that can occur in the terms of an embodied meeting. So I use the Klein bottle to speak about that relationship of inside and outside castle, that Kabul is in castle and also it is outside of castle at the same time. And an artwork has that relationship, I think, to the world. I mean, whether it's the creative process, I mean, I would not say that I'm speaking about a kind of fundamental ambivalence within the creative process, or not ambivalence, antinomia. I'm not, or aporia of the creative process. I'm not trying to describe the creative process. No, I'm not trying to do that. But if we want to use Lacan just for a second, let me try to do this.
Yeah, we'll have to conclude soon. I'm sorry, Carolyn.
Well, I mean, if there is we are living in a kind of situation where the symbolic order has somehow been abolished almost. It's very strange. In this either complete fetishization of the organic, of some idea of the real, which would be this neuroscientific approach, or a complete, no, actually, of the symbolic, which is the technology. So it's almost as if the imaginary were, I don't know, but I can't do that. I don't know if I can answer you, but yes, I agree. I mean, love is both inside and outside of yourself, the Klein bottle and the nests and gardens and the exhibition, the artwork in the artwork, whatever the art project is, the most activist or the most autonomous artwork, they seem to operate as both transitional objects in a kind of Winnicottian way, and they seem to operate as modes of animating those relations between real and imaginary and symbolic.
Okay, so I think we have to regretfully end the talk now because we have constraints with the room. But I want to thank you immensely for actually talking and sort of, and in fact, reopening some of the concepts that sometimes we're sort of ready to settle with, such as the notion of creativity, and now it's been reopened again. So thank you very much. Okay. So here we are. I'll just say one or two words before to conclude. And you know, at one point I was actually taking notes, and I said, okay, I'm going to do this sort of mega reconciliation of all the terms that we brought in, but I won't go in that direction, and I'm sure that you'll thank me for that. And I don't want to be, in fact, and it would actually become superficial because the talks have been so deep and so thought out that, frankly, just taking some concepts out of them would be somewhat absurd. And I'm sure that what I find interesting is that throughout, you know, there's been a continuous search for something like a common, but a common which is not something that is fixed, something which is more open, something that is more of a verb than, or an adjective, let's say, than a noun, or something that would be a good, okay? So I just have a few thanking and reminders and also special thanks. Reminders, videos of the colloquium will be archived online at aisthesis.ca and also at media.mcgill.ca. And so look out also for Media at McGill's next events. And so you can just visit our website for that. Special thanks again, or perhaps new thanks on behalf of Media at McGill, to all of course, our participants, all the participating speakers, to our numerous partners who made this possible, to the team at the Musée contemporain, which was really impeccable and so welcoming, frankly. Thank you very much. And even resolved the heating problem. To our diligent interpreters, to our student research delegates, and who were also terrific, and I want to name it again. So Camille, Hira, Zoe, Sandra, Anastasia, and Jake, thank you again. You've lifted up, I think, some of the questions that we wanted to raise. The colloquium organizing team, to the public, of course, and also a special thanks to the Media at McGill team, Sophie Toupin, Marie Chin,
And I think, a great applaud, un applaudissement général pour, complètement mérité à Tamar Tembeck. Merci. That's it.